Well, what scenes we saw just 6 weeks ago. A frantic, chaotic, eye-opening round, and what a way to start the season. Fast forward that 6-week period and we arrive in the Eifel Mountains, located in the western state of Germany, to Rhineland-Palatinate and to the town of Nurburgring, as the premier endurance series on rFactor 2 returns. The 8-hour opener to the season saw wet, difficult conditions, not too dissimilar to what we saw in the opening stages at this venue in 2019. 2020, though, appears to have taken a turn for the better, as greeting us we have blue skies and a nearly clear forecast for the running of the 6 hours of Nurburgring. This 15-turn, 5.1-kilometre circuit always provides thrills and spills, and with categories as tightly contested as these, only the very limit will suffice. It's time for round 2 of the Virtual Endurance Championship in simracing.club, and taking you through the opening stints, myself, Lewis McGlade, and alongside me, Hugo Barrow. Hello.
Hello, yeah, and as you're saying, there's a big change to the weather. Full wet for 8 hours last week. This time it's going to be dry, and just see where the drivers are this time in different weather conditions will be really interesting.
Yeah, where last time through the opening stages of the race we saw the LMP2s and the LMHCs sort of intertwined after a very wet qualifying session. Incredible stuff. Here, the beautiful dryness, we've separated the categories, so we definitely have LMHC, we have LMP2 and the GTEs behind, looking like it's going to be a fantastic race.
Yeah, and the different track conditions, it'll be warmer, it'll be drier, so I think it's time that we had a track rundown.
Welcome to the Royal Designs Track Guide for the Nurburgring in Germany, host of round 2 in the Virtual Endurance Championship's 13th season. After the thrills and spills of Silverstone, we head to the Eifel Mountains near the town of Nurburgring for 6 hours of racing round this 5.1-kilometre circuit. A tricky circuit for overtaking, featuring tight switchback sections and long sweeping corners. Traffic management will be crucial. As always, let's take a look around the circuit then, using the Royal Designs flyover as we head into turn 1. A very tight right-hander, Yokohama drops away on the right-hand side quite significantly. You can make moves around the outside there, gives you the inside into the Mercedes Arena section, rises uphill, tightens up on the exit, and we've got a switchback section. Watch out for running wide. A track excursion there will be very costly. Then this short shoot down to Valvoline. Everything starts to drop away on the circuit as we head downhill through the left-hander into fork curve. Very difficult corner, tightens up on exit, and definitely one you need to get right, as it's very crucial for the run into the Dunlop hairpin. Stick to the left-hand side around the short curve as we run towards the hairpin. Dips away on the right-hand side as the hairpin is banked. Watching out for locking of the front right-hand corner heading into the turn. Very easy to run wide into the section. It's a huge gravel trap on the exit. The crucial run up the hill as we begin our climb towards the top end of the circuit through the Schumacher S. Maximum commitment in all categories and patience for the traffic managers. Watch out for running slightly too far over to the left hand side, leaving the Schumacher S. Very bumpy out there, could leave you in a spin if you're not careful. Into Ravenel Bend, all the way over to the right hand side. You can get quite far over to the right hand side for a long run through the corner into Bilstein, and then the run down the hill onto the back straightaway. A bit of a kink here. The now Advan Arch running back up the hill towards the Vidal chicane. Very important when it comes to overtakes, the tightest part on the circuit, and definitely one to look out for when it comes to overtaking into the final hairpin. The pit lane entry on the right hand side, judgment for that will be crucial, and making sure your intent is clear to get in there so that everyone knows where you're going. Tight entry in the pit lane. Watch out for the barriers on either side. The exit of the final corner, crucial as it begins your lap, and that momentum down towards the start-finish line and down towards Yokohama once again. And that there is a lap of the Nurburgring for the Virtual Endurance Championship. What a track it is. Unfortunately, we're not running the slow speed chicane, we're running the high speed one, so we've got that one out of the way. But fantastic venue for us to be racing, and obviously the opening start of the race is going to see some intrigue. We were saying this previously, before we get into the race, about like how events unfolded back at Silverstone. We saw an awful lot of penalties coming out of that. The likes in LMP2, Nita Velix have a penalty, Zansha have a penalty. There's various drivers up and down the grid in GT and LMHC that have all got penalties, which we'll get through when they get applied. The way they get applied is through drive-through penalties at the start of the race, which Hugo's going to really spice things up for some of these teams, because they're going to get moved down effectively into the middle of the next category.
Yeah, and then especially with the hypercars and the LMP2s, the difference there's not that big. So they're going to have to try and navigate these cars that are only slightly slower than them, and that's going to really hamper their efforts during the race.
We've already done qualifying, so that is out of the way. And as we said, the LMHCs and the LMP2s are separated nicely. So at least for the opening stint for those, we're not going to have that level of sort of interlinkedness at the start. So there's not too much of a worry in that sense. However, like you say, when they do receive those penalties, they're going to aim to try and build as big a gap to take that penalty as late as possible and hope that when they do, that they're not sort of in and amongst the LMP2s. You can see the calendar there on screen that we're at Nurburgring. It's only round 2 of the season. You can't afford to be making too many mistakes this early, because the last thing you want to do is serve a penalty, come through, grab yourself another penalty whilst trying to force your way back through the field. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, and with a limited amount of races, there's only, 7 or 8 races, there's just a limited amount of opportunities to get points, and if you compromise one race, that could lead to make multiple positions come the end of the season. So these penalties will add up as we work our way through the Virtual Endurance Championship.
Especially as a reminder to you tuning in, maybe for the first time in Season 13, that's a new rule for this season. Whilst we've always kind of had, at least for the last few seasons, we've always had certain divisions, Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, obviously Division 2 and Division 3 have their own races going on simultaneously with Division 1. But the important note that this season, they can move up and down between every 2 rounds. There's a relegation. Which is decided through certain factors. It's not just where your position is in the standings. There are certain other factors that play into that. And to be fair, cleanliness can be a part of that. And so if you're a driver that's and part of a team that's received a couple of penalties in both Silverstone and here, your likelihood is that you're getting dropped down to Division 2. We are preparing ourselves to go gridding, to get racing. 6 hours ahead of us here in the Nurburgring. As I said, qualifying already complete. They're getting ready on the grid. They'll do their formation lap, a rolling start here, as always, in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And you can see there our grid ready. That is not the grid. That's the one that's on the bottom of the screen. That really panicked me then. I was very confused. I believe on pole position, we've got Risto Capit for R8G Esports with Ajira in behind. And what a frantic battle it was between those two in qualifying. Absolutely nothing separating them realistically. Just a couple of tenths. There we go. Then Pinsim Drillers and Blackhawk Pescara SRT. Then G-Drive Racing, it's Jeroen Kwekel's birthday today. I think he'll be pretty happy. At the moment with 5th place, whether he's actually in the car, we'll see. Jean Lacey Esports behind, then Sancho, the 2-1 Echoes, and Arms Sim Racing rounding out the LMHC category. In LMP2, it's Varga Sim Racing taking consecutive pole positions in the LMP2 category. Of course, last time they actually started from 2nd on the entire grid after a frantic qualifying session. Then the 26 Wayframe Esports drivers, Rookie Monsters and Burst Esports Simplexity. Zansho, Burst Edge Esports, only 6th place, our championship leader and race winners from last time out lead DX Droid to Nita Velix after a pretty disappointing round from Nita Velix. Big struggles from them when it came to their strategy. It did not work out for them in the end. Realistically, they finished on the podium, but they could have got a bit more from that. But yeah, I won't get too harsh on it. Then Team Spirit Racing, Butler Pound Motorsport, and Burst Esport Hungry.dk. In GTE category, we've got Satellite Racing on pole position. Great stuff from them. Then Butler Pound Motorsport, another great qualifying session from the 2 Wayframe Esports drivers, number 99 and the number 68. Juices Motorsports Club with Varga Sim Racing for Holland, our championship leader and race winners last time out, followed by Musto GD Esports. P9 and P10 sees Drive Game CRT with Ground Effect Sim Racing in 10th place. Then Jean Lacey Esports Academy won't be happy with that. Rookie Monsters in behind. I don't think they'll be too pleased either. World of Sim Racing iZone Performance, followed by Nita Velix, another disappointing qualifying. They did not have a good run back in Silverstone. They need to do better than that. They know they've got the pace. Then it's the other World of Sim Racing iZone Performance car, Speedy Mite, and then Speedy Mite, the 71 leads the 51. DX Droids, Zansho, our series champions, down in 19th place with Blackhawk Racing, rounding out the top 20. Fair Racing Team Volante. They finished inside the top 10 last time, and 22nd is not where they want to start. Ramada and Caspian Motorsport round out a very large grid here, as always, in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and I think we're going to see some fiery action.
Yeah, especially into turn 1, because that's a really high speed downhill braking zone into what's essentially a hairpin. So they're going to have to be careful about that turn, especially as you were talking about earlier with the cleanliness playing a factor in who gets promoted and who gets demoted. So we'll have to keep an eye on that at the start of the race.
It's also a lot about playing into strategy windows and not taking any too major risks at the start of the race, isn't it? You know, it's all about thinking the long game, not the short game.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but this is a 6-hour race. There's a long way to go from here on out. So damage at the start of the race could compromise the complete race for your team. So yeah, it's a matter of taking the moves where you know you can get them and not taking those risks.
Well, we head through the fast Vidal chicane, not the short one, which means that that's an overtaking opportunity that maybe isn't on the table for these drivers this afternoon. It's certainly one that's played its factor last season and saw a thrilling fight towards the end. LMP2's in the top right of your screen. LMHC's in the middle. Risto Capet from Arno Sconefleet on the front row of the grid. Henry Sinek and Roman Yakubovic behind, about ready to get underway for the 6 hours of Nurburgring. We are ready to go racing, and it's a great start from Henry Sinek as Arno Sconefleet's about to get swallowed up here, going to drop back into the pack. Risto Capet's clear. Henry Sinek's dropping it deep into T1. Massive lock-up from him, maybe running it a little bit too wide to Yokohama. Managed to hang on to second place. Fantastic stuff as everyone fans out in the background. Top right of your screen, you've got the LMP2 category, which is going pretty crazy. We've got some 3 wide as Ibrahim Khan, the rookie monsters, taking the lead in LMP2, trying to get down the inside of Chris Shepherd. One of the LMHCs dropping backwards into the pack, and it's Ibrahim Khan leading from Michi Hoyer, who's gone and taken the race lead. That's a fantastic start from Burst Simplexity in GTE. It's a great start from Zbigniew Shara, who's taking the lead in the GTE category, getting ahead of Jimmy Nasula, who's now under attack from Adam Baldwin. Here is your race leader in LMP2. What a frantic start. The battle for the race lead. Oh, Burst! Is that Burst Edge Esports?
Yes, that is. They have just gone off the track, but also it's not been a great start for OmSim Racing. They're down in 14th, halfway down the LMP2 group of the field. But yeah, that was Burst Edge Esports off the track. They're now in the middle of GTE, so that's going to be some extra chicanes they're going to have to navigate.
That's not good for Jene Simicic. You see him there on your screen. Of course, FSR double world champion, down in 25th place overall. Of course, we know his records when it comes to this, being a previous champion in the Virtual Endurance Championship back in season 11. Had a fairly, I'd say, disappointing. They had a good run in LMHC. It just wasn't quite the run they were looking for. Moved down back into LMP2, where Dennis Jordan's won a couple of championships before, looking for another one. They dominated Silverstone. They are now last at LMP2. They've just cleared the GTE traffic again. Jene Simicic, with his massive experience, has a long road ahead of him.
Yeah, they've already got dropped 5 seconds off the back of the LMP2 pack, so that's a lot of room they're going to have to make up. But OmSim Racing, they've still got 3 LMP2s between them and the LMHC pack, so that's going to be a lot more difficult. You saw there that Simicic, he managed to navigate those GTs quite well, but this here is the OmSim Racing car, and they're 9.8 seconds off the leader. But you can see these LMP2s, and as we mentioned earlier, the HCs and the LMP2s are quite similar in terms of pace. So this is going to be really difficult, especially with them battling with each other at such an early stage in the race.
Yeah, it's not the start that Verzi wanted, to be right in the middle of this LMP2 category. By the way, from what I'm seeing, Jene Simicic received a bit of contact from what I believe is Max Melamed. It was one of the Butler Powell Motorsport cars, and so I'm pretty sure that would be Melamed. Dropped them down the order. Very unfortunate, but you know this team, they are going to come back strong. They are going to keep their chin up and just keep focused. And Dennis Jordan, Mr. Strategy Man himself, will be running the numbers already to try and drag them back on strategy. So keep an eye on them. They'll throw a curveball out there. Dennis, this is the thing is Dennis Jordan was telling me that this was going to be a good race in LMP2, and what that means is that he's thought of something which no one else has quite thought of yet. So he's definitely going to be moving his way up the order when he gets in the car, and obviously try and strategize Jone Simicic's way up the order with Verzi. By the way, if we look at P13, he's just trying to lap the LMP2s now coming into the Vidal chicane. It's a pretty tight there, but that top three part of LMP2 is incredibly close. Let's take a look there in the top right of your screen. That's the replay. There's the contact, and off Jone Simicic goes. I believe that was Max Melamed who sent him packing. Unfortunately, not what you'd classify as an ideal start to the 6 hours of Nurburgring.
No, but to be fair, it could have been a lot worse. He did a good job of just getting back on track and getting past those GTs quite quickly. But what's interesting I've noticed is at the top, the R8G Esports, driven by Risto Capit, they're 1.8 seconds ahead of second, which is the Pinsim Drillers, who've squeezed themselves up into that place ahead of Ajuris. They dropped back to third, so we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, Capit looks to be on some good pace right now. He's really pulling away from that LMHC pack.
Yeah, it is important to know as well that Risto Capit and R8G Esports winning that first round, they were put under an awful lot of pressure in the dying phases by Jean Lacy Esports Academy. Mohammed Patel behind the wheel of that one, Yuri Spears and Alan Terzic, they were all fairly fast. I know there was disappointment from them because they felt they could have got a lot more. They realistically weren't very far off when it came to the checkered flag. So for them being in 6th place at the moment, they need to start working their way through the order now. Same with Arna Scovely, who's now stuck behind Henry Sinnick. The thing is with this circuit, though, is that this is not an easy track to overtake. It's incredibly difficult. It is relentlessly frustrating when it comes to that. You can see Corazari there on your screen, Waveframe Esports driver, currently in 4th place behind Adam Baldwin. Dropped back a little bit on the start. Good starts from Adam Baldwin. Zbigniew Shah has been repassed by Jimmy Nasula, and Satellite Racing heading at the front of the GTE category. Good start.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see now how, of those first 5 minutes, and they were quite intense, you can see those GTs there just behind the leader here of the Satellite car is really close. As Ibrahim Khan, yeah, he has got the fastest that time, but look there, look how close they are. That slipstream going to have an effect down that relatively long main straight, but also the back straight as well, from turn 11 to the far chicane. That will be an interesting place. See if people make a move, although it could be quite risky into the braking zone.
And here's where everything gets thrown into the fan. The drive-through penalties have now been assigned. You can see Ibrahim Khan, who's set the fastest lap of the race, now starting to apply pressure onto the back of Michi Hoyer. It's not quite close enough to be filling the mirrors of the Burst Esports Simplicity driver. And we know that Michi Hoyer is a driver who's risen realistically the last... 2020 for Michi Hoyer has been a fantastic year, a character building year. He's really come to the fore and is now leading, but has a drive-through penalty. It is important to note, this is the thing, from the last round, the penalties that were applied from were given out from last round are applied to this round, so they'll receive drive-through penalties and as such. And at the moment, Michi Hoyer is one of them. So if I'm Ibrahim Khan, who, as far as my list goes, does not have a drive-through penalty, I don't think he'll be too worried. Other drivers up there do. Jan van der Heide, who's currently 5th in LMP2, has a drive-through penalty. Christian Mikel in GTE, the Nita Belix driver, he's got a penalty. Obviously, Michi Hoyer does. Anthony Jans does, who's up there, I believe, in 6th place in class. Michi Hoyer's already gone into servet straight away, or as does the Waveframe, straight into the pit lane. Marcel Chinchik also has a drive-through penalty. Rory McDuff, Borja Milan. There is a lot of drive-through penalties to be applied.
Yeah, you can see them all pull in here. But this is a P4, the Team Spirit Racing into turn 1, getting quite close. Not quite close enough to make that move, though, but this is for the podium positions. This is Anthony Jans versus Jan van der Heide. Van der Heide in the Zansho LMP2. Let's see what they can do, because look at that gap. It is just half a second as they head through this tight section now. It's all about the exit. It looked a bit squirrely, though, there for the car in P4. That gap really close, and you can see their lap times very evenly matched, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a move quite yet. And as we said earlier, it is just such a hard track to overtake on here at the Nurburgring.
It really is quite frustrating, to be honest. For those of you that have raced the Nurburgring, it is intensely frustrating. It's where the best drivers on the grid will wait for traffic effectively, and they'll use traffic to work their way through the field and use that intelligently to try and make the gaps, to open the doors, to see what opportunities available on the table. Message from Nick Newcomb saying that Juices are looking for a good round, currently running in third in GTE. They'll be very, very happy with that. This is the thing, is that the first round of the season is sort of like who's quick, who's not, who's got potential, etc., etc. And if you have a bad first round, yes, it's only a 9-round season, but there is time to build that back up again. And with a field as strong as this, it's very unforgiving to mistakes. And I think most teams made a couple of mistakes in the first round. That's fine. But the thing is, they learn from that. They build on that. Penalty for Jan van der Heijden. I'm assuming that's just what's come through, and it's not. Is that a new one?
I'm not sure. He's still in P3, so it might be, it might not. We'll have to.
Let me just double check.
See.
I'm not sure if that's a new one or not. Because the thing is, we don't normally get them appear on screen like that. So I'm a little concerned. Michi Hoy's still got a drive-through penalty to do, I believe. Still very. There's a lot going on when it comes to this. Rory McDuff's still yet to serve his drive-through penalty. And where is Jan van der Heijden when it comes to his? Because he's still got one to serve, but I think it might just be one that's there's still one that's just lingering over him. It's not a new penalty as far as I'm aware. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. If you're racking up a penalty for track excursions this early in the race, oh my goodness me, you are going to get a slap on the wrist.
Indeed, and one thing was, I think the Armsim Racing, they had a penalty, and that's put them even further down into that field of LMP2 cars. Unless they had another incident, but I'm pretty sure they were in the pits for a penalty.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah,
comment,
that's not good for them at all, because they're currently running P18. That's 8 or so LMP2s they're going to have to navigate before they can get back up to the rest of their pack. And that's just really not the position they want to be in. They're 5 seconds off Simoncic in the Burst Edge Esports. So they're the two cars that had those incidents on the first lap, and they're in the same positions on track. However, Simoncic is actually ahead of VEC now, so those two cars very unfortunate. And this is the Journalist Esports car right now.
Yeah, I saw Jordi popping up onto screen. I was having a little bit of a snack prior to his race. It's important. But I'm just having a look now. Jan van der Heijden did get another penalty.
Yeah, he's just gone into serve it now.
He's gone into serve it. He's still got another one. I've just checked. He's got another one. So I don't know if he's picked that up from track excursions. I'm assuming that's the only way that he can get a second one, because on my list. Oh no, he did have two. I'm being silly now. He did have two because it was down to the blue flags. I forgot they were applied to, rather than just the one. So they were given 2 penalties from Silverstone for blue flags, and ignoring them, to be honest. sorry, y'all, but it is what it is.
Yeah, we did see some interesting stuff about the blue flags last time out. And I know the drivers, some of them weren't too happy with that.
No, they certainly weren't, to be fair. I mean, I said it then, and I'll more than happily say it again, that it's kind of like that kind of stuff, fairly rookie stuff. You know, the blue flags is pretty obvious. It's a pretty simple rule, and it wasn't applied. It wasn't followed appropriately in the last round. Now, from that, I feel that a lot of the drivers have been like, oh, okay, fair enough. Let's not mess about with that. Let's play ball when it comes to the blue flags. It's not worth it. We see this battle for the podium raging on as Jimmy Nasula has run away in the GTE category. Another penalty for Alejandro Lopez-Ayorna, who had a good run last time out. Obviously, it's all still just being dished out. We look at Zbigniew Shara in the Butler Powell Motorsports car with Adam Baldwin in behind, Corazari, Downer as well. Sedlacek's a little bit further off the back, and Andrea Terzi is in touching distance of the podium battle, which I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with, especially after I kind of accidentally ripped him a new one on GT Challenge. I said that he can clearly make physics better than he can drive cars, and I didn't mean it in the most harshest way. I mean that he's very good at making physics for cars, and is maybe average at driving. He's doing very well, though, I'd say, at the moment, running in 6th place. So Zancho moves up a position. Tony Miller's got by Chris Shepherd at the hairpin. So up to 7th place goes the Zancho LMHC car. whether they've got the pace to move further up. As far as I'm aware, today is just Tony Mellor and Jonas Raivio, I believe. I don't think that Mike Epps or Lars Brugman are here today. So how that affects things, Hugo, when it comes to a 6-hour race, you've already dropped out 2 drivers, and when you come out to traffic, I'm sure that's not on their mind right now, to be honest.
No, but as you're saying, fatigue does set in. If they're going to have to do 3 hours of driving each in such a competitive scenario, that's going to be really difficult. And you can see we've already started to catch up with the GT class in these LMHCs, so that's going to throw a little bit of... Oh, whoa! That was very interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looks like some kind of lag.
Tony's car, there was a little bit of lag there. I'm not sure what, like, as to which car that lagged backwards into.
I think that was the G drive. I don't know.
Oh, it did hit Tony's car very hard as well. It was Ferrari.
I think it might have been the G drive Ferrari.
Oh,
Ferrari Racing.
Ferrari is orange and black, so I'll give you that one.
Oh yeah.
It hit Tony very hard, that Sancho car. Whether there's there's no visual damage on the car, which normally you see, like some rumpled bodywork. But there's no visual damage on that car, which makes me wonder if there's any damage at all. Oh, and now he's trying to... Woo! You don't like seeing that coming out of the hairpin and up to Dunlop. Jordi Zviers has lost out an awful lot in all of this because he's just ahead of Chris Shepherd. And by just ahead, I mean just ahead. Chris Shepherd, by the way, has got an absolutely rumpled up car as he's trying to go around the outside. Oh, my goodness me, picking up the Ferrari on the inside. Oh, that was close. That would have been a very cool move if he was able to pull that one off. This is terrifying stuff. Jordi tries going right, then has to go left through the Advan Arc, up towards the Vidal chicane. Through it they go, and I believe they're pretty safe, although behind that there was some side-by-side stuff as Popo was trying to get a position done, but that one didn't really work out for him. Whew, that was frantic.
Yeah, that was some extremely close stuff because that was quite a tight pack of GTs that they're all trying to navigate at the same time, and I'm surprised there wasn't any heavier contact there because that could have gone a lot worse. And you can see now there's still more traffic to navigate, but that was really tight. And we did see those HDs getting quite protective over the track. But this is a replay here of the Jean-Alesi car going around the outside of that Ferrari. And yeah, that was close. Closer than you might like.
It was very, very tight indeed. But why not? Why not give it a good go? He certainly did, but oh goodness me, this is where these guys are on another level when it comes to that kind of stuff. Is the bravery they show. Sometimes it can get a little bit reckless, but my goodness me, they do give it a good go. Jordi under a fair amount of pressure. Oh, Chris Shepherd's overdone it there into the hairpin. Watch out for the GT traffic. This is the race leaders or the battle for second place that we're coming up and firing our way through. Looking into the Schumacher-esque, gets down on the Butler Power Motorsports car. Jordi Zviers just firing his way through the Schumacher-esque, flashing his lights, trying to make sure that everyone knows where he's going and where he's coming through. But to be fair, they've got through fairly well up to the back of Jimmy Nasula, and that's the last GTE they have to clear before they're good and gone and they can focus on just the road ahead.
Yeah, and that's just those LMHCs now passing through the GTs, that split them up again, but you did see just how close it is, and these drivers really do have to concentrate when they're trying to navigate their track, as we see Semicic down there, and there's yellows in Sector 2, not sure how extreme that is. Oh, that's a Porsche off the track there, as we head through with the P5 First Edge Esports car, currently ahead of P6, which is the Vargason Racing. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, that is the Vargason Racing. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Relatable, very relatable. But yeah, we saw Jone Simicic there on screen. It never seems flustered, does Jone. I once saw him do a race in a shirt and tie, because why not? He's a very, very speedy driver, considering they were at the back of the LMP2 field. They've now moved their way back up to 5th, which is decent. They're 10 and a bit seconds off of the race leader, which obviously is their focus. They're not a team of that potential. They're not focused on finishing in 5th, in 6th, and 7th, and 3rd. They're focused on winning races. Waterson Racing iZone Performance being split and pinched. Oh, naughty, naughty, naughty. Was that Max Melamed again? I believe it may well have been. And that would explain why he's dropped down the order a little bit. Oh, if you are Butler Powell Motorsport right now, you're in a little bit of trouble because Max Melamed, I believe, that's the second incident that he's been involved in already in 20 minutes.
And yeah, I think that was an example of the racing getting a little bit too close there, because he had one on the inside, one on the outside into that chicane. That must have been quite scary for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of in that scenario, what do you do? Whether you blame that on Max Melamed or not is entirely up to you, and probably down to the race stewards. But if it was to be reported, we can see Jane Simoncic, though, who's already to the back of the Butler Powell Motorsports car. This is looking backwards from the Burst Edge Esports car as Marcel Cinčić closing in. Cinčić was very impressive on pace in the opening stages of the Silverstone race to open the season, was actually battling genuinely for the overall race lead in the opening stint, courtesy of the wet weather conditions. The LMP2 category was about as fast, if not a little bit faster than LMHC. Wasn't able to find his way through and at least lead a lap overall, just for the why not. Of course, there's no extra points, but yeah, if you get the chance to lead, you might as well. But now Jane Simoncic, who we can see in that sort of rear-view mirror of the Butler Powell Motorsports car. Now, if I'm Dennis Jordan, I don't know about you, Hugo, if I'm Dennis Jordan, if I'm Alex Seibel, if I'm talking to Jane Simoncic right now, I'm putting out a light warning about Max Melamed, that this is the driver that sent you packing on lap 1. He's been involved in another incident. Just be careful.
Yeah, I think that's an example of just finding drivers that you're going to have to watch out for the rest of the season. So they're probably just trying to remind him, be a little bit careful around the other cars, because it's not always going to go the way you want it to go.
Yeah, it's one thing you kind of take a fair amount of that sort of luck per se is in your own hands. You're the deciding factor in that. It's about whether you do necessarily go for gaps and stuff. It's all about weighing it up. And so for Jane Simoncic's position, he's very aware of that. But when you know the driver's a little bit risky, you approach them slightly differently. You don't approach them with the level of risk. We know what Burst Edge Esports are like. They're going to effectively out-strategize their way ahead rather than having to try and make a risky move on circuit. No risky moves happening here. The train for second place in GTE as Jimmy Nasula, he's gone. He's already at the final corner and coming out of it to start another lap. He has absolutely blasted away from the field for Satellite Racing, and fair play to him. Zbigniew Szara under pressure from Adam Baldwin, from Korzari, from Downer as well. Sedlacek's not quite got the pace in the Varga Sim Racing Porsche at the moment. Sim Racing for Holland was very much closing in on the back end. I think there might have been a touch of contact as well. If anything, it was just a brush on the back of that Ferrari into T1. All very, very tight. A very surprising winner from last round. But let's be real here, Hugo. They are backing this up right now, running comfortably inside the top 5 and running in a position where they're strong enough to maybe contend for another podium.
Well, yeah, it looks like they're establishing themselves for the rest of the season, because if they can keep this up, it's going to look really good. And you can see now we've got some more, some faster classes going through, and that's going to split them up. But they have done such a good job last time out, and to be in the top 5 again, they're definitely proving their worth here in VEC Division 1.
Jeez, I'm very, very impressed with their team, with that output at the moment. Our focus then just very quickly went up to RHG Esports, currently leading by 1.8 seconds. Gonna give a shout out as well. Henry Sinek was keeping the gap. Oh my goodness me, as we're seeing some very close stuff, as I think that's Marcel Cinčić who's moved on the inside. This is for 15th place. Jane Simoncic now around the outside onto the back straight. Oh, but Jane Simoncic just manages to slot the traffic. 5th place in class, now trying to move their way through the further parts of traffic. This is that battle for the podium. They've now got the Butler Powell Motorsports car to also navigate before they begin their next lap. Jane Simoncic is going to fire it down to the final corner and potentially put a car between himself and Marcel Cinčić. That was genius move. Nice work from him. And Jane Simoncic just allows himself a little bit of reprieve from Cinčić behind. But Cincic's very racy, and we know what he's like through traffic. He can be pretty feisty. and was definitely trying to make a move on Jene Simoncic.
Yeah, we saw Shinjik get really close in that traffic, and Simoncic did a good job to try and get that gap up again, using the traffic to his advantage. And now we have the Waveframe Esports number 99 here. He's got that P2 right behind him, but he's got that Porsche ahead of him, P3, that he's going to be looking to get past. That's the Juicers Motorsport Club, who are quite enthusiastic this weekend. Let's see what they can do. But yeah, we have got the other classes trying to get through. This is some really close stuff, though, in GTE.
It's always close stuff in GTE. It's insane. No matter what you throw at these guys, it never disappoints. GTE. It's always feisty, and you'll come back in 5 hours' time, and you'll see that, oh yeah, the battle's still going on, is it? It's relentless. As far as my understanding is, by the way, and we'll sort of like try and keep our eye on this as the race unfolds. As we see this battle again, the three-way fight for fourth place rather, in LMP2 was Butler Power Motorsport. Where it was a 10-second gap to the race leader, it's now gone out to 20. So the race leader's gained 10 seconds in the last few laps on this group, which is not ideal. Chinchik looking to the inside of the chicane, the Vidal chicane. Wouldn't have been the smartest move, but it might have just put Jene Simoncic offline enough, but not quite so much. Still holding position at the moment. When it comes to strategy, GTE were expected to run about an hour and 5 minutes rather than the standard hour around here. It was between an hour and 5 minutes. Oh my goodness me, that's a big dive. That's going to miss the corner, surely. Oh, bravo. He hit the apex and pulled it up. That's a Daniel Ricciardo level dive bomb there from Marcel Chinchik. Jene Simoncic was not really prepared for that, and I think he, in the same boat as me, was sat there going, yeah, he's not making that corner. Maybe,
yeah, I'm very surprised about that, because we've seen earlier in the race that people have looked that far away and they've left it because there's no way they can get past. But that was ridiculously late, and yeah, I wasn't expecting a move there, but he pulled it off, and he's already up right behind P4.
Made it work very, very nicely. Whether he'll be able to pass Max Melamed as quickly. Maybe this is what Jene Simoncic wants. He's looking at these two thinking, oh, they're probably definitely going to take each other out. Let's wait and see. Jene Simoncic is a very smart driver when it comes to his patience. Again, he's thinking of the long game and not the short term. So where his cards will be played are more towards the end of the checkered flag. So I'm assuming even now, see how much he's dropped off. He'll probably try and close it off and then sit in the slipstream and just sort of save a little bit of fuel. We'll wait and see on that one. Chinchik, though, don't think he cares about saving fuel. Up to the Vidal chicane, to the inside of Max Melamed. Oh, this is risky. Into the far chicane. Melamed backs out. Oh, nearly makes contact as he cuts back in, though. That was extremely tight. Marcel Chinchik up to fourth place. Nice work. Max Melamed down a position, and I think that pressure will return the way of Jene Simoncic behind. But Anthony Jans as well is that driver just there, just creeping through in shot. Another driver closing in as the Butler Power Motorsports car of Max Melamed misses the apex of T1, although Anthony Jans, previous series champion in LMP2 back in Season 8, if I remember correctly. He was dominant in Season 8 for Team Spirit Racing. They were absolutely dominant in Season 8. Come back into it, they are last in LMP2, but definitely making amends for that.
Speaking of dominance, I have to say, Juan Carlos Fernandez and Ibrahim Khan, they are miles ahead of the rest of the competition in LMP2. They're about 11 seconds ahead of the Burst Esport Hungary in P3. So, yeah, they're doing a really good job there, really getting that gap up as much as possible. And, yeah, we are seeing that Anthony Jans, he's closing up. That gap was 1.3 seconds to Simoncic. Now it's 0.9. So he could really be posing a bit of a threat. But this is the race leader with Fernandez leading the race. And he's doing a good job. He's got a relatively safe gap behind to Ibrahim Khan. That's about 2 seconds now. And he's just going to try and sit pretty. But we've still got 5.5 hours to go. It is more than enough time for everything to change.
Yeah, DX Droids, the team that's leading. I'm pretty sure they didn't appear in race 1. They certainly didn't score. They've got 10 points on the board. has the 330. So it's not been a great start to the season for them. I don't know if they were there or not. I'm pretty sure they weren't at round one. Either way, doesn't matter. They are here now, and they are making sure that everyone knows that they are here. Rookie Monsters, who finished 6th on the road back in Silverstone, having a great improvement up to 2nd. But just remember that Burst Edge Esports, the team that won, they're lingering, and we know their pace. Oh my goodness me, this is terrifying. In the middle of this battle pack, we've got Jordi Viers as well, battling it out still with Daniel Brewer for G-Drive. Driller's just ahead of him, and oh my goodness me, bit of a slide there from Chris Shepherd, leaving the Vidal chicane, throwing it to the inside of the Speedy Mike Ferrari. Every time they come around these GTs, I'm getting terrified.
I am as well, and if you're Jordi Brewer right now, Daniel Brewer, sorry, you're going to be quite worried as we look down the inside. Can Spires get that position? He got very close, but the door was just about shut on him, but that must have been very concerning for Daniel Brewer. That was some very close traffic navigation, and it's closed up these LMHCs now. And you see Spires in the bottom right there, looking quite calm, but he's going to be concentrating really hard, trying to get past these GTs, but also trying to get past the fellow category members.
Indeed, very focused. This driver has done a lot in sim racing. Oh, there's contact as well ahead of this between I think that was Wild Sim Racing and DX Droids, Porsche versus the BMW. Oh, I think that's not what you want to see when you're coming through to try and lap. Look at that on the tower between 3rd place and 7th. There's a 1.5 seconds separating this lot as they've gone through and cleared the GTE traffic. This is mighty close. Henry Sinek under an awful lot of pressure from the Blackhawk Pescara SRT car of Roman Jakubovic. And then Daniel Brewer, Jordi Viers and Chris Shepherd all behind this quintet, all battling it out for that final spot on the podium.
Look how close they are, and I did notice in the background as well, a Porsche almost went straight into the DX Droids BMW in the GT class as they went into that braking zone, trying to make the most of the faster traffic to his advantage. But here we have the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin having a look down the inside of the Ferrari ahead, deciding not to go for it quite yet.
No, patience, more of a key factor here. You know, the standard saying discretion is the better part of valor, and all that lark. Trying to get themselves into the top 10, of course, which is crucial when it comes to escaping the potential relegation down to Division 2 in the early stages of the 13th season. Looking to the inside, the Zan show on the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance wasn't able to get through there, but Cedo Vai, who's the one behind the wheel of that car, maybe not so impressed with his pace. I believe for this round as well, that car is only being piloted by Cedo and by Goran Djordjevic. Dan Kell, who was omitted from the lineup, not really a part of that. He's helping on strategy with that team, but not really a part of that team from a driver's perspective, as we see side by side the two Aston Martins. Jean Lacey Esports Academy always seem to be battling it out with another Aston Martin, but definitely not in the positions that they feel they should be. I was a little harsh on them in the previous round when it came to them saying that, oh, well, our Aston Martin, it's not very quick. And I was going like, well, one, it's the car you picked, and for two, you should still be doing better now. I mean, come on. Like, oh, I think Cedo's had an issue. He's getting passed by Nita Velix. Oh, my goodness me. He's got by for battle for 32nd overall. Cedo has got by the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance, but now Nita Velix of Christian Miguel also getting involved. There's just action everywhere.
I mean, that's the beauty of multi-class racing. We've got 3 different races going on simultaneously, and it's when they all mix together on track, that's when you get the really interesting moments, because that is another aspect of strategy. It's not just pit strategy, it's also placement strategy, because you've got to put your car in the right place when you're trying to get around the traffic to either make the most of it or actually have negative effects.
Absolutely. Oh, this is the replay to see just about what happened. Then left it to the inside, the Christian Mikel and the Nita Velix car, just trying to find his way through. Decent move there, although they're going side by side into the first corner as well. You've got the Nita Velix car taking the outside line into the arena section, and the Porsche manages to hold on again. Certainly couldn't be any complaints in both their category and for the Zan show when it comes to the performance of the Corvette, because we know it's perfectly fast. It's battling up there at the front end. It won in Silverstone. Reminder that Nita Velix won this race last year under the brand of Singularity. They were victorious at this venue in both GTE and LMP2. I don't think they'll be too happy with what's going on at the moment.
No, I think it's a similar position to Jean Esports Academy. They're not where they want to be, and they're going to have to start making a move, as that was a big slide there for the Rookie Monsters LMP2. That's the P2 car as well. They're actually gaining on the DX droids there now. That's just half a second. It's gone up massively since we last looked at them. They're navigating traffic, but this could be the battle for P1 now. Ibrahim Khan, he's trying to get that speed up. He was a second quicker on the last lap compared to Juan Carlos Fernandez, and this could be the opportunity. He needs to try and get P1, although he has got that traffic ahead of him. It's all how he navigates it. Oh, they're side by side ahead of him. That is not what he wants to see, and he's going to have to back off for now.
That's definitely cost him an awful lot of time there. Ibrahim Khan was right on the back of Juan Carlos Fernandez, but unfortunately, as that traffic, the battle between the Speedy Mite and the John Lacey Esports Academy GTE cars all just kind of split them, closed them up, and dropped them all out of sync a little bit. And it's just given a little bit of a gap to the 330 ahead. Verzi as well, that LMHC that's just come through, that is technically for position. Obviously, after the early start to the race wasn't so good, then obviously the penalty and stuff, it's not really been ideal for the Arm Sim Racing squad. They're still, 10th place. They're just going to try and reach their way to the checkered flag and get themselves to a finish. And here's that battle still raging on.
Yeah, and the one thing to say for the Arm Sim Racing, there's still 5 hours, 25 minutes to go. Anything could happen ahead of them. They're doing a good job now, just trying to make up that time that they lost and get back up into their category first. And then from there, try and start making up positions, because those two penalties and the incident, that really didn't help them, or just the penalty, because they dropped down immediately, then they dropped down even further. They're almost out of the LMP2 group. They can get themselves back into LMHC, worry about cars that are only slightly slower than them, and start pushing forward.
Absolutely. This battle, though, talk about worrying and trying to push forward. Anthony Jans on the back of Jane Simoncic with Max Melamed. Lorenzo Arisi now part of this. The more they battle, the more the Nita Velix car of Rory McDuff closes in. As I said, SNG were victorious here. Obviously, Nita Velix, the brand they were under last season. That car was victorious, although realistically, Rory McDuff was part of Hydra Esports. Still very complicated, but they're now under Nita Velix now anyway. 9th place after serving a penalty, and still well within touch of the likes of Jane Simoncic and that kind of lot. I don't think that's been a particularly bad opener. At least an opening stint. We are approaching LMP2 pit lanes, and Jane Simoncic is making that move on Max Melamed. Look at that, getting it done. What does Anthony Jans fancy doing? Is he diving into the inside? He's going to try and get it done on Max Melamed, nearly going to make contact with Jane Simoncic, just very, very close on the apex of T1. Now opens the door, a little bit of a deep breath from Jane Simoncic as they navigate their way around the Porsche GTE. But nice move there from Jane Simoncic. Anthony Jans is down the, or has got it done on, did get it done on Max Melamed. Max Melamed was under pressure then from Lorenzo Arisi. They switched positions a little bit in the arena section, but Max Melamed managed to hold firm.
I think that World of Sim Racing Porsche couldn't have come at a better time there, because it gave Simoncic that gap that he needed, just a little bit of room to compose himself and put everyone on equal footing to him. So he timed that extremely well. And it did get very close though, because there was a little bit of contact as they almost went 3 wide, but that was a beautiful move.
Indeed. A bit of bravery and a bit of a deep breath. Nevertheless, made it work without any... Oh, a bit of a snap there from Lorenzo Arisi into the Schumacher S. I don't think it worked particularly well for the Butler Powell Motorsports car ahead. Lorenzo Arisi is definitely one that we should be keeping an eye on as someone to march forward in this championship, as Anthony Jans goes around the outside of Melichak Mackley and nearly received a little bit of contact for his worries. Darting, ducking, diving, weaving, all trying to find their way through, I believe, Jack Mackley as well. That was him going a lap down on the Blackhawk Racing, it's now Blackhawk Racing GTE. Now finding their way through the final corner. Oh, is that someone coming? That's Anthony Jans coming into the pit lane. So said that pit stops were coming in pretty soon. First one to bite, very, very early. Only 38 minutes complete. Anthony Jans into the pit lane.
That is very interesting. Maybe they're trying to go for an undercut, but they've got to be careful because they don't want to do an extra pit stop come the end of the race, because that's a lot of extra time that you just can't regain back on track. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out at the end of all these pit stops. But here's Denita Velez just navigating some traffic. Now it looks like MP2's calmed down for the time being. That pit stop helping to introduce that, and you can see them in the top right there. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they will stand after these pit stops have been completed.
So naturally with LMP2, when it comes to their pit stop sequences, because they've got a small fuel tank, you're expecting them to double stint. Now my question is to them, if they're going around the 40-minute mark and they're going to effectively try and triple stint the tyres and try and extend it a little bit further. So you're on the tyres for 2 hours, basically. Meanwhile, everyone else might do only a couple of stints. Naturally, I kind of think that's maybe not the case, and that if they can triple stint from this point, then everyone else is going to be triple stinting anyway. But obviously they're seeing some sort of gain from pitting early, maybe just getting out of traffic and just giving themselves a fresh bit of space. We're still a fair way from the first pit stops in this category. Dennis Downer in sim racing for Holland in 6th place. More like 20-25 minutes before we see these into the pit lane. Alvaro Martinez comes out of the pit lane. He's right at the back of the field. Been a bad day for them. By the way, Pim van Ark was the driver for Fair Racing Team that was in that incident with Tony Miller earlier in the race when he lagged backwards on the start-finish straight. Is our only retirement thus far. Marcel Chinchik now in the pit lane.
Yeah, we're beginning to see them come in now. After these P2s, actually, it's good news for the ARM Sim Racing because they can go slightly longer. They will have got themselves out of that P2 void that they're essentially stuck in. But one thing I was going to say is that this track's slightly shorter than Silverstone, so it makes it all the more compact when these drivers are trying to navigate each other. And we're squeezing 44 cars now because we've had that one retirement. We're trying to squeeze them all into a smaller space than Silverstone. It's a narrower track as well, and it's harder to overtake, which is why we've seen incidents such as those with Max and Melamed. And trying to move yourself out of traffic could be a good strategy.
Absolutely. I did hear, by the way, just a note, that according to the team, Butler Power Motorsport, that there wasn't actually contact between himself and the Porsche. Now, we didn't really get a great angle from it. But I think it was the World of Sim Racing, or it might have been Team Rookie Months, I don't remember. It was white and gold anyway. As Speedy Mike's getting overtaken there by Jean Lacey Sports Academy, and that move. There wasn't contact between the two, as far as I've been told. So from that angle, like maybe we didn't really get the best view of it. So we'll hold firm on any major judgment on that. Obviously, it was ages ago, so I don't even remember what happened. But nevertheless, like their stance is they don't believe there was contact between the two. Take what you will with that one. Another LMP2 into the pit lane. This one is the race leader, the number 330, Juan Carlos Fernandez, into the pit lane. For drivers with more experience in the car, the likes of Team Rookie Monsters have a lot of experience in the LMP2 car. For the likes of Jene Simoncic, Burst Esports Complexity, obviously they're getting a lot of information from the Burst Edge Esports car, obviously being sister teams and such. And of course, you need to know all these drivers, Lorenzo Arisi. These are the strategies that I'm keeping focused on, and how they're sort of spreading their fuel out, and when they're pitting. That's the important bit for me. Jan von der Heide as well, also in the pit lane. Oh, DX Droids as well. Long pit stop from DX Droids. Juan Carlos Fernandez The other two that have been in, they've stopped for about 32, 35 seconds. So this car, and Jan von der Heide as well, also stationary for 34 seconds. Juan Carlos Fernandez for DX Droids, I believe it's a full service. I think he's taking tyres as well. Underway, 71 seconds complete in that pit stop. That seems a mistake to me. Only 40 minutes done and already changing tyres. Not sure about that one.
Yeah, I think that might be a mistake, and that is a critical error for the team that was in the lead of the LMP2 class. Unless there's some kind of master strategy, if that was unintentional, that's really bad news for them, because that extra amount of time is going to be really hard to regain, even with 5.25 hours to go.
Absolutely. Ibrahim Khan into the pit lane. Jone Simoncic in a little bit earlier than expected. We'll see what there, of course, then everyone else has started to flood in. So this is the driver that will take the lead of the race. Max Melamed comes out of the final corner and will take the lead of LMP2, dragging around Rory McDuff as well, who now goes into second place after serving a drive-through penalty as well. How long is the likes of Ibrahim Khan stationary in the pit lane as they're all sort of navigating their way through traffic? Ibrahim Khan, I'm assuming, is about to get moving now. He does indeed 33 seconds, so that should be a pretty easy lead take when it comes to their differences. They've effectively gained 35 seconds on DX Droids.
I've just seen in the chat that the number 78 World of Sim Racing iZone Performance car has lost 2 laps due to a disconnection, so that's not good news down there. Yeah, that's apparently why they've lost the time, but Ibrahim Khan, he's going to be quite happy with that. He'll come out on top, I presume, once all of these pit stops have been completed.
Absolutely. I'd be very, very surprised if that wasn't the case. Obviously, the other two will come into the pit lane, being Rory McDuff and Max Melamed. But seems like a pretty decent gain there for Ibrahim Khan. Our focus now for the race lead, as Arne Scainfleet has done his thing, where he's just like, okay, I've got myself some clean air now, I'm going to close this gap down. He did the same thing at Silverstone. Oh my goodness me, driving past the Mustang GT Esports Ferrari there and nearly getting pulled into him, but he's right on the back of race leader Risto Capit for R8G Esports. Ajira were able to fight with them whilst Arne was in the car. Not to be too disrespectful to his teammates, but it was when he handed off to his teammates at Silverstone that whilst they're good drivers, they just don't have that speed that Arne has. Now the problem is that for R8G Esports is they hand from Risto Capit, they hand to Erhan Yovsky, to Hani Al-Sabti, to Yuri Kazdorp. They hand to another driver of the same caliber, and that's where like Arne kind of is. I'm not trying to like disrespect the team because it's a strong team. It's just where they've got one very strong bullet and the other ones they're strong, they're good. They're just not all of that caliber.
There's just been a penalty for the number 19 Wanako. That's the lead Wanako LMHC. They're currently in P7, so that's bad news for them. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I have to say, Schoenfleet, he's really quick. Although that last lap was slightly slow, I think he's been slowed down by traffic because the previous lap he had been quicker by about 5/10. So that's evening itself out now because they've both got to navigate these GTEs. But yeah, the Ajira car could pose quite a big danger to the R8G Esports. Oh, that was relatively close to the back of that Corvette there, and he won't be too happy with that.
No, absolutely not. Clear air now for those two after clearing the GT. I think they've got one more to do, being a bit further down the road. Jimmy Nasula. Oh my God. Like this, by the way, so they've just passed second place. There is Jimmy Nasula in less than an hour, in 45 minutes, has cleared the most ridiculous margin. That is absolutely insane how fast. Hats off to him. What an incredible opening stint for Satellite Racing. 10 seconds clear. Whew. Oh, goodness me, brings a tear to your eye. That's fantastic stuff. By the way, LMP2 having completed the pit stops, Ibrahim Khan has cycled out to the race lead in category, and by a similar sort of margin. Now after DX Droids have been dropped into the pit lane, he now leads by 12 seconds at the moment. Fantastic stint for Ibrahim Khan, for Team Rookie Monsters, as our battle for second place rages on. Here you go.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good news for Arms anyway, because they could use this clean air to get that position back. But look at this, Juice's Motorsport. They have just lost that position. That is so close there. They're in P3. Wave Freem are in P4. Oh, sorry, I think that was an LMHT getting past them. But this is some really close stuff. They're P2 ahead. That's the Butler Power Motorsport driven by Ciara. Half a second. So all the way down from P2, it's about half a second separating quite a few cars in between each other. You can see from this angle now, you've got the odd LMHC trying to navigate them, and a bit of a lock up there from the Juice's Motorsport car. But these guys are closing up now, and we could be in for quite the treat. As you see they're moving to the left goes the fastest class car, and they absolutely bump through here. Round the outside, good move to get past them.
Yeah, nice work. Traffic management is king around a circuit like this, where it's so hard to overtake. You need to be efficient through traffic. Always diving to the inside. The Zand show there, pretty aggressive from Tony Mellor. He's fairly experienced in this car, obviously having done the previous season for Race Clutch in the Senna. Definitely one of the drivers that kind of likes. It's hard to say likes, because it's a beast to drive. We'll go with that. It's hard work, and I don't think a lot of people really get along with it very well. Tony Miller, though, showing that he actually kind of does battle for 5th place in LMP2, having jumped quite their way up the order, to be honest. The Burst Hungary DK car dropped back, and of course with Juan Carlos Fernandez's long pit stop, who's now not too far behind this, the likes of Rory McDuff and Max Melamed have jumped up 5th and 6th place. They currently run. I can say, I have no issue. Oh my goodness me, nearly getting covered off there from the Aston Martin John Lacey Esports Academy car. Rory McDuff has done a very good stint to open the race after the drive-through penalty, has come back with a vengeance. You'd kind of expect it with the experience that that team brings to the table. Rory McDuff has done probably more races in the last 12, 15 months. He's probably done more races in that car than anyone else on the grid. Having raced here, having raced in other LMP2 categories, obviously the various specials that have been done in rFactor 2, Le Mans Virtual, for example, all of them raced in LMP2. It's really the only car he's properly driven over the last sort of like 12, 15 months. You kind of expect that team to be quite strong courtesy of that. And to be fair, showing that experience at the moment, having moved up to 6th place.
Yeah, they've done a good job at bouncing back. But here we've got Sedlacek. And look at that, that Corvette is right behind him. He's going to be really holding on to this position now, because not only is he trying to defend, he's also trying to attack the cars in front. You can see the Wave Frame car just ahead. So this is quite the big battle. And this is Downer here. That's quite a nice rig he's got.
Yeah, nice triple screens.
Yeah, I'm jealous. But here we go. Could he make a move on the Porsche? He's had to back off, and that P2 is going to throw a spanner into the works here. He's going to try and get past, and he's going to be a bit worried now because they're battling quite close. Although the main straight has come at a good time for him, he's going to be able to get past a few of them with that extra speed. You can see how much smaller it is than those GTs. Along the straight, though, is he going to be able to get past all of them? Not quite. So this is going to be interesting. It could close up behind, and Downer having a slip of the inside line, just having to back off there.
Yeah, for this car, I think it saves fuel a little bit better to the sim racing for Holland Corvette. We'll see how that one unfolds over the next sort of like 15 minutes. By the way, battle between Max Melamed, 15th place on the road, Rory McDuff and Lorenzo Arisi now. This is the battle that we're on board with. Rory McDuff in the top right, the American from Danvers, Massachusetts, with Lorenzo Arisi, the feisty Italian behind, ready to move his way up some positions. Lorenzo Arisi is an incredibly impressive driver when it comes to his speed. I believe the LMP3 champion, if I remember correctly, but it was a long time ago, and I was very bad in that championship, so I tried to erase it from my memory. I did one round, very good. But Nita Velix, under an awful lot of pressure from Arisi, who was very strong in LMP2 last season as well. It's quite a team to try and keep behind.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that's being shown right now because these drivers are quite close. And I just noticed that the Zandvoort car driven by Jan van der Heide, the car that didn't have the greatest start to the race, they've just made their way past the DX Droids, the ex-race leader car, and that's put themselves in ninth position, but we've got this battle to focus on now. And you can see this is the Zansho car of Jan van der Heijden. Back to Butler Powell. Butler Powell, he's got to keep two very competitive teams right behind him. And you can see there, they are getting quite close.
They certainly are. Certainly are. With Lorenzo Risi, by the way, the driver that's in 7th place, finished second here last season. It did Wave 3 Esports to Lorenzo Risi behind the wheel. And they were only 2 seconds behind your race winners as well. So definitely a team to keep an eye on. LMP2, for my money, is an extremely competitive category this season. And Rory McDuff's got to the inside. The American has a yellow flag out in sector 2. Not quite sure what that was for. A little bit of contact there between McDuff and Melamed. Now trying to go around the outside in the arena section. That's just going to open the door for Lorenzo Rees to try and fire something through. Rory McDuff wasn't able to do it. Now looks to the inside of Max Melamed. Certainly no way through there. Now getting balked by the Ferrari. The more they battle, the more Patajic behind is going to be closing in as well and bringing Jan van der Heijden. Oh, and Juan Carlos Fernandez, by the way, has just got by Jan van der Heijden by dodging it through traffic. That was an incredible move from Juan Carlos Fernandez. He is muscling his way back up the order. The door might be open there for Lorenzo Arisi to try and find his way through. Oh, I do love LMP2.
This traffic
has... Rory McDuff! No! That was silly. That was very silly. Yeah, that's very lucky for that Ferrari.
I was about to say, this traffic really has closed things up. You can see, though, it's worked quite well for the P5 car of the Butler Power car. They're clearing off McDuff now in P6. He's still got the Wave Room car, but that gap ahead has extended even. But yeah, those GTs really forcing the drivers to close up. It looked quite close for a second.
Let's have a look on replay. This is with Juan Carlos Fernandez. This is how he got by Jan van der Heijden. Watch this. It's beautiful. I mean, it's aggressive stuff. But then that Musto GDE Sports Ferrari, he very much forces his way. So he holds around the outside, sees the Ferraris there, and is like, Jan, we're going over here, buddy. And fires through. Nice work. Good observation there from Jan van der Heijden as well. I wonder if we can also grab what happened with Rory into the hairpin. By the way, Tony Meller first, LMHC into the pit lane. Lorenzo Arisi diving it down the inside, nearly going to make contact with the Vargas Racing Porsche as well. Oh my goodness me, that was an aggressive dive from Lorenzo Arisi. Now Rory McDuff fires his way through on the Vargas Racing Porsche. This is hard to keep track of as Lorenzo Arisi is also coming his way through.
Yes,
hold your breath.
Close up. You can see it in the background as well.
Oh no! Patajic, I don't actually know what happened. There was contact there between Patajic, I believe, a Porsche, but I don't think it was the Vargas Racing one, and it sent Juan Carlos Fernandez as well.
Yeah, it's all very close right now. Just all over the LMP2 grid, and you're seeing the effects of that, especially as they're trying to cut their way through the traffic. And up ahead now, we have that Nita Velix car quite close behind the Melamed. Can McDuff get that position? And now Arisi, he's going to try and close up the space he lost a moment ago, but you can see there, McDuff has really made up that time he lost to Melamed in the previous set of traffic. So that battle is far from over.
Certainly not. By the way, just having a look, that was it was the Vargas Racing Porsche that there was contact with. It was Patajic who basically dived it down the inside in the corner. He had kind of no right to on the GTE, and that's sort of what forced his way through. Is what it is. It's easily done. You know, we're at that feisty point in the race where you're battling, you're trying to force your way through traffic, and you know you do what you can.
Yeah, we see the effects of that, especially when there's such close racing in both categories and you've got them intermixed with each other. That is unfortunately the effect, especially on a track that has the nature of the Nurburgring. And we're seeing now the battle for first and second. That gap just 6/10 now. Can Schoonfleet get that position off Risto Capit? With almost an hour completed now, they're going to be really pushing, just trying to get it, maybe try and get it before the pit phase, if not get it during the pit phase. So we'll see how this all pans out.
Well, if we follow the same luck that we did in the last round for Arne Scrambley, just want to work out, we're expecting to come into the pit lane at some point soon. I think Tony Miller was in a little bit early. But every time we played one of those Oh, no, maybe not. No, don't worry. Never mind. They're battling it out for the lead anyway. We're going to go to the video for it, but I think we've got it. Now battling it out for the race lead. We do have it. Jimmy's just playing games with me. Let's have a listen and see what Armin's been saying before the race.
Hey guys, Arnold Holmes speaking from Nigeria Racing. Previous race we had a nice race. We ended up P3. I think we could have done better if we didn't take tires during the Code 80. For next race we hope to put down another good performance. Pole would be nice again. A lot can happen. It's a nice track, but a tricky track as well. Let's hope it isn't going to rain this time, as I prefer to drive in the dry. Looking forward to the race, and I hope everyone is having a good time.
He's been a bit of a busy boy in real life, as unashamedly, but nevertheless, racing it out, busy boy on circuit as well. Did not get that move done in the video, so a lot going on here in the Nurburgring. Nearly the first hour complete, approaching the pit stops for the GTE category. I personally believe that Tony Mellor was into the pit lane far too early in comparison to the rest of the other LMHCs, and so I'd still suspect that we're aiming for about an hour and 10 to an hour and 20 minutes for the LMHCs, which is about the time that these boys will be making their second pit stop.
Yeah,
that's going to be a busy pit lane.
With Tony Mellor, he's pitted and that's put himself behind the top two LMP2s, so he's in a similar position to what the ARMS was earlier, and that's not going to be too helpful for him. So that's Zanjo car. Yeah, you can see 90 seconds. 90 seconds off the ARMS sim racing car. So that's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out, and there's an interesting strategy choice.
Certainly is. The thing is, Alejandro Lopez-Iorna's racked up another penalty, so that'll be another one to add to his resume for this season. If he had a CV for all the penalties that he's copped up, I think he's going to have quite a large one by the end of the season. As DX now looking to the inside on Rory McDuff. Pretty easy moving to the chicane, just slipping his way by, and up into 6th place. Now goes Juan Carlos Fernandez. Reminder that he is on fresher tyres than Rory McDuff, so should make quite easy work of Max Melamed as well, because just again to throw it a little bit extra into the strategy, everyone else is double stinting tyres. They did not though. They came into the pit lane and took themselves a fresh set. Jordi Zviers under pressure from Jakubovic. I think he's actually made that move pretty recently and up into 4th place. So Jordi's moved to the head of that train, now has Henry Sinnick to try and close and pass as the top two. Or Juan Carlos Fernandez, by the way, oh my goodness me, around the outside of the arena section. Bravo again has got that move done on Max Melamed. That was very similar to what he did to Jan van der Heide, only there was no Ferrari in the way.
Yeah, that DX Droids car, having had that interesting pit stop choice, with the extra 35 seconds that they had in that pit stop, they have just blasted past the rest of the LMP2s, and this is going to be a replay of that DX Droids car heading it down the inside and really sticking it, which turns to the outside for the second part of the turn and just about slinging it around.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work indeed. Been putting on some good moves on those fresh tyres and making them work. Still a fair way down on where he'd want to be, considering earlier in the race, whether it was a mistake or whether it's just a lack of experience, which is a very fair point, that maybe the lack of experience is what's costing them. The other drivers, the other teams and stuff, obviously they did do Silverstone, by the way, they just didn't do very well there, but they've got all that sort of experience and that knowledge of last season and so on to benefit from. Up to the race lead. We missed this one, and I'd like a replay of that. My goodness me, he's a bit of a busy boy, is Jimmy Allison running the broadcast at the moment, hitting the R key like it's going out of fashion. Unashamedly into the race lead. Don't quite know where that happened. Potentially down into the hairpin, but now Risto Capet is trying to get it done again. Let's have a look and see if we can find out where this move took place. We've got some traffic. We're coming down into Valvoline. Oh my goodness me! Oh, that was terrifying. I don't definitely got caught out by traffic there. Did Risto Capet? Unscrupulous kept his foot to the floor, got to the race lead, and now heads Risto Capet at the front of the second round in the Virtual Endurance Championship here at the Nurburgring. What a move!
That was the bravest thing I think we've seen all evening. So you can see he really wanted to go for that lead.
Very much so. Very quickly, whilst I think actually the GT is about to come into the pit lane. So, but we'll roll with it anyway. The order at the moment, as everything is going, as we should have on screen, there we have it. So Azira Racing take the lead in LMHC. RHG, Pinsim Drillers Esports on the podium. Good stuff from them. Jean Lacey Esports as well, right up there. Blackhawk Pescara SRT round out the top 5 with G-Drive. Racing Eximia and the 2-1 Echoes, Armsim Racing and Zansho, all running, all 10 cars on the grid. The Zansho maybe a little bit further down. The top 10 in LMP2 sees Rookie Monsters leading by around about 10-15 seconds. Good stuff from them. Vargason Racing and Team Spirit Racing rounding out the podium at the moment, with Burst Edge Esports and DX Droids behind to round out that top 5. Of course, watch Juan Carlos Fernandez rise up the order. Butler Pal Motorsport, Nita Velix, Waveframe Esports, Zansho and Burst Esport Hungary.dk round out the top 10 in LMP2. Further down the order, we've got Michi Hoyer, who's not really having a race. It started out very well, not running so great at the moment, but still just behind his teammate in 11th. The GT category that are just going through a pit stop sequence, so forgive the inaccuracy of this. We'll get to it once we come back. Butler Pal Motorsport, though, leading the way at the moment from Waveframe Esports, both the cars. Corazari leading Terzi, which is kind of the way around we'd expect it. Ground Effect Sim Racing in 4th place with Musto DD Esports, then Zansho, then Nita Velix. Those two, realistically, pace-wise, have been outside the top 10, so whether that will actually hold or not, I kind of doubt it. Vargason Racing and Jesus Motorsports Club with World Sim Racing's Izone Performance. Beringer inside the top 10 at the moment. I believe outside of the top 10 shows our realistic race leader, Jimmy Nasula, who's been absolutely dominant for Satellite Racing. We'll hope that that one holds for his part. Blackhawk Racing behind. Then Speedy Mike, Rookie Monsters, the second Speedy Mike car, Drive Game RT, then Sim Racing for Holland. Again, post-pit stop, so don't panic too much. But they are down in 17th place at the moment. Expect them to rise back up again. DX Droids, and that lot behind, there's your final runners. Volante, maybe not where they wanted to be, picked up a couple of penalties again, and not the run Azira Volante wanted for Yorna. Pim Van Aert, the only retirement from the race for Fair Racing Team, courtesy of that lag backwards. And then instant, and then eventual pulling the plug on the race. Maybe not safe to continue. Just as an FYI, the battle for 16th place on the road, whilst we see our race leader come round, this is raging on. Rory McDuff trying to get by on Max Melamed, Lorenzo Arisi, Jan von der Heide, and Patinch as well behind. That should be a move from, or McDuff holding on from Lorenzo Arisi. It's constant feistiness.
Yeah, these guys just, they can't get enough of the racing, and I'm not going to be complaining, because I have to say though, the DX Droids car, they've really started trying to make up all of that time they lost. They're already 5.5 seconds clear of the Butler Pound car, so they're really pushing after that interesting pit stop, trying to get back up, and you got to give it to them. It could be quite a decent comeback for them. And here we go though. Rory McDuff around the outside of Melamed into the hairpin. Can he get that position? He's going to have to go behind. He's going to have to back out just for now.
Yeah, he's definitely trying it though. The more he tries it, the more the doors open for Lorenzo Arisi to try and come through as well. Now looking to the inside. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't have tried to go for that. I think all of these drivers have been racing very, very hard, and that's kind of courtesy. You can see there's damage, by the way, on the front end of Rory McDuff's car. That was when he dived the Waveframe Esports Ferrari into Dunlop and kind of really only had his nose there. We didn't get a replay of that one, weren't able to. There was a lot going on. Unfortunately, we missed our chance for a replay on that segment, but left it down the inside and kind of just clumsily clattered into the curb and then into the Ferrari on the outside. But this battle goes down to Michi Hoyer, who's in last place in LMP2, battling in the train for 6th place in LMP2. That is how close the LMP2 category is, as they all kind of missed the apex of T1, and Rory McDuff under pressure from Lorenzo Arisi nearly left the door open enough for the Italian to fire his way through.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah, it's all the way down from P6 in class to P11. Everyone is battling it. That just shows how competitive this LMP2 class is. With Max Melamed in the lead, he's unable to pull away from McDuff, and McDuff just can't quite get past him. So this could be a battle that we see last for quite a while longer. We've got a Reese in the background. In fact, it's closed up periodically, and it has become a 5-car battle from what was initially a 2 or 3-car battle.
It's a big battle. That's all we need to know. It is a big old battle here in LMP2. Speaking of big old battles and stuff that's sort of alleviated itself for the moment, the race lead gone out to 2 seconds in the favour of Arne Schoenvliet, who's just running away a little bit for Giro. Risto Kappa's not able to keep in touch. Henry Sinnick's under pressure from Jordi Sveers as well, as we continue to see this battle. Oh my goodness me. We're going to see some side-by-side once again up towards the Vidal chicane. We certainly are through the Adban Arch. That's the inside line for Nita Velix's Rory McDuff. Nicely done. Oh, a bit too much curb there on the first part. That's not exactly ideal. Gets the position done. Nice work. And now what he really needs to do is break away from the Butler Power Motorsports car behind, because if he doesn't, he's going to be passed again. He's going to be under pressure again. Lorenzo Arisi is now trying to get the move done on Max Melamed, and is going to do so. He's committing into it to T1, lock up. Oh, near contact, nothing. No actual contact between the two of them. Just a bit of a lock up and a very aggressive move. Lorenzo Arisi down the inside, and Max Melamed goes from 6 to 8 from 2 corners.
Yeah, that's not gone well for him. I saw Arisi did try and go for a move when McDuff was taking that position, but he did manage to get it to stick in the end. Now, this is Nasula in the Saturday Racing car. That was the car that was leading. However, the rest of the field are all in the pits. He's going to be up into P1 there, and you can see the Nita Velix car come out just behind him. So he's back where he was before the pit stop phase unfolded.
Indeed. I was going to say that's... Oh, it's still not. I think we've got... I'm not going to put Satellite Racing in the bottom right. Never mind. DX Droids, though, currently in 5th place, moving their way back up the order, bit by bit, after that pit stop where they took tyres when realistically they shouldn't. They're nearly back on sequence to fight for a podium, because they've closed back in on Anthony Yans. Maybe it was intentional. I don't know. But if they don't take tyres on the next stop, everyone else I'm expecting is going to take tyres either on the next stop or the stop after, which we are fairly approaching, by the way. They stopped on lap 24. We're currently on lap 39. So we're kind of closing in on the pit stop sequence. Not quite there yet, but closing in on it.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to have some sort of effect. But you have to give it to DX Droids. After that pit stop, they're really doing a good job at closing up that gap. And here we see Arisi. He's trying to get his way all the way up in that Wayframe Esports, just behind the Nita Velix, driven by Rory McDuff. Right behind him. Can he close out that position? See, Melamed, he's still behind, but he's not really keeping up as much as Arisi is on McDuff. It looks like Arisi might be the quicker driver of the two, but he's not been able to get past as yet. With no car in front of McDuff, it might be even more difficult for Arisi to get that position. However, they are in clean air right now. There's not much in front of them.
No, the moment they hit traffic, though, that door's wide open for Lorenzo Arisi to try something, and that's the thing, is that Arisi is the kind of driver that will pounce. Again, a reminder that he finished second here last season, did Lorenzo Arisi, with Wayframe Esports. So they're a strong team. Realistically, the team they finished second to, oh, would you believe it's the car directly ahead? A little bit of a snap on the curb. I say car, I mean, like, realistically, there's no driver in that car for this round that shared that lineup, but it's the same team. So, you know, I guess it kind of works. Devon Brown, though, is behind the scenes. Lorenzo Arisi's now slipstreamed up with a little bit too much curb. Lifted out of it there, did Lorenzo Arisi. He realistically could have got to the inside of the Vidal chicane. Kind of respect that, though, that he looked the scenario there, Hugo, and went, I'm not going to be able to do this safely, So I'm just going to take a deep breath and I'm going to give it a good go into T1. Speaking of racing, it's happening into T1. Lorenzo Risi is going for it now, by the way. Lorenzo Risi's diving. There you go. That's what he was waiting for. Just off camera, Lorenzo Risi's got it done. Rory McDuff with the cutback, but into the arena section with the outside line. Lorenzo Risi's got that one done. Respect to him. That was well thought out, methodical move from Lorenzo Risi.
Definitely. Now we've got the LMHC there. Pit stops are beginning to stop, but Anthony Jans, he's going to have to defend his P3 quite hard because he's got pressure from Simoncic, and behind Simoncic, Juan Carlos Fernandez in the DX droids. He's putting on a lot of pressure as well, as we just saw a moment ago. So Arisi could move there to take 6th position, but up ahead, there is once more another LMP2 battle to keep an eye on.
But if you are the likes of Yannis Simoncic, do you really care about Juan Carlos Fernandez? He's not on the same sort of like strategy as you, as we see that move from Lorenzo Risi. Heavy on the brakes, easily done to the inside. Little bit of a front right lock up by the time he hit the inside line at T1. Either way, nice move there completed from Lorenzo Risi. Got down the inside of Rory McDuff and up another position into 6th place. With DX droids there now on the back. This is my question though, Hugo. If you're Jano Simoncic, if you're even Anthony Jans, you know that this driver's taken tyres. You know that he's on a completely different ball game to you. Do you fight him that hard this early in the race? We've only completed an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think you've got a point there. He is clearly really quick right now, but he is on that alternate strategy. It might make sense just to not put up too much fight, obviously put up a little bit of a fight, but definitely not put in any risk or anything like that, because he had the DX droids car will get past. Now you can see the race leader going into the pits. He's followed quite closely behind by Risto Capet. So they'll be coming out soon, and this is going to give the Jean-Alesi eSports car the lead of the race for now. However, they have yet to do their pit stop, and that will change towards the end. And you can see there Jordi Zvias in his cam, and he's looking cool, calm, and collected at the moment.
He's looking very serious.
He just has to keep it on the track.
I'm kind of terrified. Jordi's a very scary man to see. Very scary. Great livery designer, though, got to say. Jordi's the one who's designed the livery for. I say design. He was put into a little box and was basically like, you've got to make this, and this. Either way, liveries and stuff that he's designed over his career as a designer. He's done some very, very good stuff. He's done some whacking out of the box stuff, but he's done some very, very good stuff. Of course, departing Singularity, not doing their liveries anymore. Sorry, that was me. But Jordi's very, very talented and very fast behind the wheel, as we can see. He's very fast in this car. Remember back to VIR, where he was incredibly fast in the early stages of the race, and then unfortunately suffered a screen freeze right at the wrong time. Risto Capet, Arne Schoenfleet, they're all going for tyres as well. This is a very long stop, and I think Arne Schoenfleet, by the way, I don't know if we can get like a little bit of an onboard with him in the top right. He's got a pretty hard exit there because Risto Capet's right in front of him as now Jordi comes through. Yeah, Arne Schoenfleet was released from his box, couldn't go anywhere.
That is quite interesting, and yeah, he's not going to be impressed by that, but that is the nature of the pit lane, because we saw how close they were when they went in, and obviously the pit lane has worked its magic.
Yeah, it's definitely worked out there for Risto Capet. Arne Schoenfleet's just sat there going, oh, come on. Like, can you believe it? But that is what happens when you line up like that in your box. You've got to, I mean, obviously he's come in and there's been a car or something that he's had to avoid to go in. But this is why you need to angle. Oh my goodness, crash! There's a crash there. Oh my goodness me.
That was close.
That was quite a bit of contact there between Arne Schoenfleet and the World of Sim Racing iZone Performance GTE. I'm not sure if that was Arne being too ambitious or whether that was the GTE not giving the room that he really needed. But either way for Arne, there is some pretty substantial damage to the back of that McLaren.
He might be a bit flustered actually after what happened in the pit lane, because that is incredibly frustrating for him, the situation that he was presented with. I think we'd have to see a replay of that to see what really happened between him and the Porsche, but that is really not ideal with such a long distance to go, you do not want damage this early on, especially if you're challenging the lead.
Here we are then on board with Arnold Skogler. Let's see if he was a bit too ambitious. Or maybe, yeah.
I don't think there was too much time for that Porsche to react, because suddenly there wasn't a McLaren, and then in his mirrors there was. So,
well, when you're in the lower category, what you're always told is to basically stick to your line, right? Just do you, right? And in that scenario, the Porsche was just doing what he was doing, and you've kind of got to expect in that scenario the Porsche is going to come back across and is going to retake that line. And so for me, Arne, from that angle, it looks a little bit worse than the Porsche, but particularly from onboard, I don't feel that that's on the Porsche so much. I just feel that that's kind of like Arne maybe being a little bit too ambitious, trying to force his way through traffic, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, because there wasn't really an opportunity for the Porsche to realise that there was a McLaren suddenly on his outside. So I think that was a little bit ambitious. Had it been at the end of a straight, then maybe the Porsche could have been a bit more responsible, because they come out of one turn into the other. There was no time for the Porsche to prepare. So I think that's just a bit of an incident on Schoenfliet's behalf. However, he's got to keep racing, and that's what he's doing right now.
Absolutely, you just keep going, head down, focused, which is what this man's doing. Michi Hoyer said he's had a great 2020, although VEC's not been particularly kind to him now, trying to make his move on the Butler Power Motorsports car. We've got a burst-hungry DK directly behind as well. There are battles up and down the order. The battle for the podium in GTE, very, very close. Not quite a move happening yet, but some races for Holland. Ahead of Nita Velix, who have got themselves right up the order. That's more of a run that you would expect from Nita Velix, currently running in 4th place in GTE. Post pit stops, everything's looking pretty close when it comes to that category. Ferris Stanley as well is really, really applying pressure to Andrea Terzi as well. And I don't think Greco's particularly far off the back of him either, and Zbigniew Shara's not too far ahead. So everything's tight in the GT category. We'll keep our eye on that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we are seeing a bit of a change. Now, the DX Droids car has got past Simoncic, but he hasn't got past Jan. So I think Simoncic didn't want to put up too big of a too big of a fight.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But the DX Droids car is still posing quite a bit of a threat there, as you can see, to the Team Spirit Racing car. Now we've got Armsim Racing. After those pit stops and everything, they're back within the LMP2 pack, 20 seconds behind Sinčić, sorry, who's P2 in his class. So yeah, it's not gone too well for the Armsim Racing car, to be honest, since the start.
No, they nearly led a lap. If they'd stayed out for an extra lap, they would have led one. So, but that's just like how long a pit stop is in LMHC. You'd lose nearly a lap. As going to the outside, Michi Hoyer trying to get it around the outside. Oh my goodness me, that is aggressive. That is very, very aggressive on Max Melamed. Leads it to the inside though, onto the run on the back straight. Oh my goodness me, a bit of a kick out on the rear end there from Michi Hoyer. Now gets to the inside, almost forced her over the curb, but there was definitely more room there for Michi Hoyer to play with. A little bit of contact between the two of them as Max Melamed's trying to muscle Michi Hoyer over to one side of the road. Oh my goodness me, straight over the curb. Committed move there from the German of Michi Hoyer. Max Melamed and Michi Hoyer going very, very aggressively, maybe too much so. Anthony Yam's first pit stop of the race on lap 22. 22 laps later, or 24 laps later rather, comes into the pit lane again. So Anthony Yans for Team Spirit Racing, the first in LMP2 again. We're back into the LMP2 pit stop sequence. So they are returning their way down pit lane. A bit of a note from GTE, fastest lap a couple of laps ago from Dennis Downer in the GTE category, as he's setting his sights on closing in on P2 of Adam Baldwin. It is pretty, as much as they've all spread out in GTE, we are kind of see them, the accordion effect, they're all coming back together again as Dennis Downer's really trying to put pressure on the Juices Motorsports Club car.
Yeah, and that GTE battle, it spread out a little bit as a result of those pit stops, but I have a feeling it will close up quite soon. And we've got Nasula here. He's the race leader. He's getting lapped there. But Nasula has just done a fantastic job. You can see there a 13-second lead in just an hour and 20 minutes. And You
Incredible.
can see a similar thing up at the top. Not quite as big of a lead because, of course, Risto Capit only 2 seconds clear of P2, but then there's another 7.5 seconds to P3. So it's interesting. And we've got Ibrahim Khan. He's got a huge lead. He's about 20 seconds clear of P2 in LMP2. So we're seeing different patterns across the grid.
We are indeed. It's all the different strategies that come into effect at this point in the race. Everything starts to spice up. Everyone starts to split apart. Starts to run their own strategy. As everything sort of spreads out, closes up, and spreads out again, and then closes up again, as it inevitably does into the pit lane. Marcel Chinchik has gone, so he's returned his way to the pit lane in LMP2. Most of the GTEs are on 151s. They're all very close on times. Yeah, that is absolutely true. They're all very close when it comes to their best laps in the session, running faster at the moment. On the previous rotation of the circuit, Adam Baldwin actually looked a little bit better. Here's the battle a little bit further down the order. 8th place, Ground Effect Sim Racing, Wave Free Esports, all of these Ferraris battling out the bottom end of the top 10.
Yeah, and you can see Andrea Terzi, this LMP2 car symbol. I'm not quite sure, but this is the Wave Free car, and all across GT, of course, it's a much bigger grid. It's over double the size of the LMP2 grid or the LMHT grid, and that's why it is so competitive, and we see so much racing from it, and that does produce quite a bit of an interesting effect on the other drivers on the track in different classes. But yeah, you can see they are beginning to close up again. These gaps will shrink after those pit stops as the drivers settle in to the new area, and they are going to push on and start fighting again.
You'd always kind of expect it. They're fighting as hard as they can. They're pushing these cars to the very limit. And there's the thing with GT, and I said this before at Silverstone, is that in my opinion, GT is probably one of the hardest categories in the sense of LMP2. You've got 10 cars, right? You finish 11 cars. 9 times out of 10 though, you finish, you get points, right? You just got to cross the line, right? LMHC, you finish, you do get points. There's only 10 of them. GTE though, you actually have to put in a good drive to even be in the points. Like you actually have to put your race together to be even close. And so for me, like GTE is the most unforgiving category.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. And that is reflected by those fastest lap times, many of which are 151.0s. In fact, the top 3, all of their fastest lap times are 151.0s. And we're seeing the effect of that because their current lap times are relatively similar as well. 153 is, of course, more heavy fuel tanks and a bit more worn tyres now. But we've got Yao Pittas here in the Burst Esports car. He's in P7. He has got Max Melamed ahead of him. That gap is 1 second. He's got a lot of time behind him. DX Droid's car now 32 seconds behind him in P8. So he needs to push forward. This is Pedro Ramada though, P18 in that Aston Martin.
Yeah, not going so well. Being down a little bit. Like this is the thing with GT, with it being so close, it kind of opens up, it ebbs and flows. The order remains close. What I'm saying is, like, through a little bit of strategy, through a little bit of fortuitous code 80 falling. If we get a code 80 at some point, it can fall in your fortune. You can move from 18th place. I'm not saying up to the race lead, but at the moment being 18th, they're not a lap down. They're realistically only, well, you go. You see, 68 seconds to lead. That is quite far, yes. But it's not an unstoppable margin when you consider a pit stop itself is, the better side of a minute and a bit, right? You're talking about gaps and stuff that can close down, that can sort of ebb and flow. As Lorenzo Risi, by the way, is in the pit lane, so the LMP2s are deep in their pit stop sequence.
Yeah, and I've just been having a look at the timing boards on the Schoon Fleet. He's closing up again to Risto Capit. That gap's just gone under a second now. The last lap for the lead car was a 1:39.9. The last lap for the P2 Ajira was 1:39.7. So that gap closing up slowly but surely, and he could try and regain that first position he had just before the first set of pit stops.
Certainly did. There we are in traffic. with the Burst Edge Esports directly ahead. You can see that his pace is very, very good because he did this in the first stint, didn't he? Where the gap got to 3 seconds, something like that. Hammered in the lap times, closed it in, and managed to get onto the back of the RHE Sports car. Not quite sure who Azura will be handing over to. Risto Capet, I'm pretty sure for this round would be Erhan or Yuri, but I'm not 100% sure. By the way, Nita Velix, who will be entering the pit lane pretty soon, will be handing over. This is the thing with the LMP2 pit stops that we're seeing. They are going to see some driver changes. Nita Velix, when they hand in, Herman Stocky is going to get behind the wheel. Jene Simitric is going to hand the reins over to Dennis Jordan, Mr. DJ. So there's plenty of changes to come. Jan Patajic into the pit lane as well for Burst Hungary DK. I think he might be handing over, just not sure. Oh, David Moracek will be taking over that car. So we're deep in the pit stop sequence. We're deep in that driver change sequence. Now this is where, if you're a driver that's kind of staying in the car, you can actually gain something here. Because if you're still in the car, you're still in that rhythm, you know, you can push them. It's only been an hour and a half, so that's realistically not that long. You're not at burnout phase. So it's maybe leaving them in the car to just do an extra stint, maybe even triple stint the tyres. That's maybe a little bit unrealistic, but you never know. Like pushing it that little bit further on that sense, like maybe what Anthony Jans is doing. Maybe that's a sequence they need to go down.
Yeah, strategy could play quite a big role now, because we've got a long way to go. 4.5 hours is a long time, and if you can't get it on track, you're gonna have to try and do it in the pit lane, and you might see that the gap here as well, that's gone up to 1.5 seconds, which is quite interesting. So I think Risto Kappa is responding with his own lap times. That last lap he did a 1:39.9, and Spoonfleet did a 1:40.3. So as we hit traffic as well, that's going to be playing an effect, and that could be the reason that strategy might be the deciding factor in quite a few of these battles.
I'm instantly messaged, by the way, saying triple stint. No. So yeah, I think that's more of like trying to spice it up or whatever. But like it's not really like it. Doubles is in LMP2 is the likely aspect. In GTE, I'm pretty sure it's only singles. Some teams might push a double, not 100% sure on that one. If you're a GTE driver, please let me know on TeamSpeak. LMHC is almost certainly single stint tyres. However, some strategy that I did suggest last round, and I stand by this, that maybe not necessarily pitting every hour and 25 minutes or whatever it is ideal. And the fact that you can bring that in pit a little bit earlier, like an hour and 10, or even an hour or something like that, and then take the tyres that little bit further. You know, so you're effectively double stinting tyres, but you're doing shorter stints, and the effect from that is you have shorter pit stops, etc., that you gain in the longer run rather than the short run. It sounds stupid, it sounds like it doesn't work, but if you put it into a calculator, genuinely, you do see some slight gain from it in certain aspects, depending on what the tyre drop is and stuff. That's from a long time ago when I used to do VEC. So, yeah. Oh, Martin Derland out of the race. Martin Derland out of the race. I wonder if that's connection or if that is incident. That's the Jean Lacey Esports Academy GTE. And with this being a relegation round, that is bad news. They didn't score in Silverstone. They aren't scoring today. They haven't looked particularly strong. The John Lacey Esports Academy, where their LMHC is doing so well, I know they're in maybe the unfavoured Aston Martin. I don't think it's unfavoured as much as we've been told. Their performance in Silverstone just fundamentally wasn't good, and they didn't look particularly fast here today. Now with a retirement to their name, oh my goodness me, was it a connection thing, or was it an No, it's a crash. It is a crash. I've got them in the barrier. Oh my goodness me.
That is, yeah, as you said, with the relegation, that is really bad news for them. And we're looking now at Yuri Torman in the Vargason racing car. Behind him, he has the Zandvoort car of Jan van der Heide. So he's going to be defending now as we go into turn 1, passing 2 GTs, one of them being the Nita Velux. And into turn 1, down the inside, there is a sniff of that line from the P4 car, but he decides better of it, and they're going to continue on as they are. Now we've got the X-Droids, they're up into P2 again because of these pit stops. They're out of sync with the rest of their group, so that's going to make it a little bit complicated, seeing who is where until the end of the race. But it is interesting. I mean, they might not even be double stinting their tyres from what we've seen earlier. But yeah, let's see what the Yuri Toman can do in terms of defence. He's already putting away.
Absolutely. Well, we shall see. Herman Stocky, by the way, leaving the pit lane. Is this going to be the replay? So I've just had a look at this. It's a bit weird, I think. From what I saw, there's a bit of lag involved. I'm actually not sure. So it gets it up onto the high side and then loses it. I'm assuming there's some form of wheel disconnection in there. Because then there is just a disconnection. That's a disconnection right there. But it's weird that there was a spin first. I've sent a message to John Lacey Esports Academy being like, what just happened? That's to Alan Tezrich, though. He might be a bit busy at the moment. I genuinely don't know, because that's not necessarily an internet disconnection, because you don't you wouldn't see the spin beforehand. That seems very bizarre to me. Either way, into the pit lane comes our race leaders in LMP2, Max Melamed. Now comes into the pit lane. Juan Carlos Fernandez is going to take the lead. Again, they were running it a little bit wide, a little bit deeper. They would have had a short pit stop this time. What am I thinking of? I was like, why? They're double stinting tyres now. So they pitted on the first one and took tyres. They're now double stinting, which is why they've come out miles ahead of everyone else. So expect them to drop back quite a bit.
Yeah, but on that Jean Alesi incident, that is a very strange one. Of course, we've got now Ricardo Carazari on the back of Christian Michael in the Nita Velux. We saw these guys just a moment ago when they're being passed by LMP2's big lock up there through the stadium section, or the Mercedes section even. And back out onto the straight. That was quite close, but he's got to look behind him as well, because Michael Sedlacek in the Vargasim Racing Porsche is going to be posing a bit of a threat. So the GT sandwich he's found himself in could work to his advantage, but it could also not work out at all if he loses that position to Sedlacek in his Porsche. So we'll see how this all plays out now. You can see the driver there, Corazari, looking very concentrating, and he is locking up a bit. So he's pushing quite hard to get that position off Christian Michael. Whether he can pull it off, though, is another question. That gap down to just 1.5 tenths of a second as we head up the hill, then actually back downhill into the braking zone. We've got an LMP2 and an LMHC to throw a spanner into the works here and see how that plays out, either to their advantage or not to their advantage. And we can see there Christian Michael holding out ahead, and it looks like he's built up that gap. Yeah, that's up to 4 tenths now due to them being lapped, and the Sedlacek posing quite the threat behind. Whether that's all spread out a bit into the final hairpin, though, it's going to close up a lot. It's all about the exit here as we head along the main straight into the pits. We have got a P2. He'll be well cleared by time of the braking zone. It's downhill, though, and that really steep drop into the apex could have an effect as Sedlacek has a look down the inside in his Porsche. He's going to back it off under braking, so they're going to leave it for now.
Yeah, just a bit of a note, by the way. I was wondering why Alan Tezrich didn't respond to me. It's because he's in the car. Sorry. Did get a message from Yuri Spears, though, saying it was a game crash for Martin, so that's kind of what happened there. Why it probably looked a little bit weird than an internet disconnection. Yeah, the Butler Power Motorsport car had to sort of very carefully wind his way through. Still not back in the game. Whether they will be returning, I kind of don't think so. Got to give a shout out, by the way, to Nita Velix. Christian Michael, who's in that 4th place, is doing pretty well for Nita Velix. I mean, I say like this is kind of they had a pretty bad round, right? They finished 11th in Silverstone, which for a driver of that that caliber Silverstone wasn't very good for these fellas. They're coming back here. They're in 4th place, a track where they've been victorious before. Things are starting to turn around. Things are starting to work a little bit in the favour for the squad of Mr. Dennis Lind, who I don't think is behind the wheel this round, or probably quite soon. Does have a wheel though, as far as I'm aware. So Mr. Lind, expecting you behind the wheel anytime soon. That'd be great to see him back in the car.
Yeah, I apologise for that, Christian Michel. I should have known better. But here we go on a Skin Fleet. That gap now, 1.2 seconds, so retaliation. And that last lap for Risto Kappa wasn't too quick. That was a 1:42.6. However, it was Surfer on a Skin Fleet. That was a 1:43.2. So that battle, quite interesting right now. We've got Max Melamed now. He's got half a second ahead of him. He's trying to get that Team Spirit racing car driven by Anthony Jans, and then we'll see how that plays out. That gap up to nearly a second now. In terms of lap times, the Butler Power car, that was last lap was a 1:45.4, Anthony Jans did a 1:43.4. So interesting there, quite a big gap. However, that might have been a mistake or some traffic which affected the lap times. Now Melamed will be looking to close up that gap though, and look to make a move at some point.
Indeed. It's just about when. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I'm sorry, I'm getting messages left, right, and centre as everyone's trying to throw me in incorrect information. It's very difficult, you see. For Max Melamed, though, a controversial start to the race, but realistically has put the pace in to look pretty good. I know he's going to be handing over to Michael Rowland a little bit later. He was pretty happy that they were running in a good spot. Got a bit of information as well from Dankel, wondering if that Nita Velix GTE is double stinting tyres, because that kind of makes a little bit of sense, because they did gain an awful lot of time, and they were running, outside the top 10. I did mention when we did the rundown for the top 10 that we weren't really expecting them to sort of stay inside the top 10 respectfully. So now the fact that they're in the top lot quite easily, I am assuming, I kind of agree with that. They must have done a short stint somehow, so they must have just double stinting tyres, which kind of makes sense, might as well. And quite clearly it's working, because they've got the pace in the car.
Yeah, definitely, but they are going to have to look behind, because Yuri Toman in the Vargason Racing car putting up quite the threat. His last lap was a 1:41.5, whereas Juan Carlos Fernandez, that was a 1:43.0. So the Varga car could take P1 in LMP2 with 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. Still a long way. However, a position is always a position. If they can hold on to it to the end of the race, that will benefit them. Because, of course, battling, it's not good for fuel or tyres. They're going to try and get this done as soon as possible as they head up the hill now. Can he try and get that position, Yuri Toman, for Varga, that P2 car?
You'd suspect it should be a fairly easy move for Yuri Toman. He's a driver of quite good calibre, the Varga Sim Racing driver. That, and the very crucial element here is that at the moment they're running slightly different strategies. So Juan Carlos Fernandez is on stint and a bit old tyres, whereas Yuri Toman is on some fresh rubber. So it should be a fairly easy move. Going to commit to it to the inside and to the race lead in LMP2. Approaching an hour and 40, well, we've gone past an hour and 40 minutes complete. Varga Sim Racing head to the front in LMP2. Nice move, pretty simply done. Then gets by the GTE Corvette. A little bit of a flash there, kind of a bit unnecessary to be honest. It was a fair move for Yuri Toman to get that one done. But yeah, Yuri Toman to the lead of the race. Pretty simple move, and that's exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to waste time behind the DX Droids car. He was just focused on getting to the race lead and getting on with it. By the way, we're under a second in LMHC for that race lead. It is getting tight again.
Indeed. Honestly, after those pit stops, he's going to be really pushing to get that position, because he probably feels like he deserves that position and it was cheated of him due to the car placement in the pit lane. He is slightly quicker in terms of lap times. He's got Ricardo Corazari here on the Nita Velix car. Can he get P4 into turn 1? Heavy braking, just can't quite find the space to push forward. But this battle is still going on between the Wave Freem car, the Nita Velix car, and behind also the Varga Sim Racing Porsche. However, this is the closest of the three of them now. Ricardo Corazari is really pushing to get that position, but he just isn't finding the opportunity he needs.
The opportunity comes, and this is the thing, this is where patience comes into it, isn't it? I know, obviously, he's been sat there probably for what feels like the entire race, just sat there going, oh my god, how do I get by? For Corazari, he has to understand that, at least from our numbers, the Nita Velix cars on older tyres. He has to understand that, and I'm sure he's aware of that. He's been informed by his team. It's about patience, about waiting for the right opportunity, because not any opportunity is the right opportunity. It's about the right one. To find your way through cleanly without losing time. Obviously, he's probably looking at it thinking, I am losing a lot of time here. But let's consider back to Silverstone with Rory McDuff and Daniele Canestracci when they were battling it out in the latter stages of the race in LMP2. Now, the thing was that Rory McDuff did not play that one very well, in a sense that he was focused solely on trying to get by. They ended up costing himself like 20, 30 seconds. If he just played the longer game and approached it from a slightly different perspective, they probably wouldn't have lost as much time. And that's kind of the scenario that Corazari's in at the moment, is that if he's going to make a move, he needs to make one that works straight away. See, looking down the inside now, is he going to leave his nose? See, look, that leaving the nose down the inside, now Nita Velix has missed the apex. He's not made the move. It's cost him like 3 or 4 tenths there. You do that a few times a lap, you're costing yourself a second here, a second there, a second there, and you end up costing yourself more time than if you were just that little bit more patient.
Yeah, I agree with you that the general battle. Yeah, but it is true. Pushing and trying to get that position lap after lap when you can't is actually going to be detrimental to your race efforts rather than just staying behind them for the meantime. However, you can understand why he does. He is kind of pushing to get past because he has got that Varga car behind him. So that is something else he has to consider. However, he's defending quite well from that threat. So all he really needs to do is just stay behind the Nita Velix car and wait for the opportunity, maybe force him into a mistake, but just not go too aggressive, because he's got to conserve those tyres and that fuel as well if he's going to take strategy into account.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what was it that Dennis Jordan would do in this scenario? He'd be sat there saving fuel. Well, they loved it. They get into this scenario where it's kind of like, oh, well, this guy's slightly slower than I am and I can't really get by, so I'm just going to use this time to save fuel. Think of the strategy, think of the long game advantage. With that said, you're probably not going to actually do that in GT. Again, like look at this. Like, as much as it looks very close from the TV perspective, you can see from the onboard, Corazari is just not quite close enough to leave it down the inside to try and punch his way through, basically. Sorry, P6 in LMP2's just switched places. That was pretty tight there, and it still is. Lorenzo Risi, this is P16 overall. Dennis Jordan, Lorenzo Risi switching positions here through the arena section. Just caught that one on the timing screens. The battle for 6th place. Pretty tight there in LMP2, as it is in GTE in this position, as it is in the lead of LMHC as well.
Yeah, it's all beginning to close off again, because we had that brief period after everyone had pitted where the battles had kind of stretched out, but now they are back in full swing. Of course, we've got that battle in LMHC for the overall lead. The gap not really changing quite yet, so we're going to stick with this battle for 4th place in GTE. And as you can see now, the Waveframe car, slightly bigger gap than it was just a moment ago, so maybe deciding to back off a little bit and start looking at overall strategy rather than current position.
Absolutely. It's obviously it's only a 6-hour race. 6-hour races are quite long, but strategy is done backwards for the most part. And endurance racing, you think about where you want to be at the checker flag, not where you want to be right now. Right, so it's kind of like working backwards in that sense and thinking how you can gain from certain scenarios to alleviate that. Dennis Downer, by the way, who set the fastest lap of the category not too long ago. I don't know if he still holds that. Just having a quick look. I believe he does indeed still holds the fastest lap in GTE, although not by very much. Has closed in that gap, a 10th here, a 10th there. Closing in on Juice's Motorsports Club and realistically the race leader, but a little bit too far down. It's only a 10th here and a 10th there, even on the race leader, Jimmy Nasula, whose advantage at the top has sort of plateaued a little bit. It's gone up to about 15 seconds and is sort of held there. Very impressive drive at the moment from the Satellite Racing driver. For Juice's, though, that's the driver on the right side. There's kind of the driver following. Adam Baldwin at the moment. and communicating to the team, maybe just trying to think of how to close up, how to get that position done when he gets there. And thinking also of the advantages, the thing in GTE, thinking of the advantages between each car, isn't it? Here you go, the Corvette, pretty quick in a straight line. The Porsche's very quick off corners though, so you kind of got to really consider yourself how you get through. Oof, that one Echo really did slot his way through. Here's with Alan Terzic on the back of Antonovsky. Out for the podium.
Yeah, I mean, LMHC is still getting a bit close between P1 and 2 and also P3 and 4, although they're not all together on track. And you can see this traffic having its effect in the middle of them. There goes an LMP2. And look at that, that is quite the traffic jam heading through the hairpin. But that might slingshot Terzic onto the straight. That gap just 3.5 tenths of a second. We could see a move into T1. Can he get that position? Not quite. However, the arena section follows, and if he can get a good exit out of here, and you can see him bump over that curb on the apex because of that sheer drop, really, and through the Mercedes arena, he is losing a little bit of time, maybe a little bit of dirty air having its effect there. Ooh.
Our race lead is closing up. I don't know if we'll be able to cut to it, but our race leaders are very, very close on circuit. It's pretty tight. There's your race leaders then running away with things. 2 tenths between the two of them. Arne Schoenvliet trying to apply pressure to Risto Kappa for R8GE Sports. Every time we see them separate, they close back up again.
Yeah, I know. And well, Schoenvliet, he has been pushing this whole stint essentially to just close up that time he lost to Risto Kappa. He's done a good job. That gap up to 5 tenths of a second, so he's not able to stick so close behind, but you can't really expect that with any driver because it will just be detrimental to them. But he has been pushing, and he could be on course to take that position as soon as possible.
Yeah, getting stuck a little bit there by the Zancho GTE, just sort of in the way a little bit as finds his way through. Not sure who's behind the wheel of the Zancho GTE at the moment. I believe it was Cedo Vire at the start of the race, still is Cedo. So still behind the wheel after approaching 2 hours. 2 hours is a fair distance in the car. That's kind of in an endurance race the ideal format, somewhere between 2 and 3, isn't it? You kind of a bit less than that is okay, but you don't really want to go longer than 3, in my opinion anyway. I'm far too lazy for that. I always found that after about 3 hours you start to lose time. You effectively burn out.
Yeah, and you're more prone to make mistakes in that case as well. And especially with, as we keep saying, this is so competitive. And if you're really tired and you're at the wheel of that car and you're trying to navigate, or like we saw the move from Schoenvliet earlier on Risto Kappa, if he was really tired and fatigued from the duration of the race, that could have gone a lot worse.
It's why I get so impressed at Le Mans when some people open out to like a 4-hour stint. And it's just like, bravo. Like, bravo. If you're fighting that close for 4 hours, like, seriously, congratulations. That's very impressive. Because it is impressive for them to do so. I believe there was a close battle, although I don't think it's come to anything here. But with Anthony Jans, although I think he's had a mistake and it's dropped him off.
Well, yeah, here we have Timotej Andonovski and Alan Terzic. They are very close. So we've gone from one LMHC battle to the other. This one for P3. And they are very close. You can see quite skittish maybe under braking as they head through the fast chicane, up the hill, into the hairpin. Can he get that position? We're going to have the onboard in the top right as they exit onto the pit straight. It looks like the better exit is for Terzic. Can he make the most of it though as they head down into turn 1? And you can see him trying to ride that slipstream as much as possible. Round the outside he goes though. This could become the inside line for the second part of the turn. There is contact, but he will have the inside line through the arena section. It will just about hold it. There's a bit of contact there between the rear of Terzic and the front of Andonovski. Andonovski sends it back down the inside though. And Terzic is going to have to concede that, but that was very close. And Jakubovic right up behind him now. So Terzic could actually lose the position when he was trying to gain one.
Yeah, it was a little bit feisty between the two of them, and that sort of contact, I think, just opened the door. Whether Alan sort of I don't think he intentionally went wide. I think he just misjudged the turning point. It didn't seem like one with intent. But either way, a little bit of feisty racing, and you're absolutely right. Yukibovic has now closed right in and is now very much a piece in this battle. It is getting a bit dark, isn't it? The clouds coming over. It started out in the sun. We're heading to night time. It finished at the night time in season 12. Was it night time? Or was it just very, very low sun? I don't remember. It was an 8-hour race anyway. It was a long day.
Yeah,
that one. But looks like we're heading that way.
We could well be. I mean, we've still got 4 rounds to go, and I noticed earlier it has been getting progressively darker. Whether, of course, it is live, it is always subject to change. Although I don't think we're going to be looking at any rain. However, I do think it's been raining for the past few days over at the Nurburgring, so we might have just about gotten away with a dry one. And as this is the second race of the championship, it kind of another proving ground because we had a whole wet race and now we've gone into a whole dry race. So 2 very different circumstances for the drivers to prove themselves.
Yeah, I think bearing in mind the race start time, I was like just double checking. It was 2 o'clock local time as it was back in Silverstone. So realistically, we shouldn't see. No, so it might have been a little bit early than Silverstone, like 12. So don't remember. Either way, the race is scheduled to end in game at 8 o'clock, which means it shouldn't actually be night time. So I'm thinking what we're seeing when it comes to it being dark is just an awful lot of cloud coverage, which I'm pretty sure is just overcast. We weren't expecting any rain as they're really fighting their way through traffic now, as really splitting apart that battle in GTE. It was about 4th place, wasn't it, with Christian Michael and then Corazari still sort of in those positions. This is the thing, is that what's happened to Risto Capet?
He's going very slowly and he's caused the yellow. In fact, that is he's going fast again, so
he's spun at the hairpin. It's just whether it was his own. Oh, it was of his own volition. He did it himself. Risto Capet pushed to the limit, dropped it.
And now he's got 2 cars right behind him.
And he's got hot tyres right now. Hot tyres. Wow, that is a collector's item. A mistake from Risto Capet, the Iceman, the Estonian. Let's have a look. He's just going to light it up a little bit. Gets it up on the curb. There we go. There we go. Does not catch it. Oh, that's looking like some tasty flat spots. Hooks it back the right way, though. So that was fortuitous. And... that's not what I would have wanted to happen. But nevertheless, at least he's pointing the right way and got back going again. With Arna's pace, though, you kind of expect that Arna's going to continue to pull away. Yeah,
I mean, that gap, 6 seconds, that could make all the difference. Given how close they've been for the duration of the race, that is really, really bad news for Risto Capet. He is currently just ahead of Andonovski. That gap a second, then Terzic could be his saving grace here, because if he puts the pressure on Andonovski, that's going to slow him down. However, now we have the Sim Racing for Holland car being put under pressure by the Juice's Motorsports Club, Porsche. Now, they, as you said earlier, they're quite confident about this race, and P3, I think, shows it.
Indeed. They were arguing, they were suggesting in the hands of Nick Newcomb that they were eyeing better than what they dished out last round. They obviously previous series champions. They did not dish out very well at Silverstone, did Juice's Motorsports Club. I think they finished in, as far as my readout says, about 13th place. For Juice's Motorsports Club, it's not really where they wanted to be. Nevertheless, comes to Nurburgring, hits the reset button, running right up there, right at the thick end of things. I think they can be very proud of their current performance. Speaking of which, here's Herman Stocky under pressure. I don't know if this is just like, if this is legitimately Stocky just falling off a little bit here, because Rory McDuff had some great pace, and then has handed over to Herman Stocky, and now where they were running up 5th, 6th place. No disrespect to Herman Stocky, he's not really. This is like his second race in LMP2. He's normally a GTE driver in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Recently joined Nita Velix. I don't think he's quite taken to that car quite as well. Did fairly well on pace at Silverstone, but I don't think here is matching Rory McDuff as close, and they're nearly dropping outside of the points.
Yeah, David Moroshek, though, he is a quick driver. However, that
Yeah.
gap now up to 1.5 seconds, so it might have just been a little bit of a moment.
Yeah,
But
but still
now
done in ninth.
that is true, actually. Yeah, his offset was a 1:42.0, which is actually quite quick. So it's interesting that he is so far down.
Yeah, a little bit of a baffling scenario there. Not quite sure as to what's gone on there with the Nita Felix car. Whether there might have been a bit of an issue rather for them in LMP2. It seems a bit of an ebb and flow where the LMP2 did kind of well last time, although messed up a little bit on strategy. Finished on the podium either way in LMP2, and the GTE car was struggling. Seems the fortunes have switched a little bit, and the Nita Felix GTE car seems to be doing quite well. That said, there's an awful lot of pressure at the moment. Look at those gaps on the left-hand side in the GTE category. From the Nita Felix car behind, you've got the Waveframe Esports, very, very close. You've got the Vargas and Racing Porsche, very close. A little bit of a gap behind to the Butler Power Motorsports car. And then you've got Ground Effect as well, but they're all realistically pretty close. 3-4 seconds separating the five of them.
Yeah, the GT battle has returned. And I think a moment ago that the Nita Felix car retook 4th place because I think it had lost it momentarily from the Waveframe Esports. There's the yellows, and it looks like the Zancho LMP2 now in the pit, so maybe heading into yet another pit phase. But can that Waveframe car take the Nita Felix? Christian Michel then ahead of Corozari. Corozari not quite in a position to make a move quite yet into turn 1. You can see that gap's slightly too big for now, and there's a P2 closing in behind, so that's going to spread them out a little bit more.
Would take quite a dive bomb to make that one stick. We are in the second phase of pit stops as well. That could have been what happened, although it would have been a little bit earlier. Maybe. Let me check. I don't think this is the thing. I was thinking maybe they've done their second pit stop of Nita Felix, but I'm pretty sure that they've not stopped. They stopped on lap 53. They're currently circulating on lap 67, 68. So I don't think so. We're waiting another 5-6 laps before they're coming into the pit. It's normally 24 lap stints, roughly in that vein. So or a little bit late, a little bit more than that maybe. Arna Sconefleet's penalty. Arna Sconefleet's just got a penalty.
And there is more drama in LMHC. That's a lot worse than Reese Capit's spin was for him. Whilst that may have had some impact on their tyres and stuff, that is a lot of time. The lead car is going to lose. And given how close the top 7 or so of LMHC is, that could completely wreck their race. We've got 2 hours, only 2/3 of the race really left remaining.
Wow, what a feisty way to end the second hour here, and with that, it's time to hand over the commentary reins, and what a time to take it over. It's been a great opening couple of hours to the race. Myself, Lewis McGlade, Hugo Barrow. We've had some fun, haven't we, Hugo? We've had a bit of a good time.
Yeah, we have.
We now hand the reins over to the ever trusty Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger. Lads, hello, and take it away.
Hi Lewis, and hi to everyone watching at home as well. Thanks for just sending it all into chaos as well, by the way, just before we take over. That was very nice of you. Yeah, we've got battles everywhere, strategies everywhere at the moment. Cam, we're absolutely loving the action out there at the moment, and yeah, we're just enjoying the show. Really, it's kind of all chopped and changed around in the last few minutes here in Hypercar. Obviously, we've had that Risto Capit spin, and obviously a much bigger thing that's happened there. Really, Arna Schoenfleet has just received a penalty, and that is really going to hurt them.
Terzic around.
And yeah, Terzic looks like he has been around here for their team. So yeah, the John Lacey Esports team, after doing so well last time out in Silverstone, all of a sudden, didn't quite see what happened there, Cam, but all of a sudden it's all going pear-shaped for them.
Yeah, especially in the hypercar, there's quite a lot going on at the moment, so I have to keep up to dates when that all works itself out, with obviously Schoenfleet having to take his penalty in at some point. But for now, we're looking at Waveframe Esports here, coming up on the back of the Nita Felix Corvette, working their way towards Sector 3 of this lap. And this is the part of the track where you really need to start getting close to your rival. Obviously in the GTE category, it is a little bit harder to overtake because the slipstream isn't quite so much as on other cars, but then you do have this really good opportunity. However, it looks like that Corvette's got a really good exit out, obviously coming up to this newer fast chicane, which makes it even harder. But I think it's Korosari in that car doing a pretty good job at the moment, just can't quite get past.
Yeah, it's a good battle though in GTE. As you can see, Lewis was mentioning, and Nita Velix are into the pit lane. So GTE pit stops are very much upon us right now, as you can tell, because we are another hour crossed into this race, just under 4 to go now. Yeah, we're getting down towards the business end, of course, in this 6-hour race. So we'll see how that all pans out. We're hearing as well about Alan Terzic's half spin in Hypercar for John Lacey Esports. He had just a little bit of a moment, and then he was hit by Roman Yakubovic of the Black Hawk car. So there could be a bit of damage, question marks hanging over those two cars, because we believe they have come into contact out there on the circuit in the last few moments. So that is not good news for either of those teams. But either way, it looks like they are still going, and yeah, that's all okay for now. But yeah, GT pit stops are back upon us here, Cam, and we're often seeing double stinting around here. We're often seeing double stinting in the GTE category as a whole, so we're expecting no different here today. There's not much you can really do in a 6-hour race in terms of tyres. It's a shorter race, it leaves less wiggle room for strategies, I guess, but we're expecting double stops to be the order of the day, I think.
Yeah, certainly are, and that obviously means now that we're at the end of the second hour, most of those teams who are double stinting will now be having their longer pit stop to take their tyres, having done the first 2 hours on that first set of tyres, which can always work maybe in a certain team's favour, depending on just how they have worked with their tyres. And we've now got Turka Hakkinen taking over in the Nita Velix car, which is now coming out of the pit lane, coming down the main straight as well. So yeah, in full effect, these GTE pit stops, and obviously that will take a couple of laps to work it out, because some teams will obviously be saving fuel a little bit to try and go a couple of laps longer.
Yeah, they will, and it's going to be all up in the air for the next few moments. So we'll hold off on our hourly update until the GTE cars have pitted. I think that will be a little bit more sensible, because at the moment you're just going to see a mess. So we'll wait a little bit, and then we'll show you the order. But in Hypercar, just to update you, nothing has changed. It's still on a Schumfleet from Risto Caput, although he does have that penalty hanging over him, does the Ajira man of Schumfleet. So that could all change in the next few moments. And as Lewis and Hugo were mentioning just before we came on here, Cam, it's getting a little bit darker out there, I have to say. I would agree with them, actually. It is getting a little bit darker. I did hear some suspicions that there might be some rain towards the end of this race. It wasn't ever going to be anything like Silverstone, where it was just raining the whole race. Very, very British weather for that one. It's been a little bit kinder to these guys so far, but we're in the middle of November in Europe. It's not going to be the greatest time in terms of weather, so there are some question marks over that, and if that rain does hit, then this is going to really, really throw the race on its head. And we have a battle in the lead of LMP2 right now. Rookie Monsters versus DX Droids, currently heading towards turn 5 and 6.
Yeah, Toman just went into the pit lane, so these guys have now taken over the lead of the LMP2 category. And Rookie Monsters now trying to work their way behind. It's Tom Lombart's in the car at the moment, behind Fernandez in the DX Droids. And DX Droids obviously were leading earlier on, but then they seem to be doing their tyre pit stops every single stint, which means they're obviously going to be losing a little bit more in those middle stints compared to the ones who are double stinting. But they're still looking in a good position right now. However, Toman did have a pretty nice lead before he came in. So I'm expecting these guys to come into the pit lane, but they are now being sort of holding up a little bit. The G-Drive car sitting there behind Dan Brewer, still in that car. He can't get past, as these guys are having a really good battle. Tom Lombart's now, he had a little bit of a look into turn 1 on this lap, and he's now going to be working his way up to, obviously, the fast chicane. It's going to be very difficult to make a move now that the G-Drive car's coming to go past both of them. This is going to get a little bit awkward as they go side by side. There's a bit of contact there. Now Tom Lombard is trying to overtake as they come into the pit lane, actually, for DX Droids. Tom Lombard stays ahead of the G-Drive, so he's got back ahead. And Brewer not doing the traffic too well there. He's lost quite a bit of time and had some contact.
Yeah, Fernandez didn't want any part of that, and rightly so as well, just having a bit of contact with Daniel Brewer, trying to get through on these guys. And that wasn't the smartest move he could have made through traffic. It wasn't glaringly bad, but it could have been better. Let's say he probably should have split the two LMP2s going through there, but that's easy for us to say. Sat up here with all the camera angles and obviously not a hot head from driving. But either way, they've all negotiated it somehow unscathed, and as have most of these guys actually. It's been very energetic down that final chicane, but we haven't seen too many accidents. We've actually only got one retiree from this race so far. That's Pim van Ark from the Fair Racing team. That was the Ferrari that was sent flying into the air on the main straight, I believe, at the start of this race. Only completing 8 laps, they are out. Martin Diamond, having had a few problems for John Lacey in their GTE car, is 18 laps down on the next car, but I think he is still running. So we have 44 cars out there for the VEC 6 hours of the Nurburgring, and that's still a very good percentage of guys out there. We still say this quietly, but we've not had any Code 80s yet this race, and we only had one back in Silverstone as well, so it's been very, very clean indeed. And that one at Silverstone was due to a connection thing rather than a driver thing, so it's been very, very clean so far. And I would argue that this circuit, the Nürburgring GP circuit anyway, is one of the best for multi-class racing, because it's mostly chicanes, if we're honest, and then there's a straight after all of them. So I think this circuit lends itself to some great multi-class racing.
It really does. I was racing in Division 2 Hypercar last year, and this was probably my favourite race with the whole season. For just the way the corners work and how long the straights are in between those chicanes, as you mentioned, it just works really well, and it's quite nice for the faster classes to actually make an overtake. And the only corner that's a little bit awkward really is the Schumacher S up the hill, but apart from that, it's actually a really nice track for overtaking. So it's good to see that we're coming back here once again this year. And just as a side note, Schumflet has now served his penalty, and he's gone down to 3rd place. So he is now about 10 seconds off the lead, and we'll have to try and make that up if he wants to get back into the lead of the overall race.
Yeah, he's actually made the top 7 even closer than they were before, so there's some really, really small margins at the front of the field. 5.5 seconds roughly is what Risto Capit has over Timothej Andonovski, who's in 2nd. Arne Schumflet has dropped into 3rd, as we mentioned, so it's all changing in there. The LMP2 pit stops, by the way, are still going on. The window, I've noticed, is quite wide, actually, around here at the Nürburgring. Some people evidently fuel saving, some people are going absolutely hell for leather. Seen 22 lap stints as short as for especially the Zancho LMP2 has been pitting quite a lot, but we're still seeing guys like Michele Ricci, who's just gone out in the Waveframe car. They're pitting on lap 73 now, which is nearly 10 laps after the Zancho car, which really kicked off those LMP2 pit stops. So that window is very, very wide indeed, and we're seeing a lot of different strategies going on. Also seeing some different ones in GTE as well, because I think there's some guys to pit from there, notably, or shall I say, Satellite are down the order, and I think they should still be in the lead, given the way Jimi Nisila started that car. I think they should probably still be in the lead, but we'll see how they pan out a little bit later on. We've entered just a little bit of a quieter phase, though. Now these pit stops, this tends to happen in the middle of an endurance race. It just spreads out a little bit. The strategies begin to come to fruition. They begin to sort themselves out, but it all converges at the end, and that's why you can't really stop watching at any point at these endurance racing, because something might just happen, and it might completely change the face of the race, like a Code 80 or even rain if we're lucky.
You mentioned Code 80 twice now. I think you're going to jinx it, but yeah, the LMP2 fuel saving is quite an interesting one, because the fuel tanks are so short as well. It in some ways becomes a lot more crucial, because 1 lap is a much bigger percentage than it would be in, say, the hypercar, that is obviously literally twice the lap distance you can get on a fuel tank. And I think for the likes of Lombards and Jordan, for Ricky Monsters and Burst Edge, I think they're going a little bit longer than some of the other cars, and I think this could help them further down the line. Obviously, you have to work out exactly what you want to do with your pit stops with regards to your tyres as well, but it is certainly possible on this track to actually save, purely because the way the corners are, there aren't actually too many really slow speed corners. There's a lot of ones that you can sort of flow into, and when you're doing that, that's obviously when you can lift off, or you can go into a lower engine mix or something like that. So it's quite a good track for fuel saving. And as always, Burst Edge, they often like to do that. Let's put it that way. They like the bit of fuel saving, and I wouldn't be surprised if they work their way back up, because obviously they are still recovering a little bit from that incident with Yanis Simičić on the opening lap.
Yeah, just getting served by somebody. I can't remember who it was now, because it was over 2 hours ago. But yeah, just hit ever so slightly, and they dropped all the way down to the middle of the GTE pack, had to fight their way through. But what better man to do it than Yanis Simičić? They've got themselves back into the mix, certainly. As hypercar pit stops are not too far away, I don't think. Tony Mello's just entered the pit lane for Zancho. But currently, we've just had a lap on board with the Butler Pal LMP2. That's Max Melamed, who's still driving that car, having started it in the 29. So yeah, he's doing pretty decently. Up in front, though, we've got Dennis Jordan and Yuri Toman, who are fighting it out. So yeah, they're just up the road ever so slightly, and even up the road from this camera angle we've got right now. Max Melamed, Herman Stoshi has just made his way past Darren Mrocek in the other Burst Esport car. There's 3 Burst Esport cars, by the way, in case you're getting a bit confused at home. There's quite a lot of them. The 20s, the 28, the 49, sorry, and the 50. They're the 3 Burst Esport cars. It was the 28 who took the victory last time out. The other ones didn't have such a great race, finishing in 7th and 8th positions respectively, but they're having a much stronger all-round showing here today. So yeah, well, what else would you expect, should I say, from Burst Esport? A very, very good team indeed, and it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to beat them in this championship. I think even Waveframe, who won last season's championship, I think they're going to struggle to topple Burst Esport on this occasion.
Yeah, especially that Burst Edge car. Obviously, Jordan, Siebel, and Simičić, they've been together for this is their 3rd season now. And ironically, in their 3rd season, it is their 3rd different sort of team that they've been with, because obviously they were with Avid Chronic Racing, and then last year they were just Edge Esports, and now they are Burst Edge Esports. So obviously, team's changing, but the drivers are the same, and they all have the same sort of passion and desire and motivation, I guess you could say, to get to the top. And one thing they do very well is strategy. If you want to say anything about them, it is definitely the strategy that is the best for those guys. So over the course of the season, they will generally find a way of making less pit stops whilst keeping the lap speed as well. So yeah, good job from them so far. And they do have Yuri Toman on the back of them, but Yuri has obviously made his pit stop in this sequence already, whereas Dennis is quite a few laps off.
Yeah, he's just 1.3 seconds adrift. So as you were talking there, Dennis Jordan has actually taken the lead of the LMP2 category, and so yeah, that's an interesting battle that is going on. There's some small margins down in GTE as well. There's pit stops going on. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of people seem to be fuel saving in this one for some reason, and it seems to be just changing around totally, which is a little bit weird and not what we're used to seeing really. But either way, that's the deal with that. Either way, I apologise for this, by the way, but we are having a few technical difficulties with the stream at the moment. So we are going to be back soon. We're just fixing a couple of things, and we'll be back in a couple of short moments. Right, welcome back to the VEC 6 hours of the Nurburgring. Once again, apologies for those technical difficulties, but hopefully they are behind us now. And I'd like to apologise as well for saying Waveframe won the championship last year. It was Singularity, but I've just remembered that wrong. Either way, they're a very strong team. That was the point I was trying to make. Yeah, they'll be looking to do something throughout this season, as will Burst Edge Esports, who have just entered the pit lane. Strategies are going all over the place at the moment. It's Dennis Jordan who's now given over the lead to Yuri Toman in the Varga Sim Racing LMP2, and they're looking in pretty good stead actually. Surprisingly so as well, as Naito Velix follow Burst into the pit lane. So LMP2 pit stops are not over by any means, but Yuri Toman has cycled back to the lead, and he is looking in a very strong position actually now.
Yeah, this Varga team is doing really well in recent times. They have obviously come quite heavily into rFactor 2 over this 2020 year, and with all the events that have been happening. So it's really good to see that they've obviously got into Division 1, and they've just come pretty much straight to the front. They have had a few issues in various races that they have done with the consistency, which is obviously one reason why the Burst Edge Esports car is so good, because of their consistency. So if Toma can get this win today, I mean, obviously, you know, we still got over half the race to go, but if him and his guys can get a win here today, that would be really good. And they've got quite a nice lead now from Tom Lombards, so they're looking pretty good, I would say, for this LMP2. But obviously, anything can happen, and maybe the teams behind will start to catch up, maybe with a bit of strategy as well.
Yeah, you never know. LMP2, I think, gives the most options for strategy, actually, with the amount of pit stops that they make. The option to triple stint is actually a thing, whereas it might not be in other classes. In such a short race, it is in LMP2, and that makes things very, very interesting indeed. But speaking of interesting, we've got a lot of battling going on down in GTE at the moment, just to report you on. Riccardo Corazzari is leading the class at the moment for Waveframe, but I don't think he's pitted yet in this second round of stops for those guys. So I think Satellite will be leading by the end of it, but a little bit further down, Alessandro Oppoloni will be battling with Wojtek Polesny. Drive Seat Gaming versus Varga Sim Racing is one of the battles that is going on here. Yeah, that's a close one, as well as Naito Velix, who are not too far behind. And it's that kind of clump of cars from Sim Racing for Holland really all the way down to about Waveframe Esports in 11th. That's about 9 cars, let's say, who are all in one train, just a few seconds apart from each other, and it's a very, very interesting battle in GTE at the moment. If you take out Satellite, then you've got a very, very interesting class. It just shows how good Satellite have been in this race so far.
Yeah, they've put in quite a lot of work. They have just been so fast in general in recent times, so it's really good to see that they've got to the front, as Corazzari is actually in the pit lane now, so they retake the lead in class, and that is looking really good for them. As you say, they got so much of a gap to the leader, as we now see the Varga GTE now with the Naito Velix car behind them.
Yeah, they are indeed. Polesny actually nearly rear-ended Apolloni there, because he was coming into the pit lane, but disaster averted for both of them. But he has got Turka Hakkinen right behind him now as they head into turn 1. A bit of a Varga Sim Racing LMP2. That's a bit of a coincidence, I think. But either way, getting in the way of this battle ever so slightly at the moment, with the Corvette having to battle the LMP2, which is a bit of a strange sight, but they have actually managed to get through. That's Yuri Toman still leading that category by 40 seconds from Tom Lombard. But there you go, Varga Sim Racing just giving their teammates a little bit of breathing space there as they headed into turn 1.
Yeah, that's sort of just the games you can play every night. Oh, there's Polesny's been hit there by the Zancho car with can't remember who's in the car at the moment there, but the Zancho car just made a bit of contact there. Yunus Rivio it was on Polesny, and that meant that's now they've lost that position, and Polesny's had to fall behind Hakkinen. So that was an easy move there by Hakkinen, and Polesny actually might have some damage on that as well. I think that was Rivio just misjudging it a little bit. It is quite a hard corner because it's a bit tighter than it looks on the exit, but Still, you got to be wary of that, and as the faster class, shouldn't really be making too much contact. So Plessy's not going to be too happy about that after, as we were saying, just having a little bit of help from his sister car in the LMP2, which is what you can do if you enter in both categories. But yeah, a bit of a disappointing moment there for Plesny, as he's now lost a place because of that.
Yeah, he has. And that's become a little bit of a hotspot for incident and accident, actually, at turn 5 and 6. It's a tricky little chicane when you factor in the traffic, and that's exactly what's happened there. We've seen stuff in real life happen there, and we've seen it so far in this race. Arne Schoenfleet came unstuck there on the way out after his first pit stop. He immediately collided with one of the GT Porsches. I think it was a World of Sim Racing car. And we've just seen it again, and we might be able to get a replay of it now. Here it is. So Wojciech Polesny is just in front. That's Units right heading to the outside. But did he chop across his nose? Did he head away from the apex there, Polesny? I would say maybe. Polesny even headed away from the apex rather than Ravio chopping across his nose. Yeah,
on reflection, maybe Polesny didn't quite actually hit the apex. So maybe a bit of the fault actually has to go his way as well. But I'm sure obviously the stewards we'll eventually look at that if it is deemed that it needs to be. But yeah, maybe Plesny actually didn't quite hit the apex. Let's see what he does on this lap. Yeah, he's a lot closer to the apex that time, so maybe he was trying to block off Ravio a little bit. But yeah, either way, he's lost that position, and he now has obviously another car coming up behind him, which is Ciara in the Butler Powell Corvette in the 76 car. So he might be under threat again for another place here.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a Corvette sandwich at the moment, as Lewis loves to hear, and yeah, that's what mentioned for the day. But either way, yeah, Ciara is closing in quite quickly, actually. Polesny may be a little bit rattled by that, although he was being caught by Hakkinen anyway, and you can see already that he's not exactly catching back up to that Nigel Velez car. He's getting away from him ever so slightly, is that 60. So, yeah, Polesny not having the best of days out there, being caught rather quickly. And of course, the traffic is always evolving, always changing this battle. But they're going through the fast chicane now. Doesn't look anything particularly wrong with his drive. He's not missing his marks or anything. He just doesn't seem to have the pace. I wonder maybe if this is a tyre issue, whether he's just not taken tyres on the last pit stop or something like that has happened. I just wonder. I don't know what has quite gone on with that one. But we go back now to LMP2. Anthony Jans versus Dennis Jordan. These two are so good in that car. Anthony Jans has been driving an LMP2 for decades now. It feels like he's been in that car in its previous iteration as well. When it was the slow LMP2. As what's just happened?
Sorry, I just clicked on Andonovski because he was getting close to Kappa, and Andonovski actually missed the pit entry, so he went inside the curb as they were told to, but then under braking he locked up and then came back outside of the curb and has had to continue for another lap. But that might mean he doesn't have enough fuel for this in lap, so this could be quite crucial for the overall race lead. He got within a second of Risto Kappa there, but he's now lost a place to Schumbley, and Andonovski literally just went in too fast, locked up, and actually then went back outside of the curb and didn't have enough room to get back inside the pit entry. So he's going to have to come around this lap. Hopefully he does have enough fuel. Otherwise that could be quite crucial, because Kappa has just been handed, even despite going off himself, he's just been handed it a little bit because Schumbley obviously getting that penalty earlier on. Now Andonovski making a mistake. It's not really helping. I mean, if you want to beat, Roman Grosjean in esports, then you've got to be perfect. And unfortunately, those two cars in second and third have made a few mistakes here.
Yeah, they've had a couple of them. Let's get a look on this replay then, trying to get down to... that was a late call, I have to say, and late braking. Tried to make it in, and then realised he didn't have the turning circle for it on the McLaren Senna there, so he's had to go round again. I think he's backing off quite a lot just to make it here, and I think he will actually get there in the end, but that's not good for their race at all. After pressuring maybe even for the lead of this race, they are now licking their wounds down in third just a little bit. So disappointing news for them in the last few moments, but they're going to be able to continue. Still over 3.5 hours to go. So it's not an unrecoverable margin, that's for sure. As we're back to watching Jordan and Jans right now. There's battles going on all over the place, to be honest. Wanako and Blackhawk were exchanging places a minute ago as Schumbley is into the pit lane now, as is Andonovski. They've both managed to get into the pit lane on this occasion, and we go back to Wojtek Polesny now in that Varga Sim Racing GTE, battling for 27th overall with the Butler Powell Motorsport Corvette here.
Yeah, see, I was just catching in here in this 76 Corvette. He's obviously within that second now, but as we saw earlier, the overtaking a GTE directly with a competitor is a little bit more difficult because the lack of the slipstream. So you generally have to get them, you have to get the momentum coming in the corners. So we have seen that Polesny's been struggling just a little bit, and maybe that is going to have a hindrance on his ability to defend this. But he potentially has a bit of damage as well on that left hand, maybe the left hand front suspension, which could be restricting him a little bit. However, they haven't really dropped off the back of the Nita Velox car. I was having a look at the lap times. The lap times are actually pretty stable, pretty decent. I think it's just so close between these GTE cars that obviously makes it a little bit more difficult for these guys to get a direct overtake, as we now get the slipstream coming up to the chicane. But is he going to have enough on the inside? I don't think he is, so he's going to have to sit there for another lap, but he is certainly very close now, only 0.4 behind. I think very soon he's going to be looking to make an overtake, but right now he's just having to build up that momentum and maybe force Polesny into a mistake, as a lot of the hypercars are in the pit lane as we speak. They're obviously making their next round of pit stops.
Yeah, they are indeed. Chris Shepherd has got back into the Monaco car in place of Boya Milan. Schumvli is now back out there again, I think. Or is he still stationary? He's not actually gone yet. We are currently waiting for him to do so, but he will in a minute. Henry Sinek has got into the Drillers Esports car in place of Timothej Andonovski. Nick Da Silva is in for Arno Schumvli in the Ajira car. That gap is very close between Drillers and Ajira, though. Dimitri Bushka is in the Black Hawk car now as well. Georgi Zavires gets back in John Lacey Esports hypercar in place of Alan Terzic, of course, and Chris Shepherd is also in. Boya Milan is actually still out there, but he's into the pit lane now as well.
Milan's got no rear wing inside the pit lane, so he must have been hit by someone because his rear wing is sat next to his car. So that has not worked out well for him, as he obviously has his sister car there in the background as well. So both Monaco's in there. So yeah, someone has obviously tagged the back of him when they were coming out of their pit stop. So that is quite unfortunate. So they're going to have to sort that one out. And I think if he has lost it this late, the game might not repair it on this pit stop, which means he might have to go around and then come straight back in again. But if he has to go around with no rear wing, that could cause a code 80.
Yeah, he's going to be a big hazard if he is going to have to do that, and we believe that he might. We'll see when he goes and leaves the pit lane. That's his teammate, by the way, Chris Shepherd, leaving now. Well, let's see if it is still Chris Shepherd. It isn't. Geoffrey Fournier, the Frenchman, has got into that car now, and he'll be driving the next stint for Monaco. What's going to happen here with Boya Milan, though? The rear wing has obviously been picked up by somebody and taken back into the pit lane. It's not strewn across the apron anymore, but it's still not attached to his car either, so we'll see. I guess some of the candidates for actually clipping it, Jordi Reyes, maybe Dimitri Buska, one of them has clearly clipped him on the way out. In the background, that's Arms Sim Racing also. Side by side here, though, with Nick Da Silva and Henry Sinek, as no rear wing for Nico Barkley. This is a way to introduce yourself to the race. Try driving around the Nurburgring with no rear wing. This is not going to be a fun lap for Nico Barkley. Yeah,
he's going to have to be really careful here. And I'm pretty sure he hasn't, looking at the speed he's going, it's not just a graphic update issue. He genuinely has no rear wing. And that obviously means that is going to be a very slow in-lap. And then he's going to have the time to fix that again. So he's going to have another... Well, he's probably going to be a lap down or compared to where he is now. So this could be quite dangerous. So hopefully these guys coming up behind him will be able to work that one out. But as you said... we are coming to code 80 now, so this is going to be quite interesting actually for those who haven't made a pit stop, such as Risto Capet, who is still out there. And I think Dan Brewer as well hasn't made a pit stop, so I think this could be quite good for them, because even though they may not keep the, especially in Brewer's situation, Sinek's only just behind him, so he might not keep his position, but at least he'll have a shorter pit stop. The only thing for them is that Nico Barkley is already halfway around the lap. So we had a crash in the final chicane as well, because Risto Kappa has just gone past some damage in the final chicane as he comes into the pit lane. So Kappa is coming in, making use of this shorter pit stop that it will cost him. Brewer is going to get in, I would assume, most of his pit stop as well. So that is going to be good for him. But the likes of Cynic and Nick De Silva, who are just behind Brewer, they are, I would assume, going to stay out, because there isn't too much reason to top up with fuel, considering they've literally done about one lap.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfect for Risto Kappa and R8G Esports. It's all about the luck with these Code 8Ts, and they have just struck gold. And that is really, really good for them. Not so good for Wanako, though. They've got Nico Bartley without that rear wing, and I saw Jeffrey Fournier flying down the front. Oh dear, yeah, we're about to see what happened. Or we did to see. Ooh. That was not good at all from any of those guys. I'll just try and get a look at again myself about what happened there. Because but it's one of those pit lane incidents. Obviously, on rFactor 2, the cars don't go in; they don't become drive-throughable when they're in the pit lane. It is completely solid, and you've got to mind your business really, and not do things like that, like driving into the back of somebody else. It was actually was it the other Wanako car, or was it? I can't quite tell who it was who drove into the back of him. But either way, Barkley just popped out in front. And the car behind just drove straight into the back of Barkley, and so he's without a rear wing. But either way, he's into the pit lane now, and we should be going back to green before too long.
And Kappa is, I can see on the number counter, is pretty much going as we're coming back to green in a few seconds. But yeah, Kappa, he is literally about to leave, so he is not going to lose. He's going to lose basically nothing. In terms of the overall result, because obviously Cynic is now going back around, but he is effectively most of a lap behind now. So Kappa is going to be leading this race, not by too long from Dan Brewer, but by at least half a lap from Henry Cynic. We'll wait to see what the exact time is once it all works itself out and they both get it back up to speed. But yeah, that has worked out really well for Risto Kappa and R8G Esports.
Yeah, they should be leading by over a minute here.
Oh, we got
we have got a slow. Waveframe, the number 26 LMP2 is off the road, and that is 13th overall. Michele Ricci has just dropped down. He was second in category, actually, but he is no longer, of course. Now then, what's happened? Has he got any damage? I don't think so, but he seems to be going quite quickly out there at the moment. I think he's okay in terms of damage, but his position has taken a bit of a hit. Interesting developments in LMP2 as well here. Some of those guys decided it was worth the pit lane. It wasn't that long ago when we saw pit stops, but some of them were clearly just going by the pit lane and thought, why not? Dennis Jordan was one of them. He's now down to 8th, nearly actually a whole lap down on Yuri Toman. I think he is actually a lap down now on Yuri Toman, who decided it wasn't worth the hassle. So very, very interesting in LMP2. Two different strategies, and unlike in Hypercar, where it was a slam dunk decision for Risto Kappa to come into the pit lane, it was a much more of an edgy one in LMP2. Some of them have gone for it. Some of them, like Yuri Toman, have decided to stay out and completely disregard the Code 80, figuring that their strategy is pretty much better off without it.
Yeah, that is a bit of an interesting one to see that they're so far behind now. But that is obviously just how it works out sometimes. When someone makes a Code 80 pit stop, it completely changes the order, and it's quite hard to actually work out sometimes where exactly certain people have been and gone. But Quico actually got in the car in place of Dan Brewer, just for your information. So Quico is now 30 seconds behind Risto Kappa, but Cynic is now over a minute behind. So remember, Antonovsky, just before he made that issue into the pit lane, was only a second behind Kappa, and now they are over a minute. That is how quickly things can change.
Yeah, it's been a bad few minutes for Drillers Esports, I'm afraid. And yeah, that's a real shame for those guys. But obviously, they could catch a Code 80 at the right time, and it could really benefit them a little bit later on. You just never know what is going to happen. As we're watching Yuri Toman at the front of the LMP2 field, another one who may have benefited from that, kind of goading his rivals into actually pitting here when they didn't need to. He's now got a pretty big lead, 56 seconds to Rookie Monsters, who are in second. Tom Lombards is still driving that car. Michele Ricci is in third in that class, as we saw him a little bit earlier on. And we're now with Nick De Silva heading into turn 1, the Ajira car. And Lewis picked up on this a little bit earlier on. With no disrespect to his teammates, Onashunvli is undoubtedly the fastest driver in that car. And I'm afraid Nick De Silva, Kalekuri, Daniel Almeida, they're not quite as quick. So we are expecting those guys to fall away ever so slightly. But Nick is holding his own pretty respectably right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Cynic is obviously not a slouch. So if De Silva can stay with him, that is going to be very good. And I did say a car had crashed just as Capit was coming in under code 80. And it was Apolloni who had a really long pit stop. So unfortunately now he's down in 42nd position for drive game seat. But it was actually, I think it was Fournier who ran into the back of them as they slowed down for the code 80. So that is really not good, to be honest. At least that's what it looks like from the video that I've been sent. So if that is the case, that could be a big penalty for him. And obviously causing someone that much time loss as well is not a good thing. So maybe he didn't hear the call or something, but yeah, seems like maybe, I don't know if it was Fournier, but definitely one of the Wanakos went into the back of Apolloni.
Yeah, to come to Fournier's defence though, he probably had the code 80 called at the worst time, the worst point on the circuit he possibly could have, because he was in the middle of the chicane. As we've got a big battle now between Anthony Jans and Tom Oldenmanger of Burst Esport, and now that's a great run actually from Jans to get into the slipstream of the car in front, heading into the hairpin. Is he going to go for that lunge down the inside? He decides to stick behind for now. This is 19th overall. I believe both of these cars actually came in to the pit lane under that last code 80. That is why they're a little bit further down. Just will have been a top up on fuel, no changing of tyres. I wouldn't have thought after such a short stint. A swooping to the inside there was Olderman. I keep wanting to say Almendinger there for some reason. Oldmenger, sorry, of Burst Esport. He's just in front of Anthony Jans and David Moshek there. You're just seeing it in the top right, top left-hand side of your screen. He's serving a penalty right now. He was 5th in class, but he's got a penalty. We have to assume that is for track cuts. Easy to do, but you have to avoid them in these races.
Yeah, you absolutely have to avoid penalties like that. Fortunately, the drive-through that he's just served isn't actually too much in terms of time loss, but it's still a loss, and you want to avoid that where you can. And just a note on Oldermanger, I believe this is actually his first ever race in the VEC, because he's only just passed SRCA as he defends from Jans. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is his debut, at least in the VEC. So jumping straight in and getting involved with these guys that obviously being the top tier is quite difficult. But Antti Jans has now just got past him into turn number 3. So Jans there back up into 9th in class. Oldermayer down to 10th in the number 50.
Yeah, indeed, as battles in LMP2 continue. This is pretty important, actually, for Dennis Jordan's race and Burst Edge Esports, because they are stuck in a bit of traffic at the moment. Jan van der Heide is in the way. Obviously, he's there on merit, and he's allowed to be there, but Dennis Jordan is not going to be enjoying his company, I don't think, at the moment, as van der Heide just dives down the inside into the left-hander. That's the drive seat gaming car, I think, or drive game seat, sorry. They're battling with, ground effect, should I say, battling with Knight of Velix. This is very, very close now, as van der Heide is now trying to make a pass of his own on Mario Marquez. Now that's DX Droids who were leading the race earlier on, going for those tyre changes every single pit stop, so they should be pretty quick, but Marquez doesn't look like he's going particularly quickly out there at the moment. Nice free car battle heading into turn 1 right now.
Yeah, this could be quite an opportunity for Dennis Jordan to get 2 positions, because obviously anything can happen. Van der Heide is certainly looking quite aggressive, trying to find any gap that he can to get past Marquez. And it isn't quite working for him just yet. But if he isn't too careful, Dennis Jordan's going to be coming past him. But Dennis is obviously quite a smart driver. He'll know what to do in this situation. He's not going to be trying to come past Van der Heide when Van der Heide is obviously trying to battle himself. But this could get quite interesting, especially if some GTE traffic comes up in the way, as I think there just is in the distance as well. So this could be quite a good opportunity for these cars. And Marquez may be struggling just a little bit here. But we also have a battle for second place in the LMP2s as well between Lombards and Ricky. So number of battles to look forward to. There's been a bit of contact actually. Sorry to cut you off. In 11th place, 12th place overall, Lombards and Ricky. They've had contact in the fast chicane. And that's why there's that yellow flag in the top. They're just rejoining as well. Lombards is really having struggles here, trying to get it back around. And remember, they were fighting for second place, so this really hasn't helped them at all. As we also have Von der Heide now still trying to get close. So 2 separate battles there in the LMP2 going on.
Yeah, it's all going on in LMP2 at the moment. There's things going on in Hypercar with the battle for third overall. The spin for Tom Lombards, which I hope we'll be able to bring to you in a few moments' time with a bit of a replay. But here it is in Hypercar. Great run by Nick De Silva off of turn number 6, heading towards the hairpin. Is there going to be a move? Oh, he faked it. He decided not to go for it, though. Staying behind for now. Henry Sinek just getting himself settled into that car is the Estonian driver taking over from Andonovski, and they are the only 2 drivers for that team here today. And no other drivers. They're deciding to stick with 2. And that's the strategy I've seen actually up and down the field quite a lot. Henry Sinek and Andonovski on their own. They're not using the help of their teammates. Maybe more than 2 drivers for a 6-hour race is a little bit too many. Just cut out the unnecessary driver changes and keep it to 2 drivers. That seems to be the philosophy of a couple of teams.
And people were just saying, can De Silva keep up? Well, yes, he can. He's staying here with Sinek. So this Enduro car is looking like they are on the pace. And obviously Sinek is trying to hold on there in 3rd place at the moment, and possibly being slightly annoyed actually by the amount of time loss that they lost in that whole sequence. But this is what you get for staying out longer. You have more opportunity to get a free pit stop like Caput did and a couple of others, and that sometimes is just the way it goes. So yeah, you can't get too annoyed, but as De Silva has to switch the other sides of the Waveframe car to try and get up and not lose traffic, and there's moments like that can lose or gain you time in a tight battle like this.
Yeah, you might be wondering why guys stay out just 1 or 2 laps longer in a 6-hour race when you know they're not going to be able to cut out a pit stop because the race isn't quite long enough for that. But they're staying out for those extra laps anyway. But that is a demonstration as to why, because yeah, it just makes things a little bit easier. You could get lucky one of these days, and it has paid off on this occasion for Risto Caput. That's why he is in the lead by 35 seconds, not because he's drastically quicker than all of the others. He is very quick, and he has been leading on merit for quite a lot of this race, but that strategy call has allowed him to take that lead by such a margin, and it's left these guys like Sinek and De Silva to battle amongst themselves for the final spaces on the podium. That's what they're doing right now, as we are going to get a replay now of the incident between Tom Lombards and Michele Ricci. Let's see who was at fault. This is Ricci heading to the inside, heading into the chicane. Well, it's never a real overtaking opportunity, is it? It's very quick. It's a very, very fast section of corners, in fact. And when you've only got your car that far alongside, it becomes a very, very 50-50 move indeed.
Yeah, it's such difficult chicane to overtake in the same class 4 position when the cars are practically identical. And what the replay didn't show as well is Tom Lombards ended up doing like a 360 in the grass, trying to get back as well. So he lost so much time compared to Ricky and is obviously quite a way behind now. So he's going to have to try and work his way back up and get into that position again. But that is quite a bit of time actually that he lost, so maybe not ideal. I think it's about 20 seconds, as you can see there, P13 he is, that he is behind, so he's going to have to try and work that one up, maybe with a bit of strategy. But by this point in the race, obviously come up to almost half distance, there isn't so much you can do with strategy as you get towards the latter parts of the race. So yeah, he's going to have to maybe sort that one out in the incident reviews after the race.
Yeah, it is a little bit hard to adapt nearly 3 hours into the race, because you've kind of fired your trajectory for the race in terms of your strategy. Changing it now is a little bit difficult, but that might be what they go for in this one. Don't forget, Yuri Toman is still leading that class, and we can't forget about him, but the battles are behind. Like this one for 15th overall, DX Droids, Zancho, Burst, Edge Esports, all involved. It's Jan von der Heide we're following at the moment, trying to get past Mario Marquez, and we've got one of the hypercars in here for good measure. It looks like the G-Drive car, and it is. That is no longer Daniel Brewer. it is Jeroen Kweekel running around in second place. And that's a great improvement for them. They didn't have the best of first rounds, finishing in 7th place back in Silverstone, but they're having a much better day now. You could say, wholly due to their luck with that Code 80, but they've still got to be there. They've still got to have the pace to be there, and that's exactly what they've got this week.
And also the strategic element as well, as we see a battle here for 28th place. And we're seeing the Musto car go down the inside. This is 7th and 8th place in class in the GTE. As we've got Wayfing trying to come back on the inside, but the 53 stays ahead of the 68 there. As Musto got down the inside into turn number 1 and now are pulling away slightly. Obviously the 2 Ferraris. Quite a popular car choice between some of the Italian teams as we see here, but certainly holding its own. And yeah, up to 7th place there for Musto, as we now see Zvares trying to get on the back of Buksha, now into turn number 3. That's going to get tight. Tiny bit of bumping and contact between the number 6 and the number 2 machine. As we see Jordi there on the right-hand side in the box, trying to get as close as he can, but on the outside of turn number 5, that is not going to work. He's going to have to back out of that. But it certainly seems that he's got a bit more pace at the moment, but it just can't quite find a way past. However, obviously some traffic can always help that, and they're going to now come both past the Wayfing car. Can he get down on the inside? But no, the Pescara car manages to defend quite nicely there.
Yeah, there's some aggressive defending, robust defending going on. You can see by Zvares' facial expression as they headed towards turn 5. He wasn't best pleased, but obviously just doing the best he can to defend his Buska. Now down the inside again for Zvares. He was given the room there actually, but he didn't decide to go for it. Sticking behind for turn 11, trying to get the run down the hill now and towards the fast chicane. They've got traffic involved in their own battle as well. It's a GTE fight that's going on. It's incredibly close. Free wide through the middle. My goodness me. Jordi Zvares down to the outside into the final chicane. Can't make it work through there. He's going to maybe go for it at the final corner. Can't do it there either. He's trying every which way to go for this move at the moment, but he just can't make it work. However, Dimitri Buska has got to be in trouble now. Heading to the inside goes the Jean Lacey Esports hypercar of Jordi Zvares. Now he's got the move done. Surely on the brakes, inside line, turn 1. It's a long way round there. Buska is not able to hold on. Finally, Jordi Zvares is through into 5th place.
That took a lap, but he managed to do it. He had to be so aggressive for the whole lap to make that happen. And now the number 6 is up into 5th place overall. So yeah, that is looking really nice for him, but he had to really work for that one. That just shows you how hard it can be sometimes to make an overtake in class, especially when you've got a couple of drivers who are so close together. But your LMP2 leader, Vargas Sim Racing, has come into the pit lane. Yuri Toman's got out of the car. Chinchik is in, and they are already back out in 3rd place overall. Such is the lead that they've got. So this is looking really nice for this Vargas Sim Racing car. And that is Toman still in the box. In the picture, but yeah, Chinchik is now inside the car, and he will be going for the next couple of stints, I would assume.
Honda Hyder's in a little bit of trouble right now because he's just being passed by the Burst Esport car a little bit further behind, down in towards the bottom end of the top 20 overall. And there it is. That's actually Dennis Jordan getting through, as he's been trying to for the last few laps, being held up ever so slightly by Honda Hyder, who actually went for a move himself on Marquez, but couldn't get it done, and that just left himself all exposed. Dennis Jordan was more than happy to open through that gap as Buska gets a penalty himself, so having lost that position, he's going to lose probably another one now to the Zancho car, having made that drive through in just a few moments time. But Dennis Jordan is going to be pleased to have cleared that Zancho LMP2. It's not a team we often see driving prototypes. They're getting used to it, of course, and they're not having the best of luck in GTE either. It's not been the heights of last season, certainly, where they were getting 3 cars into the top 5 quite a lot, especially in the early parts of races. But either way, they're not doing too badly out there in 7th in LMP2, 7th in Hypercar as well, just a little bit further back in GTE, but they're learning the prototypes as Marquez comes in.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I'd say, as you mentioned, they're doing a pretty good job. And obviously over the summer they did a couple of LMP2 events with the Virtual Le Mans, for instance. I believe the Zancho had either 3 or 4 cars there, obviously partnered with some of the real life teams as well. But yeah, they sort of spread their drivers out. Rather than having 3 BMWs, they've spread that out across the series with the different categories, which is really good to see, actually, that the team's obviously venturing out. They're not trying to stay in the same place. They're trying to get in all of the categories and do the best that they can. And Von der Heide was certainly plenty quick enough in that virtual Le Mans as well. So yeah, he's obviously got used to it. As we've now seen Jans come up behind David Mocek as they're having to go around each side of the Valence Aston Martin, and now he's going to go around the outside of turn number 5, which, as we mentioned, is such a hard place to overtake these couple of corners. And Mocek is really trying to hold on now in this number 49. But Jans, as you mentioned earlier, he's had such a lot of experience in this car right now that he really knows what to do, and he's putting Mocek on the back foot.
Yeah, he is indeed. Mocek, the Burst eSport driver who had to serve a penalty not so long ago, and this has now got him in this battle for 7th place in class, as the leader in class once again is in. So it was Toman. He's pitted to make sure it's not him anymore. Michele Ricci now is into the pit lane from Waveframe from the lead of their class, which leaves Tom Lombards to take the lead here for Rookie Monsters, the 37. So it's now their turn as Juan Carlos Fernandez just gets a penalty. That is the DX Droids car in LMP2 not having the best of days after leading for so much earlier on. Now they are losing time as Dennis Jordan moves up another position because the DX Droids has pitted a little bit earlier on. They're now in 4th and just running around there trying to get past one of the Porsches into the Mercedes arena, and will do so in the multi-class traffic, which is still running all the way around the circuit. There's not really any free track space for anybody because there's so many GTE cars. I think there's still at least 20 of them out there, and if you're a prototype driver, then they're still being an absolute nightmare, as somebody has just gone off in front of Dennis Jordan, World of Sim Racing.
Yeah, that was it's just quite an interesting place to go off. He must have just gone way too fast into turn 5 that he couldn't keep it back. So Jordi San Andreas, 36th place overall, having a few troubles there, but he's got back going. I didn't see if that was involved with another car, but yeah, he's managed to get it back on the track, so not too bad, not causing issues for anyone else, as Mocek is still under big pressure from Anthony Jans, and he's sat there for quite a while. And obviously one of the things that I think Valentino Rossi has always said, when you get up to someone, you have to overtake them straight away. You can't let them get comfortable with you sitting behind. And obviously Jans has sat there for a little while now, so Mocek might have learned where he's quick and where he's not. But a bit of traffic like that can always hinder your exit. And now Jans is getting the slipstream, and he's going to have to do something quite interesting. Obviously the kink in the back straight is going to help Mocek stay to the inside. And hopefully we don't see any sort of Lombards Ricci incidents coming in. But once again, the traffic isn't so kind for Mocek, as it's hindering him a little bit with that corner exit, as now Jans is having to dive down the inside as well. And for once, Mocek actually got a little bit of help with the traffic. And he's possibly going to be able to defend down this straight, unless Jans sends a huge one down the inside of turn number 1. But Mocek is generally quite good on the brakes and manages to hold it there for a sec. But this battle's been going on for a little while now, as Von der Heide has left the race. Has he disconnected?
It could quite be the case, actually, with Jan van der Heide. Yeah, that's not good for him at all. And yeah, that's going to mean they're going to fall down the order if that is indeed the case. And we believe that to be correct. That is very, very unfortunate indeed. And they will not be able to contest the podium places you wouldn't expect in this race anymore after that small incident they've had. Very, very unfortunate indeed. As we can do, in the background, that World of Sim Racing Porsche is not having a good day. Off again as Anthony Jans gets down the inside into the hairpin. Round the outside goes Mocek, trying to hold on here. They run side by side towards the fast S's now. Are they going to hold this? Yes, they are. Mocek backs it out though. He kept the inside line. However, he did just lift off there. Anthony Jans is now into 5th place in class. He stays in front. We still have that yellow flag in Sector 2 though, and it is the 78 still just sat there. The World of Sim Racing, that's Sol Sanchez, who's now driving it down in 43rd, the last running car, or the second last running car, just sat there on the exit, and they've finally left the race.
Yeah, so a couple of DNFs then in the last lap, which is quite interesting considering we only had 2 DNFs in the first pretty much 3 hours of this race, as we are coming to end another hour. But yeah, obviously having a few issues there for certain cars, and I winced a little bit when Motrek tried to go side by side through the Schumacher S, because you really don't want to do that. And as you can see, he's dropped all the way back off now from Anthony Jans, because that is not really what you want to be able to do. He should have lifted off much earlier and got in behind Jans so he could stay close. Instead, he had to get to the apex before lifting off, which meant he lost way more time. As who's this? Stoichi, he must have gone off because Dennis Jordan's just got back ahead of him. So Stoichi must have had a little bit of an issue here, as the number 28 now goes up into third place overall. Obviously being helped a little bit with a couple of those issues for some of the LMP2s with DX Droids, for instance, and obviously Jan von der Heide. So yeah, a couple of gifted positions there, but I think this Burst Edge Esports car might now be up onto the overall podium even after these pit stops work out. Or, third on the LMP2 podium after these pit stops work out.
Yeah, I think that could be correct, actually, with the way it's panned out. I think what that Code 80 has done is close things up together, and that is certainly a good thing for us and good for Burst Edge Esports as well, because they're right in the mix, just 13.5 seconds behind Varga Sim Racing. But don't forget, Burst, if it ends like this, if you see what I mean, if they have the same amount of pit stops to the end of the race from now, then Burst are in a good place. But if they have to make one more, then that's not going to be particularly good for them. So we'll hold off on that one, and you've got to wait over 3 hours to find out, I'm afraid. But that's part of the fascination of endurance racing, and there is actually a battle in LMP2 going on for the lead of the race. It's certainly been the most interesting class since we've been here. It's just been battles 24/7 in the LMP2 category so far.
Yeah, the only thing is Tom Lombards is out of sequence with the pit stops, so Chinchik here is coming up, and I would assume with much fresher tyres as well, because Tom Lombards might be on his second stint of these tyres, whereas Chinchik, obviously, when you change driver, you might as well change tyres as well, because of the way that works. No point giving a driver those worse tyres. And now he dives down the inside. He just kept his nose there. He was sort of half thinking about it, but then on the brakes, absolutely send it down the inside of Lombard. So he's taken back the overall lead. But as I said, Lombards, I'm pretty sure, will ask a pit stop in the next few laps as well, or at least in the next little while. So I think he's pretty much pit stop ahead now as they get past the sim racing for Holland GTE as well. And that's put a nice little gap there. So good driving from Chinchik as he gets now back up into that lead, and they can pull away. They really have been the class of the LMP2 field so far.
Yeah, they have. It's been Toman and Chinchik, and we expect it to stay that way for the remainder of this race. No need to put any of the other drivers into that car. Schmiedel and Daniel Wisner are the other two options that they have, and they will use them throughout the season, I'm sure, but I don't think it's really necessary on this occasion. Just keeping it how it is probably going to be the order of the day for those guys. So yeah, about to cross over halfway in this race, just under 30 seconds to go until we get to that stage. And in your categories, it is R8G Esports leading the hypercar class by 35 seconds to G-Drive Racing. In LMP2, it's Varga Sim Racing leading Rookie Monsters. You just saw that pass change for the lead. And in GTE, it's Satellite Racing. Let's have a look at the full standings, shall we? Because we are halfway through the race, and we haven't got a pit stop cycle on an hour, which is rare. So we'll go for it, and we'll have a look at the standings in full view. Here they are: RAG Esports leading from G-Drive. Drillers Esports are fending off Ajira just for now, with John Lacey trying to pick themselves up after a little bit of a poor day. Blackhawk, Zancho and Arm Sim Racing round out the top 8, with the two Wanako hypercars not having the greatest day. They've crashed into each other, or they've crashed into themselves, really, in this race, I'm afraid. It's not been the greatest day. In LMP2, as I mentioned, Varga have just taken that lead away from Rookie Monsters. Burst Edge Esports are recovering in third. They could be factors later on in this race. Naito Velix, Herman Stoshi is in fourth ahead of Team Spirit Racing. Burst Edge Esports Simplexity are in 16th overall, with Butler Pal and the other Burst Esports car just behind them. Waveframe have dropped back now along with the DX Droids, but we're expecting Waveframe to rise to the fore once more in the next pit stop cycle when it all pans out. And then Zancho, having had those issues, we believe that Jan von der Heide is still in the pit lane and not returning yet hopefully he will be able to. I'm not sure if he's out there, but either way, he's lost a lot of time. In GTE, Ian Pfeiffer is driving the satellite racing car, leading by 12 seconds to Juice's Motorsport Club. Sim Racing for Holland having another great day in third place. Naito Velix are fourth in GTE, like they are in the LMP2 category, with Vargas Sim Racing and Musto GD Esports kind of battling just behind. Waveframe are seventh in class ahead of Ground Effect Sim Racing and Butler Pal Motorsport. Then in 31st overall, it is Zancho, who are currently being piloted by Goran Djordjevic ahead of Waveframe Esports and the other DX Droids car. That's the GTE, and they're actually battling those two. Waveframe and DX Droids are fighting over positions. Luca D'Amelio is just behind them for Rookie Monsters, and it's Blackhawk, World of Sim Racing, Ramada, followed by the two Speedy Mike cars, and then rounding out the top 40, it's Caspian Motorsport in the Ahmad Dimakan is currently driving for them. The other Caspian, or drives game seat, sorry, are next ahead of Volante, then World of Sim Racing, John Lacey and Fair Racing Team, but those guys are mostly DNF'd. So there you go, there's your first 3 hours of the race. Now we've got a similar 3 hours coming up, hopefully. Should be very, very exciting indeed, Cam.
And the strategies have just started as well. So we got Oldeminger, David Serra, and also Alejandro Lopez in the pit lane as well. So this is the first few guys that we're seeing as we just, as you say, gone over that 3 hour mark. And I'm sure we're going to get just as action-packed 3 hours as we had that first one. Because to be honest, there was a lot of things happened in that first 3 hours as well. So I'm sure we're going to see that all unravel. And once again, it just shows you that anything can happen. There's all a bit of contact there for your class leading Vargas Sim Racing with Lopez as he came out of the pit lane. So yeah, not ideal for him, although they've actually changed, but Slobodzian is in that car now. But yeah, contact is not what you want to have as soon as you come out of the pit lane, and especially for your class leader.
Yeah, indeed. It's very nervous times for anybody towards the pointy end, and I think these whole 6 hours are going to be. So that's part of it, of course. As, in LMP2, it is kicking off as well. David Motec is now into the pit lane for Burst Esport Simplexity. We'll see if he's going to get out of that car, because that is a very strong team, you have to admit, having some very, very fast drivers indeed. But I would say that he is maybe the weakest link in that car. It's a very, very, very strong one. Michi Hoyer, Jesper Pedersen, Robin Panzer partnering him. But yeah, I think he might be the weak link. I think it's a little bit harsh to call him that. Because he's certainly a very, very quick driver indeed. But either way, we'll see how he does, and we'll see if he gets out actually in this pit stop as well. You never know, of course. We'll find out. 6th place overall though, and Black Hawk and Sancho are currently fighting. Dimitri Buska and Yunus Rabio are the closest to, especially in the hypercar class, the closest to on circuit. That's Buska just diving down the inside of one of the World of Sim Racing cars to put another lap on those guys. But yeah, these two are fighting now. Yunus Rabio, after having that little run-in with a GTE car earlier on, is now recovering to do pretty nicely indeed.
Yes, certainly is. And we're seeing obviously coming, we've got Buksha coming through some traffic now, along with Yunus Rabio, which is getting pretty close for this 6th place. And Rabio getting really deep there on the brakes, possibly a little bit too deep, but starting to close in quite a lot. And Buksha's lost a bit of time really over the course of him being inside that car. If you remember, he was next to Jordi Zviers, who is now way up the road coming into the final corner, and these guys aren't even onto the back straight yet. So yeah, lost a little bit of time over this stint, and now we're getting really close to, I think it's Luca D'Amelio in this Rookie Monsters Porsche as well. So this could give an opportunity for Rabio to go side by side, but obviously this kink is really difficult on this back straight, but he's actually managed to get himself in track position to go up the inside of turn 13, which is going to be quite awkward as he pinch, but Buksha goes round the outside, slides, go all over the grass, and now Rabio all over that curb, and now they're going side by side into the final corner, but Rabio is going to get a really good run here coming down into turn number 1.
Well, he's trying to, anyway, just straightening off the exit of that corner to get the traction. Now he's got the slipstream, and he's got turn 1 as well as an overtake opportunity down the inside, nearly on the grass trying to make this work. But it looks like he might be able to. He dives it down there, gets the position. He's going to have to switch back into defensive mode here in a moment, with Buchka getting himself in a good position, but he's gone wide through turn 2, and that is going to mean he's slowed down. And so it doesn't gain an advantage, doesn't gain a position. He's lost it now to Yunus Ravio, who has moved up into 6th place. And there you have it. That's a good move by Ravio to be able to do that one. And he will be able to get on up the road now. I think he'll be able to push on.
Yeah, it certainly will. And the car just heard him that I was just mentioning, Yordis Veers. I'm just being told that he's got a penalty, which would have been for cut track. So he is now going to lose some more time. So quite a few drivers have been, just been making some little mistakes this race. There's been quite a few drivers like that, unfortunately, but obviously that's what happens when you go endurance multi-class racing. But Jordi stays out for another lap. But yeah, he will have to obviously come in at a certain point. But on screen, we got Ciara coming on the back of the Ground Effect sim racing car, which is looking a lot better than it did back in Silverstone, because I believe it DNF'd pretty early on, maybe even the first lap in Silverstone, which is not ideal for that Ground Effect car. But they're now here in 7th place, but Ciara's getting very close to them and might be looking for an overtake very soon.
I just saw the number 3 Black Hawk car have a pretty spectacular off on the kink of the back straight, I believe that was. So that wasn't very good, but he's going again, and I think he'll be into the pit lane here, Dmitry Buchka. That's not what he wanted to be achieving, though, I don't think. Into the pit lane now, I would imagine. No, he's staying out, so he can't have hit anything. But either way, that was a pretty huge off. I just saw it in the background, and you may have seen that at home, but I think he's got away with it somehow. After going off at that speed, he's very, very lucky indeed, but he's got away with it somehow. Either way, GTE providing us with some great battling once again. As I mentioned earlier on, things are very, very close here indeed. We are about to embark on another pit stop cycle, because you may have noticed we're over another hour now, so things are getting a little bit more complicated. Satellite Racing are all the way down in 15th in class, and that just demonstrates to you how topsy-turvy this is at the moment. But don't forget, there's going to be some very short pit stops for some of these guys later on. We've seen some guys running this very, very deep into the hour that we've seen 1 hour 20, not in one stint, but 20 minutes later than we're normally used to seeing them. That's going to mean quite a short final pit stop. So I think, even though Satellite Racing always rise to the fore at the end of each hour, I think they're going to be in trouble in the final hour when they realise there's going to be some guys around them making some very short pit stops.
Yeah, certainly they're going to lose some time there, but what they do have is they do have some form of undercut, and maybe they're, I don't know, doing something that we haven't realised yet, that obviously they don't think they're going to lose too much time, but they have got a little bit of a lead when all things work out. So yeah, they certainly in a strong position. Somebody who's not quite in such a strong position is, if you remember, the Knights of Alex LMP2, the number 30, Herman Stocci is in the car at the moment. They were battling with Dennis Jordan. Now Dennis Jordan is a lap ahead of them. Stocci is just behind, trying to unlap himself very shortly to Dennis Jordan, who's only a little bit up the road. And obviously, various things have happened. But yeah, it's just a shame that car can drop down that far. But once again, that is just what can happen. But it does mean that Jordan has pretty much confirmed himself being in this 3rd place in the LMP2s, which isn't too bad considering where they were. And they're actually really not too far off the lead. But obviously, we'll have to wait till the next round of pit stops to see exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit complicated until then, as we're now seeing David Lespest in a bit of trouble once again. Down the inside goes the Butler Powell LMP2. Could open the door for the Butler Powell GTE. Not on this occasion, though. Not going to pull a Varga Sim Racing as they did earlier on. Obviously, I know it wasn't intentional with their LMP2, just helping out their GTE a little bit. But still, it can be done, intentionally or not, as we're seeing this battle for 7th now really start to develop. And Goran Djordjevic, you can see that Zancho Corvette in the background is starting to close on them both, and we could see a 3-car battle with a hypercar for good measure involved in the middle as he tries to get his way through here in the traffic. We'll see if he manages to get them both into the fast chicane. It's going to be sketchy if he does, and just about manages it. Has to dive in pretty deep into the corner, and Ground Effect have to slow up just a little bit more than they would have liked, but everybody gets through there nicely. We're seeing still some very, very small margins in GTE. If you look at the left-hand side of your screen and down where those green numbers are, the GTE category, you can see that the margins between the cars are very, very small indeed, and you can see it right now. These two are battling really quite hard, and there's even a bump down into turn 1.
Yeah, a little bit of bump there as he's trying to get so close here through turn number 2. Turn 3 is an overtaking opportunity if you can get the run. Now coming down into turn 3, is he going to be able to do it? Now, not just quite, but they do have the Vargas Sim racing car now coming up behind them, so this could be an opportunity for a little bit of traffic to get involved. I think he's going to get them on the straights, but this could put off the Ground Effect car now coming into turn number 5, so they're having to defend and let LMP2 through at the same time, but it looks like Lopez is trying to hold on very nicely now in that number 72, but they are now coming down to another big braking zone into the hairpin, and it does look like this Butler power car is a lot quicker, but he can't quite make it through. He's been sat here for quite a while now.
Yeah, he has, and that's not really ideal for him because he feels like he can go a little bit quicker, and obviously not on that occasion. He's going to be passed by an LMP2 into the Schumacher S, and so's the Ground Effect car. That's going to really close things up now. Big slide for the Corvette, and there's also a hypercar coming through here. Defensive move by the Ferrari, and he is able to stay in front for now as this battle is continuing on. Trying to get the run is Ciara at the moment, but he can't quite for the moment. He's just right in behind, and now through the kink. Is he going to be able to get his nose down the inside? Not quite. He's going to look to the outside, into the fast chicane. Maybe he's going to be able to make this work. Finally, is he going to try it? Not quite. He stays behind one more time. But as we are currently watching this battle and enjoying this battle, we're going to talk to one of the drivers in the GTE category, really find out what it's like for those guys out there. Riccardo Corazzari of the Waveframe Ferrari team. How have things been? I was mentioning earlier on, multicast racing here at the Nurburgring is, I think, very, very suitable indeed. How have you guys in GTE been finding it?
Oh well, it was tough, pretty demanding through the traffic. Has to be, you know, I wasn't expecting to be that tough, to be honest. This race, we knew we had a pretty good package in the car, even if we are running the 488. And actually, starting from the quali, quite outperforming every other Ferrari team was pretty good. We felt pretty confident, but then in the race it was just impossible to stay with the pack, impossible to lift and coast due to the slipstream. The Corvette behind was just eating me on the straight every time, so it was tough. Plus, with the traffic, you had to be careful under braking because it should be the quicker car to manage the slower one. But in this case, it was always about watching behind and permit the other car to move, so save them. Let's say. So Schumacher S was pretty tough, many intense moments through there, and Christian as well, which is driving now. He was pretty surprised, but how is demanding on the traffic. So. Under this point of view, it was kind of fun, but it was really demanding. And yeah, for the championship, I have to say that everybody says, but I have to say that with this BOP is gonna be really tough. I'm worried for Imola.
It's certainly obviously going to chop and change a lot through some of the tracks. Obviously, you guys are not going to enjoy very much at all. Obviously, you mentioned one of those, Imola, but. Talk to us about what your strategy is for this race, because I noticed you were staying out for quite a long time.
Yeah.
On that particular stint. You mentioned lifting and coasting briefly there, so what is your guys' plan for this race?
Well, as I had a 7th, 8th, 10th pace advantage on the Nitor Pilux Corvette, our goal was to stay inside the 52.5 or even lower, and it was possible. But the problem is that with the speed advantage, we were just stuck behind and was forced to drive 53 low, which was pretty good for being, I think, a second stint on the tires. And but yeah, we have just to make the time on the corners, so we are pretty, with our hands tied. We cannot really play with strategy or stuff. And if you are in a battle, you cannot lift and coast, otherwise the car behind just, devour you on the straight. So the moment is just staying out, hope to get, you know, lucky code 80, let's say. We have not been so lucky with the last one, but at least we took some fuel with not a big loss. Cars in front had the opportunity to pit, you know, to do the entire refueling under code 80. We did only half, we lost a little bit, but it's still better than nothing. We know that these kind of races are like this. The problem at the moment for us is that I hit on sector 1 an invisible object. There was some stuff which was not visible, and even if it was yellow flag, all the cars behind were coming full speed and they got hit as well. There was like no regarding of the about the yellow flag, and they just kept pushing. They kept pushing, and that was in a little bit of a mess. And now we have a lot of trouble on left-handed corners, and this is making it for us impossible to manage the tires without not driving, really slow. So we are looking after the fuel and see where we end up, because at the moment the race is pretty compromised. We have no possibility to attack, and we just have to finish where we can. Honestly, there is no plan if not staying out, because it's the only thing we can do.
Yeah, it's certainly a difficult day for you guys out there, but thanks for coming to talk to us, Riccardo. It's good to hear from you guys, and good luck for the rest of the race
Thank
to you and the rest of the Waveframe team.
Just one final thing, I really want to give a big shout out for server side organization. Everything is flowing really well, at least from my side. It feels like driving offline. They had the same experience in Le Mans last season. And so server side and stuff, organization, everything really nice. The broadcast is super cool to see, so really congratulations for this. We are kind of lucky, to be here racing in this championship.
Yeah, we very much appreciate you guys coming out to play. Thanks very much for talking to us, and as I say, good luck for the rest of your guys' race. But there you have it, Riccardo Corazzari of Waveframe just come up for a bit of a chat. And if you are a driver, you can pop yourself into the wait here for interview thing channel, and we'll bring you in for a bit of an interview like we just did there with Corazzari. But either way, the race is still continuing on, of course. And we're very much enjoying it out there at the moment. We've seen some LMP2 pit stops as well, Cam, but there's no real cycle, as I say, that Dennis Jordan comes in. There's no real cycle at the moment. It's a bit crazy because of that Code 80. Everything's just been thrown up in the air.
Yeah, having said that, though, the what number are they? Number 37, Team Rookie Monsters. They have now lost out a little bit. And for instance, like Antti Jans has got past them. I'm not sure what Melamed's doing. I didn't quite see. But now Ibrahim Khan is in that car. Obviously, he's the one who started and got himself in a pretty good position at the beginning. But they had to obviously change tyres because they were changing driver. And that has meant that they have now lost a bit of time. So Anthony Jans has stayed out there and didn't change tyres and obviously saved quite a bit of time. So we now need to see what Dennis Jordan is going to. Yeah, he's obviously not changing tyres. He had a 33-second pit stop. So this tyre strategy is quite important for the LMP2s, because then you sort of go back into the traffic, and I'm sure this might work out in favour of Team Rookie Monsters at a later date. But for now, they've dropped back quite a little bit, and at least on this stint, they've lost. I think it's about 30 seconds that you lose for changing tyres.
Yeah, it looks like around 25-30 seconds that they have indeed lost on that occasion. So a little bit unfortunate for them, but as you mentioned, it will come back to them in a few moments' time. So closest battle out there on the circuit, at least to my mind, looks like Djordjevic and Lespes, who has he didn't let through Sierra, as we were talking to Corazzari there, but he was passed by Djordjevic. That means that by Sierra, and that means that Djordjevic is now able to have a go. This is for 6th place in class and 26th overall. And so they're really starting to close up now, and we'll see really what comes of this battle. But it's all going on in GTE once again. They're providing us with the action. Djordjevic, very, very fast driver indeed. He's been in VEC for quite a long time now, driving these GTE cars, and he does very, very well at them as well.
Yeah, certainly does. He did make a bit of a mistake though earlier when they were behind the cars ahead. He has now made some of that time back up. But yeah, he did drop off a little bit. Obviously, he was sort of closely following Ciara. And now Ciara's got past Lespez, so now that is Djordjevic's turn. But he did lose the rear end as he now gets overtaken by the Jean Alesi car, which obviously did hinder his progress a little bit. So Ciara has gone up the road, but the overtake on the 72, I'm sure, is going to come up very shortly for him. But yeah, those little mistakes are often what can decide a battle, so you need to try and avoid them where you can.
Yeah, he is trying to do that at the very least, as we're now with Jordi Zvias once again, watching him make his way down towards the hairpin and negotiating a bit of traffic. That's the World of Sim Racing car, 73, and just passing Butler Powell as well, heading out of the corner. And yeah, good to see we've got some onboard views of what these guys are actually doing. The concentration that they have on their faces is often something to behold, as we have the 96 around at the final corner, or the final chicane, should I say. David Serra has gone for a spin at a very, very tricky complex of corners, it has to be said. That could be traffic induced as well. You never know, because we do often see that in the final chicane. When there's traffic, there can be incidents as well.
Yeah, there certainly can, and it sounds kind of obvious, but it's such the truth that basically the traffic is just so important in endurance racing, and how you manage that, and how you maybe the quotation mark luck comes about. It's just so effective or ineffective for some people as well. You really have to try and work it the best that you can. But now Djordjevic down the inside, can he get it? I think he has on the brakes, got there on the inside, and maybe it's a bit of contact, but if not, he's got that move, and they are up into 6th place. And obviously they don't have the BMW BOP so-called to help them this year, so working their way through from 6th place. So yeah, looking pretty nice for them, but not quite the same as what it was last year for them.
No, it's not quite, as Rory McDuff picks up a penalty. That could be pretty crucial in LMP2. He is, of course, driving for Nito Velix, and they've unfortunately fallen away in the last few moments, but he was a really big player in that category, just receiving another penalty. I'll say another one. I think it was his first, but either way, it's going to have to be into the pit lane before long. And yeah, either way, Zancho up into 6th place, as we've seen. And speaking of developing battles, the two Monaco cars in Hypercar actually closing up, so there could be a little bit of inter-team things going on there between Fournier and Barkley. Hopefully they keep it nice, and they should do, as teammates, battling over 9th and 10th. And Ibrahim Khan is closing on Max Melamed in LMP2. So battles going on all over the circuit at the moment, and a bit of train of prototypes, it has to be said. Obviously we've got these two hypercars. In front is the Ajira car, I believe it is. And we've got a couple of the LMP2s as well, as they make their way past the Volante Aston Martin.
And just behind them is Rory McDuff for Nito Velix in the number 30. He's just served the penalty, so yeah, quite a few drivers getting penalties for their own mistakes this race. Obviously mostly with the track limits. So yeah, not what you want to be doing when you're fighting. And I think instances like that are what's going to really decide these championships over the next few races. Obviously, we have an extra race this year, filling in that month gap between. There's normally a 2-month gap between Le Mans and the race before. We have now filled that, so there's 9 races. But even then, it is so important to get each race correct. And unfortunately, some teams of drivers haven't been doing that so far, which is quite interesting, because you have to always look at the risk versus reward, because getting a drive-through for the sake of a couple of cut tracks is not really worth the risk.
No, just think about how much you actually gain from trying to cut the track like that. And then think about how much you lose when you've actually got the drive-through. It's not really worth it, as you say, as Nico Barkley gets up the inside of Geoffrey Fournier, and that is a pass for position between the two Monaco cars. 9th place now for Barkley, who is arguably the faster driver of the two, partnering Boya Milan in this race, of course. They've had their fair share of problems, having that rear wing off in the pit lane, as we now go to Rookie Monsters. They are in LMP2. Ibrahim Khan has closed in rapidly on Butler Pal. Max Melamed is just doing his own thing at the moment, trying to still drive that car. 3.5 hours into this race, he's not got out yet, and he's been doing a decent job at it, but he's being caught by Ibrahim Khan because, as you mentioned earlier on, Khan is on newer tyres and Melamed is clearly double or maybe even triple stinting.
Yeah, triple stint is what... Well, in fact, I think they ended up doing 4 or 5 stints in the wet in Silverstone last race. But obviously that isn't going to work on the soft tyres here on a fresh track, on a dry track, I should say. So I don't think that's really going to work. But if he is doing something crazy like that, I really don't think it's going to work out from my experience in the car. You just go too slow, and you can see there Tom Lombart's getting so much more, Ibrahim Khan now, getting so much more on the inside of that final corner, which means he's going to have a nice run. He's getting pushed to the pit wall, but he's got his car there, and he's going to do it on the brakes down into turn number 1. Fairly easy move there for Ibrahim as they now work their way back up into 5th place. That's looking pretty good for them. Butler Power dropping down to 6th.
Yeah, nicely done there by Khan, and he needed to do it relatively quickly so that he can get on with his strategy. He needs to be doing without the traffic that he has just encountered, but fortunately for his sake, he's put that behind him now, and he is into 5th in class, and now off up the road. So let's look down, up and down the order to see where the next battles are going to come from. Probably GTE, to be honest, given how those margins are at the moment. Satellite Racing, just for reference, are in 8th place, having pitted on the hour, but we're getting further and further into hours when we're not seeing pit stops. Could there maybe possibly be the opportunity for somebody to cut one out in this race? I think it's a little bit unlikely, but if they do, then Satellite Racing are going to be in trouble here. I think even though they've got clearly great pace against everyone else, they're in a bit of a compromised strategic position, I would argue.
Yeah, it hasn't really worked out for that team in particular over the last hour or so. But yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of investigation to see what is happening there. Obviously, I think they did have a bit of contact, so their pace could be a little bit slower. But yeah, we'll try and find out what's going on. But that just shows you how close it is. That these little incidents can take a car that's winning easily to struggling quite a lot. But yes, in the idea of saving a pit stop, I don't think so. Considering they would need to, possibly if it was an 8-hour race, they could, but I think they're going to need another sort of 3 full stints potentially to save that. So I don't think anyone's going to save it, but their final pit stop might only be maybe 10 to 15 minutes, which is a huge gain in terms of your pit stop time.
Yeah, it is. And so obviously you'd like to save that, and that's what those guys are going to be doing, we think, towards the end of the race anyway, as we're now watching Drive Game Seat versus Caspian Motorsport. Around the outside there was one of the, I think that was the Driller's car on the Caspian Motorsport Corvette. They're running all the way down in 40th overall, actually, for Caspian. That's a battle for 18th in their class. Because as we mentioned so far this season, there's a lot more cars in GTE, so just getting to the finish is not necessarily going to get you points like it would in the other 2 classes. And I think the point system has been changed ever so slightly to try and negate some of that fact. But either way, it is very much more difficult to get points and even win in the GTE category.
But we're looking at Juice's Motorsports Club with Mikhail Fulcher driving, and we have a little interview with him to show you.
Hello, at Juice Motorsports Club. We expect to be back in the mix at the front of the pack. After the first race, everything went the way we wanted it to. To achieve that, we work as a team, focus ourselves on the car in order to bring back home the best result we can. Hopefully it will be the case. Thank you, have fun and stay safe.
Yeah, just a few words there from Mikhail Fulcher, and obviously Juice is sitting in 8th place. They're not having the best race overall today, but certainly they've got the potential to work their way back up, but unfortunately not the place that they want to be right now. But as you will see, we're going to start getting this next round of pit stops, and Rakelli has started that process potentially in the number 68. He is coming in And will this start the next round of pit stops for GT? We will have to see, as obviously it's all of a bit out of whack as some teams were trying to save fuel in those first couple of stints.
Yeah, and that code 80 hasn't helped things particularly either. Yeah, things are a little bit strange in GT at the moment, but Richelli is in, as you say. Goran Djordjevic has also been into the pit lane in the last few moments. That means that he is now down to 12th in his class. They're dropping behind Satellite for now, which is what we expect at this point in the race. We think they are still leading, but whether that turns into them leading by the end of the 6 hours is a whole nother issue. And that's why we're still watching, really. Because even though it may look like they're leading by quite a lot when each pit stop cycle has been completed, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be leading by the end. And so, yeah, we'll wait and find out if they will be. But obviously, it's going to be very, very difficult for them as Max Melamed picks up a penalty. I believe he is still where he was when we left him, 6th position in class, just about 6 seconds behind Ibrahim Khan, who's just overtaken him. But Michi Hoyer is now going to get ahead of him as well because of that penalty. Another cut track. We're seeing an abnormal amount. I don't seem to remember this many at Silverstone, and I would argue that Silverstone is a little bit easier to cut and extend. But apparently, people are really struggling on track limits around here.
Yeah, it is just one of those tracks, really. Just the way the corners are, and most corners actually have this huge curb and then sort of astro that isn't really that less grip past it. So there's a lot of places that you can really push and use those track limits. And to be honest, there are certain corners where you absolutely have to. Obviously, this part of the track where we're watching with Melamed, not so much. Maybe a little bit on this exit, but you're not really going over the limit there because you have the gravel. But in a couple of corners, as you'll see further in the lap, you can really use that exit. Obviously, we are fairly strict with the track limits in VEC because we want the drivers to be not only respecting it as just respecting the rules, but also we want to see good, clean, fair battles. And this is also another part of the track you can get a cut up through that Schumacher S, as you've now got, I think it's Von der Heide is back in that car in the Zancho LMP2. They did rejoin the race, but obviously there are quite a few laps down. So they're going to have to try and work their way back up, which is not ideal for them. But this is an unlapping situation. This is not for position, which can always get a little bit awkward into this fast chicane. And that could be a cut track for Melamed, which is really not what you want to do when you're not fighting someone for position.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with those ones. That's Olivier Fortin unlapping himself. He's just got in for Jan van der Heide, who had that problem earlier on, which is why they're probably not going to get very many points out of this race now. Zancho. But speaking of LMP2, just in the position up in front, Ibrahim Khan is on an absolute tear at the moment. He's got new tyres on. He's got fresh ambition at the moment as well. And he's behind Waveframe. Let's see who's in that car. It's still Michele Ricci. Now then, what is going to happen in this battle? It's very, very close between those two. Also going on is DX Joys and Ground Effect Sim Racing in GTE and up in the hypercars. Black Hawk and Arms Sim Racing might be closing in on each other as well in the next few moments, but this one looks like the closest battle between Khan and Ricci. Very, very interesting to see, and actually they might both be catching Anthony Jans in the Team Spirit Racing LMP2.
Yeah, these guys, especially Khan, going very quickly. He was very quick in that opening part of the race as well, and their lap times are looking very good. The only person, or there's only sort of two people really faster than Ibrahim Khan on the last lap, so he's really going well into the 42, still a way off the fastest lap of the race, which is into the mid-40s. But obviously traffic and new tyres, etc. has a play in that. But yeah, Khan really trying to work his way back up now, and that is going pretty well for them so far. They obviously lost out a little bit with some of the situations that happened earlier, but they're now coming back and they are trying to make this work, as we now have this Fortin car now trying to get past a couple of the GTEs here, as I think that's Sarah going into the pit lane. So Grand Effect and David Lespez continue, but now Khan still on the back, locking all the way into turn number one. Can't quite get past, but I saw some with a comment earlier say, how come Khan is all of a sudden so quick? But he's not all of a sudden so quick. He's always been very quick, but I think he's getting a little bit more consistency now. And he has had so much experience in this LMP2 by now, because he's done a lot of races in other series, and also when he does some racing with a Seawolf net race as well. So they've had a lot of experience in this car, and he's obviously just got loads of confidence. And also Ricky Monsters have been performing pretty good in recent times.
Yeah, they have, but they've got a Waveframe GTE in front, so let's see how this one plays out. It looks like it's all going to be fair in the end. There it is, straight through on that team car, the Ferrari, which is still in contention for the race win in GTE. So an outside shot for those guys now. Speaking to Riccardo Corazzari after, or a little bit earlier on, saying that they've actually got damage on their car at the moment, which is making life very difficult, tyre life particularly very difficult. Yeah, they've still got an outside shot at things if things go their way. But we're focused on their sister car, the LMP2, which is battling with the Rookie Monsters LMP2. That's what we're watching right now. Got Vargas Sim Racing and their GTE just up in front as they head towards the chicane, and then the final corner. As a big slide actually for Khan. You can tell he's pushing. New tyres, as we've mentioned, but he's not really able. I think the edge has kind of been taken off those tyres now. He's been on them for a little while. I don't know when his last pit stop was exactly, but it's got to have been relatively recently. But at the same time, he has been on them for a little bit of time now. So the kind of advantage that he's got from new tyres is starting to just waver and starting to tail off a little bit.
Yeah, obviously it's going to be a situation where his advantage becomes less and less. As the tyres obviously wear down a little bit. So he's going to have to take that into consideration when he starts getting a little bit further into their stint. But this is where we have to sort of try and work out what strategy, what they're going to do as we come up towards the final 2 hours of the race. Because obviously in a straight 2 hours, that is 3 stints for the LMP2s. So then obviously that might work out a bit awkwardly with some of the tyre changes, because then you might have to have basically a tyre change for just one stint towards the end of the race, which could cost you that crucial 37 seconds that it takes to do a tyre stop. And that could obviously hinder your positions quite a lot. So we'll have to see what they do at the next pit stop to see where exactly that works out, because that 2 hour barrier for the LMP2s is quite critical.
Yeah, it is indeed. 40-minute stints is the norm in that category. That's what they're aiming for, that 2 hour mark. As we're now watching David Serra, who's just up the road just a little bit, Alex Broughtingham, as well as Luca D'Amelio, who is in the Rookie Monsters car. That's Musto, by the way, who are a lap in front of these guys, but kind of embroiled in this battle for 12th in class. Great run by D'Amelio off of the hairpin, and now he's going to go for it in the chicane, is he? He thought about it, but it's too high speed to be going for it through there, so he stays behind on Alex Broughtingham for now, who's driving the Black Hawk Racing GTE car, a very good car indeed from a couple of seasons past. It's not really reaching those heights at the moment, but not a bad run out at the moment either way. 13th position in their class, but Luca D'Amelio is looking very, very quick indeed. As we've got the Vargas Sim Racing LMP2 maybe going down the inside into the final chicane, but choosing to stick behind. And just to update you on that car, it's still Marcel Chinsik. He's still leading the LMP2 category as well. It's still going very close, very good for those guys, as he just splits the difference between these battling GTEs.
Yeah, that traffic working not too bad for him, and they are now leading from Dennis Jordan in the number 2 spot. So Dennis has worked his way up into second place, but obviously he notoriously goes a lot longer on the pit stops, which means it's a bit harder to work out when exactly he's going to make his pit stop. But certainly that has been a really good job so far from that Burst Edge Esports car to get themselves back up. Obviously they lost a bit of time at the beginning, being hit off, which you may be like, oh yeah, he only lost maybe 10 seconds there, but that 10 seconds is multiplied from where you are in the pack, because obviously then you start losing time earlier in the race, because obviously you're having to fight through cars, and then obviously you're just way further back in the LMP2 order as well, which obviously multiplies itself. So to get back up into this position is looking pretty good. And I've just been told that the G-Drive car is looking pretty good in terms of its pace compared to Aristo Capit. However, they lost so much time at one point in the race that they were over 30, they're about 35 seconds behind, and that's come down quite a lot now. as we see Cynic and Silver come in. So maybe Capit and Queekle will come in very soon as well. But certainly, I don't think Capit is really pushing to 110% because he's not under too much challenge due to that free pit stop earlier.
Yeah, one more stop after this one now for the hypercars. The top two have still got a couple to go. And Risto Capit has surely got to get out of that car at some point. He's been driving for the whole of the race so far. Surely somebody's got to be taking over before long and getting in and finishing the race, you have to expect. Capit's a very capable driver in his own right. Actually came third in the Le Mans 24-hour virtual back in June. Obviously part of that team. But yeah, he's been driving for quite a long time now. Nearly 4 hours. So he's going to be wanting to get out of that car. Whereas Queekle has been sharing the driving just a little bit more. So maybe he'll be staying in for one more stint before handing over to Daniel Brewer for the end. Or maybe they're going to make 2 more driver stops in this race. Maybe not. You never know. You just don't know at this stage in the race. That's the thing with a 6-hour race. You don't really need to make very many driver stops at all. Because anybody getting into the car at this stage will probably be going to the end. 2 hours 20 is not out of reach for these guys whatsoever. You know, some of them can even do 4 hours at a very high level.
Yeah, they certainly can. And the main thing is really the fuel tanks. The hypercars especially, they could easily get to the end here on 2 tanks. So the further they go now, obviously means the less they will have to take in that final pit stop, which, as we mentioned before, can be very crucial indeed. As you now see a battle for 4th and 5th place at the moment. We've got Arms Racing coming up on the back of the Black Hawk Pescara SRT car as well. So these guys obviously got a battle as well. But yeah, for the leaders, it could be quite crucial with when they make that final pit stop. But it could also benefit you just by staying out in case of a code 80, as we saw with Capit earlier on as well, as we move to this battle, which looks like we've got a 3-way battle now for 3rd place, all within a second of each other. We've got Team Spirit Racing, Waveframe Esports and Ricky Monsters coming up behind each other now. So Anthony Jans, who is in that Team Spirit car, he's started to slow down a little bit, and Ricky and Khan have caught up to him, and this could be quite an interesting fight, as it's obviously for the podium. And if they start slowing each other down, that's only going to help the likes of Dennis Jordan ahead of them.
Constantina effect through the hairpin there, as they all had to check up for the World of Sim Racing Porsche GTE. Now Khan might have a good opportunity. Michele Ricci had to slow down through the Michael Schumacher S. Maybe into turn 10 he can go for it, but he sticks behind once again. For the moment, Jans, Ricci and Khan all fighting over 3rd in their class. And yeah, I'm kind of hoping these pit stops hold off just a little bit longer, because this is going to be a fantastic battle between 3 fantastic drivers. But the hypercar pit stops are not holding off just for the moment. That has petered out in terms of battling with the Black Hawk car now into the lane. So we'll leave those guys alone for the moment, and we'll focus on the LMP2s. A good run for Ricci onto the front straight, but Khan is right in the slipstream at the moment, gaining all of the time. Slips to the inside now, and surely this time he's going to have the move done. We've got one of the hypercars, one of the Wanako cars just in behind as they go side by side. Ricci round the outside through turn 1, gives him the inside for 2, and that's going to mean he keeps on the position. But is he going to keep it into turn 3? Yes, he is. That's a great job defending from Michele Ricci. He's held it round the outside through turn 1, which gave him the inside for turn 2, and we haven't really seen people defend from the outside of turn 1 that much this race so far. It's very, very difficult to do that, and Ricci has just made it look very easy indeed.
Yeah, I don't think Khan sent it enough into turn 1. He had such an overspeed coming down into that turn number 1, but he didn't quite get the sort of force on the brakes to try and outbrake him. So yeah, they sort of gave him the position back. But now we look at Butler Power trying to get past Ground Effect. Once again, this battle's been going on for quite a while, for 8th in class now. And now we're going to see the Butler Power car send it down the inside, but Ground Effect's now going to come round the outside. Maybe a bit of contact there as the Corvette goes down the big drop, which is right on the apex. And now the 72 is holding it on the inside really nicely. Trying to keep that for 8th position, but now they're going to go side by side into turn 3. This is where it gets a little bit awkward. Tiny bit of contact, 3 bits of contact potentially between these guys, and they obviously have Sancho just behind them as well, so this could be quite good for them, as we now have the onboard in the top right as well, so you can see this battle through all sorts of angles as we come now into turn 5 and 6. And we've actually got Tim Neuendorf in the car at the moment, so they've had a drive stop at the last pit stop. Les Perez is still in the car for the 72.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being heaped on by Neuendorf at the moment, and thought he was going to get through there, but the jump down turn 1 didn't help, and the contact through 3 can't have done him much good either. So here we go through the Michael Schumacher S once more. Oh, big slide, but wow, how has he held on to that? That's unbelievable. Car control by Neuendorf through the Schumacher S. He's almost 90 degrees, well, not quite 90 degrees, but you get the point. It's a really big slide through that Corvette. That Corvette looks a bit of a handful at the moment. Not able to get through on the Ferrari in front, and now that big moment there, he's certainly going to be awake after that one. And that's not really what he wanted to be spending his energy doing. He would rather have been pressing to make the move once more rather than saving big slides through very fast corners.
Yeah, that's not going to help his tyres either, and they now have Djordjevic coming up behind them a little bit, as well as also one of the burst cars getting past. So that has sort of slowed down that battle just a little bit between them. He's now going to have to catch that back up, and that is not really a corner you often see sliding as well, because it's not really the type of corner that you're on the limit, because it's more of a kink rather than a real corner. So it's quite interesting that he did lose it there. Obviously he had a little bit of dirty air, but yeah, just maybe the way they've set up the car, or just the fact that his tyres are starting to wear a little bit, as they now have the DX Droids car coming on the back of them as well. But we move to this battle for third place. It's still going on, still in the same order for now, as Riki is trying to get onto the back of Anthony Jans, but he hasn't quite been able to do it. He obviously defended from Khan earlier, as in now the Jira hype car coming up behind them as well, which could get involved. But Jans is holding on pretty good, despite having potentially a little bit of a pace drop off at the moment. It seems that he's struggling a little bit, which is why these cars are catching up to him.
Yeah, Ricci dives it into turn 3 and gains even more time once again, starting to really apply the pressure to the Frenchman in front. And now this is getting very close indeed. Final spot on the podium up for grabs here, of course. Varga Sim Racing and Burst Edges but seem a little bit out of reach now for these guys, but you never know. This could turn into a bigger position later on if things go wrong up in front, and there's still over 2 hours for that to actually happen. Ajira heading down the inside into the hairpin. That's the hypercar just putting a lap on these LMP2s, and he gets that done through that corner there in the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. And now he's going to do the same into turn 10 on the Team Spirit Racing car. There it is, down the inside, a little bit more edgy though. They're actually going to head side by side. Jan's pushed out a little bit wide, and that's going to mean Ricci closes up once again. The ebb and flow of the traffic not playing into Jans's hands particularly on that occasion, but they are now running very, very close indeed. Ajira just getting past one of the World of Sim Racing cars, so does Jans, but the other two are forced to stick behind through the final chicane, and that is really going to hurt them.
Yeah, that is where you can lose so much time. So Khan could have a bit of an opportunity here, as he did a couple of laps ago. He is so close. He just needs to get the exit, which, to be honest, he hasn't actually done too well. So I think Ricky's going to have just enough coming down into turn 1 on this lap. But Khan, before I said he didn't quite just send it enough. Sometimes you have to just go a tiny bit past the limit to try and make something work. But on this occasion, he isn't quite able to do that because he was a little bit too far behind. But that is how traffic can just open and close a battle very quickly. And sometimes you have to be on top of those situations to try and make it work. So you have a couple of the LMP2s coming in for pit stops now. Obviously, we've got 10 minutes to go in this hour. And it was that all-important 2-hour mark that you're really looking at for these LMP2s, or just a little bit longer if you want to save a bit of fuel. So those coming in now might have to do the tiniest bit of fuel saving just to make sure they get to the end.
Yeah, one of the Burst Esport cars might well fall into that category. Michi Hoyer in the pit lane at the moment, and that's a little bit early as they all dive around the GTE car heading towards the hairpin. Late on the brakes by everybody, of course. And meanwhile, by the way, in the hypercar category, we are hearing reports that Timothej Antonovsky has been off a couple of times in the last few moments. He's actually a whole lap down on your own Quico, who's just come into the pit lane. That isn't over at the front of the field, by the way. It will be interesting to see what happens between all of those guys. Resto Capit can't be far away from a pit stop, it has to be said. But the main on-track battling is coming here from LMP2. This could be the opportunity that Ibrahim Khan was waiting for. Although he's a little bit too far back once again. I thought he was going to get a better run than that, because Ricci seemed to go very, very wide through there, and he did. But he seemed to actually cope with the run pretty well. Khan is not able to get that punch off the corner that he needs. You see how close he is behind now. Let's see if he manages to get a run. It just seems that turning and accelerating that punch off of the corner is not quite there. He's having to use the slipstream here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. 3 wide with the one Acco car heading to the inside here for the hypercar, putting a lap on these guys. There's a whole load of GTEs in front as well. Anthony Jans could be in a bit of danger from the one Acco car late on the brakes, but side by side between Waveframe and Rookie Monsters, this is busy through the Mercedes arena at the moment. It's heading past one of the Speedy Mike cars. Ricci down the inside of everybody. He hangs on to 4th place, and somehow everybody's still in the same position.
Yeah, this is getting really awkward, to be honest, with all these cars. Like, you can see there's probably about 10 or 15 of them on this straight at the moment. He's gone for a bit. Oh, wow, how did he save that? He almost took out his own teammate there. Coming through turn number 5 as now he's trying to get past the DX Droids BMW. Yeah, this is getting all really quite tight for these positions, and somehow, as you said, they're still in the same order, but they're still only covered by a couple of seconds between them as well. But I've also noticed in that battle between the ground effect, Zancho and Butler Powell down in 29th overall. I've seen Djordjevic got past Neundorf, and he's now getting close to the ground effect car as well. So another battle to look out for, as Riki now is trying to defend a little bit from this hypercar who is just coming behind him, as now Risto Capit is into the pit lane finally with 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. So he's going to have it comfortably to the end. But I believe Hani Al-Sabti is coming into that car.
Yeah, it's that would seem to fit really, because he has been driving that RG Sports car last round at Silverstone, and Risto Capit needs to get out of that car at some point, and he seems like a good candidate, a good driver to hand over to, as we now go back to this 3-car battle in GTE. As the gaps have just extended ever so slightly in LMP2, we now see them close up in GTE. The great thing about multiclass racing, there's always a different kind of battle in a different kind of class going on somewhere, as we believe Hanel Sabti is just leaving the pit lane now. He is indeed. That gap's going to be about 25 seconds to your own Quickle, and we shall see how that battle develops over the next just over 2 hours. But they've got just one more pit stop to go now of the hypercars, getting towards the end of the race, as Wave Freeman DX Joy is battling side by side through the Mercedes arena. David Serra is trying to hold on here, but I don't think he's going to be able to for much longer. Side by side once again through 6 and 7, but nothing doing. He can't stay ahead, and Waveframe are now into 11th.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's got so close between some of these battles as we come to the end of obviously the 4th hour of racing. So it's crazy how all the battles sort of spread out and then they just come back together. And look at all these cars here coming out onto the end of Sector 2. It's quite incredible, and you've got to just choose your battles carefully and make sure you don't get involved in someone else's issues. And obviously we've got Fortan here trying to come up behind these guys as well to unlap himself once more. So this could get really awkward for a lot of these LMP2s as they're trying to get past these GTEs coming into this final chicane. And we obviously had there the Zancho on Zancho action. So being quite aggressive on your teammate, and that could leave you open to a position here, because it looks like it's going to be under a little bit of a threat now from Neundorf.
It does indeed. Big slipstream once again for Butler Powell, but I don't think he's going to be close down into the hairpin, and he is not. Sancho just staying in front for now. Ground effect have been given a little bit of breathing space by that 4-car train in LMP2. Ibrahim Khan was really close to Michele Ricci a minute ago, but he's not quite so close anymore. He's just sticking behind for now, as in GTE actually we have a battle for the lead of the race. Satellite Racing have been leading for the whole pretty much so far, but as we head towards the end of another hour, Deuces Motorsport Club are really starting to pressure them now. Mikael Fulcher is starting to apply the pressure, and that is interesting now, because I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, from Deuces Motorsport Club. I was expecting that in the final hour maybe, but not quite just yet, as now we're seeing a yellow flag in Sector 1. Who is that for, I wonder? It looks like the 12, I wouldn't like to say actually, but whoever it was have recovered pretty quickly. Either way, back GTE is really where all the battles are once again, as we're seeing race after race.
But this means Pytha's going to be coming in soon if they are doing this 1 hour stint strategy. So obviously they're going to be coming in very shortly. So if he can hold Fulcher up here, that could be to his benefit if he obviously isn't losing too much time. But then that's obviously going to work out quite interesting because Fulcher's going to go for way longer and then have a way shorter pit stop as well. So Pytha really needs to make use of these newer tyres that he's going to get in the next few minutes to really make that strategy work. But once again, we're seeing Djordjevic getting on the back of the ground effects, but can he get past finally? We've got, I think it's Alan Terzic coming past him as well. Obviously got a couple of LMP2s as well, so this could affect their battle. So maybe not on this lap, but certainly this battle will be quite interesting because they've stayed so close. What have you seen?
I thought the LMP2 was actually losing it under brakes there, and that was going to be a big accident because there was a lot of cars in quite a small space. But I think they all got away with it somehow. But a very busy part of the circuit is kind of busy everywhere right now. Michele Ricci is starting to apply the pressure once again to Anthony Jans, but not getting through just yet. Ibrahim Khan is in the pit lane. That is very interesting indeed. But because we've nearly reached that 2 hour mark, that magic 2 hour mark. Not quite there yet though, and that was a short stop from Khan. No stop tyres being taken on this occasion because he took tyres on the last pit stop. That sets him up pretty nicely for the end of the race. One more set of tyres with 1 hour and 20 to go, and they'll take him to the end of the race. But he has now left Jans and Ricci to battle. Hopefully for him, they're going to lose time battling and he can jump them both.
Yes, certainly, especially if he gets some good laps in on those new tyres. But I was just thinking, if they do 3 stints in 2 hours, that means they'll be doing 9 stints over the race. So there'll be one weird pit stop. And we'll see Ricky again there really weaving about there, even though he didn't quite have enough to overtake. But yeah, if they're doing 9 stints, that means one stint they're going to have to change tyres because otherwise they'll have to triple stint a set, which is going to be a little bit awkward in some ways. But if a team's used that, let's say that Joker pit stop earlier on, it might mean they have the shorter pit stop at the end, which could be quite crucial. But a team who leaves that one to the end is then going to have the extra 30 seconds. So we'll have to see exactly who has done what when we get to that final pit stop here. Antti Jans is in, and he is, I believe, changing tyres. So he will obviously have to do that Joker pit as well with 3 stints to go.
You would expect that, but we'll see now where that brings them out at the end of the race. Of course, LMP2, not an exact science in the way you change your tyres and whatever. It does get complicated, as these things tend to, as now we see Satellite Racing versus Juice's Motorsport Club. A great battle between these two teams. Very, very fast teams over the course of this race so far. Neither of them really able to demonstrate that last time out in Silverstone. But this time, it's going much, much better for them indeed. The 74 was able to do pretty well, or decently well, in Silverstone. It wasn't the greatest performance from them ever, but they did okay, having a much better run of things on this occasion, though. This is very exciting as well. Trio of cars in GTE here. Ground Effect Sancho and Butler Powell all fighting.
Yeah, it's getting so close between these guys, but once again, they keep getting broken up a little bit with these hype cars trying to get past them. But this is pretty much coming up to round out the next hour of this race. So me and Ewan will be leaving your wonderful ears, and you'll be finishing the race with Lewis McLeod and Nico Hillebrand as well. So yeah, as we come to the final set of this 4th hour of the race, we will hand over to them to look at this GTE battle.
Well, thank you, Cam, thank you, Ewan. Good couple of hours of just the most frantic possible multi-class racing that I think we've had for a while. Nico, a man who finished here in 9th place here last season. All right. Hi.
Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, so I'd say, Nurburgring definitely one of the big endurance tracks here, even if this is only the Grand Prix circuit, only being, these little parentheses and stuff, but yeah, we've had a lot of very close racing here, I'd say.
It has been absolutely mad. The opening couple of hours, and to be fair, the last two, incredibly close racing. curtailed by a few mistakes, a few issues, a few ifs, buts, maybes. That said, we've got some good racing on circuit. I think the lead race in GTE was just really sort of starting to heat up there with Satellite going toe to toe with Juices. Satellite, they were running quite well. I don't know if you remember, Nico. They were running quite well at Silverstone, and I don't actually remember what happened, but something did. I think they had maybe a crash or a disconnection or something like that, and they ended up going from a position of being quite well to not existing in that race.
Being not so well anymore.
being not so great. Comes into the pit lane for a penultimate stop. Looking very good. Was completely dominant at the start of the race.
Yeah, definitely. He just the entire car. They just carried on very consistently and basically they did their own thing. They did the best that they could, and I think the big issue with the Nurburgring here is, especially with multi-class, especially with battling, you just lose so much time when you go for moves like too wide. Of course, it looks fantastic for the viewers, but it just costs so much time in the overall picture, and just not being held back by that, it's so much more easy for them.
Speaking of not being held back, Turger Hakkinen's trying to make some moves here. Currently sat in 5th place in GTE, staring at the back of Richelli and nearly getting him on the cutback there. I'd say they need to balance car. They've strategized their way up the order quite nicely from a position where they didn't qualify particularly well, and arguably they've not run particularly great, but they've flown under their radar. Christian Michael put in a great opening stint, got himself up into through double stint tyres, got himself up into 2nd, 3rd place, and just held on to that. And Turger Hakkinen, we know he's a quality driver, see that in GT Challenge. Now running in the 5th place and applying pressure to the Ferrari. That's pretty good. That is pretty decent, as Dennis Jordan, by the way, has entered the pit lane for his what will be 3rd to last stop. I'm going to hand the car back to Jerne Simovic.
Yeah, just in general, as I said, just to keep a calm race, keep it completely under the radar. As little attention as you can drag yourself into, the better it is actually in these races, and especially at Nürburgring, The circuit is so flowing, it's very open, it's a lot of high-speed corners, but also mid-speed. So there's never really a quick move done. You always have to give up momentum. So it's really just tricky to get a proper move done completely quickly.
Absolutely. I don't think I've ever won here. I don't think I ever have. The team I drove for in Season 8 won, but I wasn't in the car at that point because I was too busy getting told off for running out of fuel or something. I will say, by the way, the leaders, Hani Al-Sabti, since taking over the R8G esports car at the front of the field, has started pulling away. So it's now up to 24 seconds. It was 20. Red Quakel still behind the wheel. Heard in chat, I think it's his birthday today. If it is, happy birthday. Not sure if that's 100%.
Happy birthday.
I'm not sure if that's 100% legit. Imagine that. I guess under lockdown, it's different circumstances, isn't it? But normally, if you're racing with your birthday, it's kind of that's a bit for you.
Yeah, basically. I mean, if it's his birthday for realsies, then of course, nice present would be an overall win. And if it isn't, well, it would still be quite nice to get an overall win.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see. We're keeping our eye at the moment on Neudorf, who's closing in on the Zancho car, which is running better here. Speaking of Zancho cars that were running better, there was the LMP2, I believe, in the foreground that's got itself into a wee bit of trouble this round. Disconnection from Jan van der Heide, and then some issues coming up the order, I think. We heard some things. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
But either way, the two Corvettes battling out towards the bottom end of the top 10. Comfortably, obviously within the points all the way, I think, these days. But still in the good point section, in the top 10. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, most definitely it is. And, well, I keep saying this, whenever I get asked about VEC, but every single year, I don't know how this happens, but it gets more and more and more competitive. Last season it was already absolutely crazy. But this season, once more, the competitiveness, like the quality of the field has just risen once more. And you can really see that on how close this is constantly. You know, you have never really any place to breathe. You have to get the strategy spot on. If you have any technical difficulties, you're just completely out of contention for a, race. And you just need to get it all perfectly settled. And when I think back to 5 years ago, how we have one more of these very nice Nurburgring bunch-up moments into the Mercedes arena, in Season 8, it felt like far more forgiving, didn't it?
Well, I mean, didn't it? I mean, to be fair, anytime we made mistakes, there was always VEC Sport Poland that would just sort of sat there being like, yeah, well, we're going to take whatever you want anyway. Whilst we're here and whilst we pass it to our point, let's roll ourselves down with the rundown, see where everyone's standing at the moment, because let's be honest, it's been an absolutely ridiculous race. RHG Esports currently lead from G-Drive Racing XNR, which is pretty good for them. Two drillers, effectively this is two drillers cars inside the top three. Good stuff from them. Ajira, not so ideal. Jean Lacey Esports, Zansho, Blackwood Racing, Pescara SRT, Armstrong Racing, and then the 2-1 Echoes at the back after, let's just go with issues, shall we? Jeffrey Fournier did not pay attention to when the last code 8 was called, so we'll roll with that. Into LMP2. We've got Varga currently leading in the hands of Marcel Chinchik after a pole position earlier. Back-to-back pole positions in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Waveframe Esports behind with Rookie Monsters, number 37, on the podium at the moment. Ibrahim Khan behind the wheel of that one. Yone Simoncic, watch out for them. Coming back up the order, Burst Edge Esports, then Burst Esports Simplexity, moving back up the order. Nice work. They did well to lead a little bit earlier on. Team Spirit Racing with Burst Esport Hungary.dk. Butterpower Motorsport, Nita Belix, who was slightly off strategy courtesy of a brake issue from Herman Stocky when Roy McDuff has taken over a little bit too early. I'm sure they'll strategize their way to the end of the race. And then DX Droids, who did some leading earlier in the race. Unfortunately, it's kind of not really worked out for them. The final one of that is the Sancho car, who's 8 laps down, so we'll ignore that one for now. Fulcher currently leading the way for Juices Motorsports Club in that battle with Sim Racing for Holland. Things are looking pretty good though for Juices Motorsports Club to bounce back from a not so great first round. Sim Racing for Holland behind after their victory last time. They're looking good for back-to-back podiums. Vargas Sim Racing also on the podium. Waveframe Esports, Nita Velix inside the top 5 with Mustang TV Esports, Ground Effect Sim Racing, Zancho, Butler Powell and Waveframe Esports also up there. It's been a pretty tight order, Nico, and it looks like the battles will continue their way to the checkered flag. But for some of the teams, like particularly the leaders and stuff in certain categories, they've almost pulled out enough of a gap to feel a little bit comfortable, with the exception of GTU, where there's like 2 seconds between them.
Yeah, just overall, it's really what you want, like a minute or like at least 30 seconds of a gap, especially in these traffic situations. Something so you can just go a little bit more on the safe side, because of course it's still just less than 2 hours left, but well, to put it in the nice way, 2 hours without damage are still nicer than 2 hours with damage, or if it goes completely wrong, goes completely sideways and stuff hits the fan, a repair is not really what you need right now, because that you can definitely not catch up in 2 hours again in this field.
Well, I think it was so in season 8 when we were leading. I wasn't in the car, but was still with DHR. We were running 1, 2, and 3, so we kind of thankfully had that. But and this is the thing, is that you don't know when things are going to change, right? And this is why you kind of need big gaps. You need that kind of comfort, because with the final, I think it was the final 6 minutes of the race. Bearing in mind, I'm pretty sure it was an 8-hour race. It was a 6-hour race. There was only 2 minutes left. Yeah, it was only Lars and Bailey. But with 6 minutes to go in the 6-hour race, coming through this corner that we're coming up to now, looking at the Armstrong Racing, that was scary. Coming out of here, Darius Happer in the Vodbull Motorsports BMW had spun out of the corner, and there wasn't anywhere for Bailey to go, and there was contact, and there was quite severe damage in that car, which meant that we were effectively crabbing all the way home, and the choice was either to come down pit lane and have a 20-minute damage repair, which isn't going to happen, let's be honest. You're just going to try and crawl. Now, my point is that you don't know when something is going to change. So as much as you may have a minute gap, you still need to be putting in the good lap times. As much as you feel a little bit safe, you can weigh up a little bit better with how you're going to attack traffic. but you still need to keep on it because you don't know when a code 80 might come out that's going to go against you, or when there's a crash ahead that you can't avoid. You just don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And even if there's, in comparison to a track like,
oh god,
let's say Spa, for example, you know, where you don't really have too many zones where you can just evade long over the grass. It's more the case here, but still, you have a mental blockade, you know. Of course, like, you want to stay on the tarmac. If it goes very, very sideways, then of course you evade over the grass and all that, but still, when there's suddenly just a car stationary, the first thought is don't hit the car, but your gaze is focused on that point. And
yeah, you can't
normally, you know, if you just come sideways in a real car, don't hit the tree, you look at the tree, you're going to hit that tree.
Yep. It's the same thing with like with skiing and stuff. They always tell you when you start skiing, it's always look where you want to go, because you'll end up going there.
Yeah.
Right. And it's kind of like it's almost that thing like in sim racing. You're looking at the crash happening. You're staring right at it, and you're kind of like, I need to avoid this. But because you're staring at it, your body's automatically just like, yeah, I'm going to go straight into that. It's like, no, come on, mate. Here is the Butler Power Motorsport car on the back of Zancho and Ground Effect. This tight battle. Is that also part of it? I don't believe so. No, it's not. I was wondering if the Volante was also part of it, but no, they are a good couple of laps down. I did assume so because they've not had a particularly good race, but a three-way fight for 6th place. Ground Effect Sim Racing will be pretty happy with that. So, you know, apart from maybe delivery.
Yeah. Overall, I think Neundorf is in a quite good position right now because, of course, he has two very fast drivers ahead of him, with Ground Effect and Zancho, of course, being very well equipped with David Lespes and Goran Djordjevic. But at least he can only focus to the front. He doesn't have to focus on what's behind him for now. Because that 7-second gap, that's, of course, you know, once again, 7 seconds, that can be lost immediately in traffic. But for now, at least, he doesn't have to have one of his eyes just, you know, going fully cross-eyed, one eye to the front and one eye to the rearview mirror or to the monitor that they have in these cars. You know, he can just focus on attacking, focus on staying error-free.
Absolutely. Well, whilst we'll ride on board a little bit here with the Butler Power Motorsport cars, we can understand what it's like from the driving perspective. Of course, they're normally a little bit lower than this and a little bit further back, but still getting the feel, getting the understanding. Nico, driving GTEs, they're what can be described is fairly slippery. You're constantly correcting it, you're constantly pushing it through the corner. They've got a fair amount of grip still, but they're hard work to drive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in comparison to GT3 cars, and of course that comparison gets made fairly often, simply because I'd say they are more close together than, you know, I mean, these stem from GT2, the old GT2 class from the Le Mans days, became GTE. Of course, GT3 is then the next class, and then GT4, but GT3 and GT2, or well, GTE, are way closer together than GT3 is to GT4, for example, because this is only, what, like 2 seconds, 3 seconds lap time difference with these cars normally?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's not too far.
Yeah,
they're
but,
fairly simple.
Yeah, but the big difference is that most of the time these cars, depending on BOP, they have less power, but they also weigh a little bit less in general, and they also just have way more sophisticated downforce. I think, for example, the Aston Martin is very nice to see that way, with that absolutely enormous diffuser that it has. Not right now in the picture, but I mean, the Corvette is also quite nice here because, of course, the first time the C7 Corvette got launched in 2014, and it didn't have a big diffuser, and then it got quite a nice update, which we actually have in game here. Or in simulator, sorry, I dropped the G word here.
Oh my goodness me. You are going to get in trouble. Someone's going to... Marcel is watching. His team's doing quite well, so he's
Marcel is going to sue me now.
His team's leading again, actually. I mean, I'm sure he's become a bit more of a fan of the VEC the last sort of 6 weeks, now that his team's won the first race of the season, is leading the GT category. Of course, naturally, in a Corvette. I'm sure there's a bit of a push to get a C8 in the game now, right?
I would think so. I know that.
No, Marcel.
Oh, well, like just trying to probe into him, maybe we'll get something fly. Just trying to provoke a bit of leakage. But I mean, I know that Corvettes are a very beloved car of Marcel, as he drives one in real life. But yeah, just in general, it would be a great addition to this class. I mean, GTE has gotten. I mean, overall, the car diversity in rFactor 2 has gained so much diversity. Like, it really improved over the last couple of years, especially with GT3, I think 13, 14, 15 cars now. And in GT, almost all of the cars, the only car not being there from the last couple of years, being probably the Ford GT, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't have a... To be fair, okay, controversial opinion, sorry. I'd never really liked the Ford GT. Sorry, I always thought
I get where you're coming from, because it's not really a GTE car.
It's just, I'm sorry, but like the front of it, I like the front of it. I think the front was quite pretty, but the back was just like, what was it? it was like a pig from Angry Birds. And I'm like, it's absolutely right. You've got the two nostrils in the middle, the eyes, and it's like, yeah, it's just not a pretty car. I'm sorry, but it's just not.
To me, it was more of a prototype than, I mean, overall for me.
Yeah, kinda.
With the new hypercar regulations, I think that car would class way more into that than for a GTE car. I will be brutally honest.
Ooh.
Because when I saw that thing at Spa in 2015 and 2016, and at the Nurburgring in 2016, that car was lower than the LMP2 cars.
That
is close.
Turkka Hakkinen fancying going for a little bit of a cutback and trying to get down the inside of the Waveframe esports car. We've got an LMHC trying to pick its way through as well and not lose too much time. That's the G-Drive car, just trying to figure its way through. Of course, your own Quakel behind the wheel. I thought Dan Brewer was going to be getting behind the wheel of that one, but they've obviously left it in the hands of your own Quakel, potentially until the checkered flag. We'll have to wait and see. I'm still going to be honest here with that livery because I'm not a fan of it. The Nita Relics one, which is really funny considering I made it. That needs an update. I'm going to say it on broadcast just so that Dennis knows that I'm very much like, we need to update that livery. Because it just, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, updates. Speaking of updates, though, and also speaking of what you poked at with driver swaps earlier with Jörgen Kimmel staying in the car, we actually had a driver swap in the lead LMP2 car because now Jiri Toman is driving the Varga sim racing car.
Yeah, Jiri Toman's very fast, so was fast earlier in the race. I think Varga are looking pretty strong for this. Jone Simoncic behind the Burst Edge Esports. Definitely looking good for a podium. It's just where on that podium he is going to appear. Over the next hour and 40 minutes, we're going to see a bit of strategy dictate that. At the moment, it looks like Jiri Toman and Varga Sim Racing are in the strongest position, naturally with leading, also having pitted. So like they're kind of on strategy and in that position. It's not sort of being skewed a little bit by some slight strategy difference. But of course, behind, the rookie monsters, they're a good 34, 35 seconds back as well. So I kind of feel that this car's maybe, just maybe, a little bit out of reach.
Let's put it like this. If they stay error-free, they have 34 seconds now. So the stint is normally around 40 minutes, just maybe over 40 minutes if you know how to save your fuel. And they pitted well within this window now. So overall, as long as they don't make a mistake, and I hope that commentator's curse strikes me down in the next 1 hour and 40 minutes, they should have this safe overall. I will be completely honest there, because 34 seconds, then overall, Jiri Toman, he's been driving very, very clean. I think he was in the car in Silverstone already, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, and he drove very, very clean there, if I remember correctly, because I'm quite honest, I have a bit of deja vu. I don't know
they finished second position with Marcel Chinchip.
There we go. And just overall, if they just keep this together right now, don't...
Right, technical issues hopefully at bay. We are back on board with Turka Hakkinen here at the Nurburgring. Unfortunately, just things. But the battle's still raging on. I'm sure there was a bit of heart attack with the server there. All still working fine. But don't you worry, the race is still very much going, and it's still Hani Al-Sabti leading by about 22 seconds. The battle we're currently looking at, Turka Hakkinen sat on the back of Richelli in the Waveframe Esports, battling over what is now third place. A pretty tight fight, Nico. And it looks pretty tight. The thing is, though, with the differences in GTE, it's about using the advantages of your car to get back through, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, we have a very, very nice difference here. Of course, both these cars are V8s, but we have a naturally aspirated V8 in this Corvette where we're on board on. And then we have a twin-turbo V8, which is also mid-engine instead of front-engine like this, in the Ferrari. So you really just have to use this to your advantage. And for example, like just in general in this situation, you can see how much more this Ferrari wants to actually turn into the corner, how it has different mid-corner behavior than this Corvette. And it's really up to the drivers to just make the most of these situations, you know, of when they're in their strong zone. They really have to just try and get the car around the quickest, just so, in this case, Andrea Richelli, that he can build this gap that we see right here, so Turka Hakkinen is just out of attack reach for this hairpin.
Yeah, of course, the thing is, this is where it's important for you as a driver in GTE. You need to know how your car's good and how other cars are good as well, as we see in LMP2. Woof! Just sneak its way through. That was close. My goodness, that was a very tight bit there from the Burst Esports DK, Hungary DK car. You need to know the advantages of your car, where your car's stronger, where their cars are stronger, because the thing is you need to be able to take advantage of what your car does best. Now, I know that sounds basic, simple, but it's it's one of those things that a lot of people overlook when it comes to this kind of racing, is they don't really think about it. That's why I tend to race in LMP2 or LMHC, because you have to think about it, because everyone's in the same thing.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, to be honest, the added factor in GT is also not just how you place your car in the best way for you, but also just how you overall place the car in a manner that in traffic, you know, it doesn't handicap you. Because as we see, like a little bit of a slide here, you know, a lot of rotation in that Waveframe Esports Ferrari, as they also now go up to 2 and 3 because of some pit stops still happening. You know, they really have to watch out how they will handle with these car characteristics when they are off the line, because of course a mid-engine car reacts a lot different just generally while it's sliding, for example. When to save it, you know, you have to act a little bit differently than a front-engine car.
Well, let's talk strategy here, because you just said there that we've seen a couple of drivers coming to the pit lane. We've got an hour and 40 minutes left on the clock, and these cars can roughly do around about, realistically, I think it's an hour and 5, realistically. The GTs, it used to be an hour, but like realistically now they can do about an hour and 5. Now, an hour and 40 minutes, I'm assuming that, because it's voiced Plesny for Varga that's coming to the pit lane.
Mm-hmm.
He's been stationary for a very long time now. I wonder if there's been a bit more of an issue for Plesny. Although he's getting moving now. That if he's going to do a double step on the tyres, going to come in and do a little bit of fuel. But do you not, like, I'm wondering if strategy's gone wrong there, because I'm assuming for the most of the other GT categories, they're going for one more stop. They're going to go from now. They're going to pit in about 30 minutes time, maybe a little bit later just to be safe, 35 minutes, like on the hour mark. They're going to take fuel and they're going to run it to the checkered flag, whereas now Mikael Sedlacek, who's taken over the Varga Sim racing car, has got to make another pit stop.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there might have been a collision there, because I think they pitted already, because we saw all the other guys just going for the normal pit stop more around the hour mark, and actually now looking down the inside there.
Go. Oh, big drop.
The big drop, yes. making him jump there.
Trackmania line there through T1. Unfortunately, did not work out for Turkey Häkkinen. Still running in third. Oh my goodness me! Looking at it down the inside, going out of the arena section. There's a touch of contact between the two as he's trying to muscle his way alongside. Oh my goodness, Turkey Häkkinen trying to get his elbows out a little bit. He's been racing in GT Challenge, and actually, to be fair, has done quite well in it. I know I've brought that up a few times, but realistically, he's looking pretty strong as a driver in the GT category. Normally one that I'd associate with the LMP2. Has come accustomed to that GT car quite nicely indeed. And how fitting would it be for him a couple of races into his GT career in season 13 to grab himself a podium, maybe even a second place?
Definitely what you want to aim for. And this is just one of these perfect situations there. You have an LMP2 in front of a hypercar just lapping both of these cars, of course disrupting the normal order of things as the next hypercar just slots in. You know, in a lot of senses, you know, the GTEs really are just victims in this situation. So they really have to just adapt and trust the faster classes that they are going to lap cleanly. Because these guys, they just have to keep to their line, drive predictable, and the faster cars have to find their way around them, and especially around here, that's just very difficult.
We've got a few battles happening on circuit as a penalty goes the way of Francesco Morante. Not sure quite which car he's in at the moment, but that's the Drive Game C RT, the number 83. Currently down in 19th in class, so not ideal for him, as this time Turkey Häkkinen. Here's one of our close battles then. Remaining this time, third time's a charm into T1 for Turkey Häkkinen. He's alongside, he's quite far alongside, heavy on the brakes, into turn one. Finally, third time is indeed the charm, and up to second place goes Nita Velix in the number 60. The car that was victorious here last season, realistically, singularity in a Porsche rather than a Corvette. Penalty goes the way of Tony Mellor. That is 6th place in LMHC. That's a pretty big penalty to be serving this late in the race. Won't probably drop a penalty as it'd be a drive-through penalty, and he's got 60 seconds to the car behind, but nevertheless not ideal, not what you want to see at the moment. A few other battles that we've got on circuit at the moment. There are pretty close down in 8th and 9th place in LMP2. It's 18th, 19th overall. Butler Power Motorsport and Nita Velix, Michael Rowland and Rory McDuff, two close friends, battling it out on circuit a bit lower down than they'd want. Obviously, we've got that battle between Turkey Häkkinen and Andrea Riccelli. There's also a three-way fight between Ground Effect Sim Racing in 5th place, 26th overall, Zansho and Butler Power. We saw that one earlier. This one currently on screen. A three-way fight, 4.5 hours into a race. You couldn't write it.
Yeah, it's it's just one of these nice things, you know. Sometimes all pieces fall into place, just as the tension rises up as much as possible. And here we are, another little case of multi-class racing just in the middle. A lot more calm though than the last couple of intersections we saw from faster classes coming into the GTE field. But once again, it's just holding up a tiny little bit, and you know, the gap that was opened up first through the Schumacher S now, of course, stitched up a little bit again, because these LMP2 cars, they're incredibly fast. Over 340 kilometers an hour possible, I think, normally at Le Mans. But here they don't have that much more power in comparison to the GTE cars.
Yes, they don't really get like the punch out of the corner as coming into the pit lane. That was the Ground Effect car, so they've got to make another splash and dash before the end. We're counting it down, an hour and a half left on the clock, and once we approach that hour mark, we're getting to the area where these drivers should be able to do a single pit stop and get to the checkered flag. As far as I'm aware, this car, which strategy's done by, obviously Nick Dealey's overseeing a fair amount, but I'm pretty sure most of the strategy for that car is being done by Mr. Dan Kell, trying to basically push that car up the order. And to be fair, it's running in 5th place, and I'm assuming, knowing them with their experience and stuff, as we see this battle between Michael Rowland and Rory McDuff for 8th place in LMP2, I'm assuming they're on strategy to do a single more stop, and they're not going to take it any much more than that, because they're, you would assume so anyway, you hope so, because they're experienced enough in the car to know exactly what they're doing. They are the defending GTE champions.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And there's Michael Rowling singing it down the inside there. I know from a few inside sources as well that Roland is also struggling with a brake pedal. So, fittingly, McDuff, who jumped in after Stocci, has had problems with his brake. Roland now has problems with his brake, and he has to try and defend from the man with a fixed brake, or well, one that was never broken to begin with.
Well, that was
Former teammates almost colliding there.
I will say though, I mean, you say that about Rory's brake pedal. It's never really worked in the first place. If you actually watch the input of this brake pedal, it's very janky. Oh, he's gone to the inside though, dived it down. Watch out for the Ferrari. They shouldn't hit that. Should be easy peasy. Nice move down the inside. Good dive. Well held around the outside there from Michael Rowland. That'll do you a little bit proud there, Nico. Obviously, your old team. Well, you're still part of the team.
Current team. Old teammate. I was last year.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the Ferrari doing? Oh.
There was definitely contact between the two of them.
Yeah, there was definitely contact. I think that was normally a try of Roland to go down the inside, but the Ferrari, I think, just didn't see him there. But to be honest, from another angle, it could also be that Roland just tried to go for a very late move there, of course. You get very, very hectic if you're just battling a car like that, and I think McDuff almost would have had that if he had carried a little bit more momentum through that corner.
The yellow flag out in Sector 2. Not sure who that one was being caused by, but it's now out in Sector 3, so that's not ideal. It's the number 50. That's a Burst Hungry DK. What has happened to them? They have been around regardless, so not ideal. Come into the pit lane. Oh my god, that's an awful lot of damage on that car.
Oh, that is
not
very good.
There's been an instant here. I'm gonna try and have a look. Prepare yourselves. I'll try and give myself a look as we see this battle between Michi Hoyer and Lorenzo Arisi.
That is definitely one thing to look out for, because of course Hoyer, very popular now from his streams, now actually going to the pit lane. Still quite early, so I think you might have to go for another pit stop at the end of the race, because of course now we're also approaching one of the pit stop windows for that, and there we are with what happened to
prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Here we go, into pit lane.
Oh,
didn't really want it.
No.
Didn't really want it. Straight back onto the racing line. There's a hit from the Ferrari. That I don't know if he intended to come down pit lane, but because obviously I don't know if he just hit the curb wrong or something like that. But either way, that is what you could classify as not pretty. That was not ideal at all.
Of course, you don't want to lose time when you get into the pit lane, but especially with that fast version of the Vidal or NGK chicane, whichever name it is nowadays.
Apparently it's Vidal. Apparently, I don't know. We were discussing this earlier. We just called them by turn numbers. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll give them our own sponsors.
The fast version of the final chicane. Especially just trying to throw it into the pit lane there without losing much time, which of course you're just trying to do because, hey, it's the last couple stops for the race. You want to just get in there. Just sent it a little bit too much, and these curbs are quite high, and that was not quite what Pitayas had hoped for one of his last two pit stops.
You could say that. It's not ideal. I think that is fair enough. It's a shame it's happened though. Either way, we are, yes, as you are quite right in saying, we are approaching a couple of pit stops to the checkered flag for the LMP2 contingent. Obviously their stint's about 40 and a bit. It's 22 laps or something, 24 laps is how far they can go. So we're talking around about 40 and a bit minutes or something. I think I can go a little bit further now. But yeah, they're not exactly long stints. It's not a big fuel tank. So we're expecting them to come in to do a full service, take tyres this time round, fill up the tank on fuel, and then do a fuel stop with about 40 minutes to go. That's normally the LMP2 strategies from this point. If anyone else is throwing a curveball into this, look to the Burst Edge sports car because that's normally the one that's going to throw something, isn't it?
I mean, it's also interesting if we can see now if people will maybe go for another tire swap here, because once again, it's this very big thing of if people will try to go for a triple stint or maybe just a double stint towards the end. Like, you have, of course, these separate pit stop times for tire swaps and refueling, and on these tires, especially around this track with all these medium speed corners, you lose a lot of time if your tires are completely destroyed at the end. And to just risk it and go for another stint there, as we saw a little bit of a wiggle there and a little bit of gravel taking there from Rory McDuff, who's now right on the back of Michael Rowland once more due to traffic. You really have to just play your cards right there.
Yeah, I mean, I said this earlier with Michael Rowland, who did message me with ha 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 3 stops, ha ha ha. Oh, three. I was like, yeah, fair enough. Obviously joking that the idea of doing a triple stint around here is not feasible. That's a great run out of the final corner, by the way, from the American of Rory McDuff on the back of the Swiss, Michael Rowland. He'll be proud. I said Swiss, not German. It's not his home soil race. Oh, that's a snap. See you, Rory. Oh.
Caught it very well, though. That could have ended very badly there.
Did catch it very well. You would suspect Rory shouldn't. No, it's fine. I'm not going to be too harsh. It's fine. It's an easy mistake to make. Especially because, like, obviously you know this more than most.
Yeah.
The entry to T1, it slightly kinks to the right, just about when you kind of want to start braking, but also it dips down slightly whilst you're braking. It is a downhill braking zone, as we'll see here. So there's the kink, and right now it's dropping down. There's a few bumps, just kind of caught the rear brakes. Kind of the crash you'd expect to see in a different simulator.
Little side jab there, but
exactly.
yeah, I like it.
Nick De Silva.
I like it.
Nick De Silva, drive-through penalty. That's Azura Racing picking up at least their second drive-through penalty, because Arna also picked one up just prior to the 2-hour mark. So for Azura Racing, to be honest, it's been a bit of a throwaway race. I mean, it's easy to say throwaway race, but they're still in fourth. Like, fourth's good, but this is a team that we're expecting to battle for the championship. And I'd say the same thing for Jean Lacey Esports Academy. Like, it's not been the race that we would expect from them after the run. From RHG Esports, they've spun and they're still leading by like 30 and a half seconds, over the 2 drillers cars, which aren't really the cars that I would have suspected should be on the podium.
Yeah, and well, quite honestly, I think the big thing here, I mean, that was also the case with Tony Mella, I think, one of the last penalties we got in the hypercar class. People are just starting to get caught out now in the last closing hours. They're starting to get caught out by the track limits, because this is really something, especially in that Vidal NGK final chicane. Let's say it like that.
Okay.
The final chicane. You really just get caught out because you're just trying to optimize your line. You try to make the corner as straight as possible, and you just take a little bit too much on either inside part or on the outside even. And, it's instantly a cut track, and once too much, and immediately you just get this penalty. And of course, that penalty, you lose way more than you could have gained at any point while trying to cut that corner a little bit. As I spoke of Tony Mella, he also had another cut track, and Nick Da Silva now in the pit lane to serve his drive-through penalty. But we also have Ibrahim Khan in the pit lane, I think, for one of his last scheduled stops.
Yes, I believe so. He handed over to... No, he's still in the car. He's out of the pit lane, though, down in 5th place in class, where that'll sort of circulate him out into. It's the thing with LMP2, the strategy's still a little bit open, a little bit spicy, a little bit juicy. Still plenty to play for. And the thing is, as we all know, every time you come into the pit lane, you're at risk. Liam Rance, that's a drive-through penalty for the driver. I thought he was an LMHC, but quite clearly not. He is the satellite DTE. So, unfortunately, without being too harsh, the race seems fairly similar to Silverstone in a sense for Satellite. Is they look really good in the early phases, but they're unable to make it last. They'd love last season. If they were running this good last season, they'd absolutely love it. 4-hour races and stuff. Because they don't seem to be able to make it to the 6-hour mark without various issues. But
it's just unfortunate for them, because overall their pace seems to be quite good, but then to put it like just together in the last couple of hours, there's just something missing. And I think they as a team have to work out what is missing.
Yeah. Well, this is one thing that obviously we both know from doing endurance racing. Is I think Michael Rowland entered and exited pit lane to do his penultimate stop. The thing that we know from doing endurance racing and stuff is one of the hardest things in endurance racing is the fatigue, and that happens to a team. When fatigue sets in, that can happen to a driver or to a team itself. And having that endurance, naturally, being endurance racing, the stamina to get to the checkered flag, doing good times towards the end. That's the difference between good teams and great teams. Is that good teams will be fast at the start and sort of all right towards the end. A great team, though, is fast at the start and fast at the end, or even the other way around. Like being decent at the start is fine, as long as you're fast coming to the checkered flag, because that's where things are important. That's where stuff can be made. And so having that stamina to get that distance, it seems like there's a few teams at the moment that just don't really have that stamina. Satellite seems to be one of them after the first couple of rounds. Azira in LMHC seem to be one of them. They don't really have the stamina as a team to reach the checker flag at the SAC, because again, like Arna's very, very fast, but it's no real. I'm not trying to disrespect Nick De Silva, who is plenty fast enough, but it's just he's not close enough.
I think it's a matter of consistency in that regard, to be honest. Because the pace, I think, for De Silva is there. The pace is definitely there, but just how consistently he can put that pace onto the track without having slip-ups like with that cut track,
Maybe. I still think there is pace missing. And like I say, I'm not trying to rip into Nick De Silva. I'm just saying, like, if you're wanting to win races at this level, it's like I said at the start of the broadcast. It basically, like, perfection is the only thing that's acceptable if you're going to win races. You need to be on the limit, pushing as hard as you can until the checkered flag. It's ridiculously hard work. Another penalty. They're all being dished out now. Like I say, I think people have had enough of these track limits.
Just all coming in there. We don't need tarmac runoffs to get cut tracks.
It's easily done. Speaking of easily done, I don't think he's going to be making too many moves from the current position that he's in. But normally the whole video thing, and we'll listen into them and see if they can make a position. It's not going to work from Cedo's currently position. But let's have a listen to what Cedo said before the race.
Well, our first race was a bit of a disappointment. We had 2 spins where we got collected by another car. So instead of losing like 20 seconds, we lost several laps in repair time. Pace-wise, we were good for top 5 probably. So our aim for this race is top 5, and we hope to go for the win, of course. That's always good. Strategy-wise, fuel should bring us around the hour like every race. And tires, I don't think we're going to triple spin them.
Michael Rowland's just had a spin, by the way, P18 at the moment, had a spin just into the pit lane entry through the Vidal chicane. Oh, he's got to be careful with how he rejoins. That's kind of smart, hit the reverse, don't accelerate. Don't do what your team did. Oh my God!
Close.
He probably should have reversed it a little bit further than that.
Yeah.
But at least they got the warning. The Aston could see it. Like Michael was in it. He was very patient there. I'll give him that. Like, don't get me wrong, driving sort of straight across was a little bit awkward, but I think he did probably about as well as maybe you could expect in that scenario. At least he waited for the warning, at least from Jimmy, to slam the throttle. He got out of it. It was just a spin through NGK, I think, just pushed it a little bit too far. He did say he might make a couple of mistakes. Let's have a look at what's happened. This is coming up towards NGK Vidal final chicane, and a little bit too fast in. Massive snap on the rear.
I think that might be an issue with the pedal, to be honest. That might have been the fear that they had coming into this race.
Just not getting it slowed down enough.
The
brake, maybe. Very, very possible. He just wasn't going. He was going way too quick into the chicane. So he's just being a little bit patient, just trying to edge his way forward. Waited for the call from race director, which obviously you didn't hear on the broadcast, unfortunately. That was a little bit too close with the Aston, but in that kind of sense, you could almost argue it both ways, but I still feel in that scenario maybe Michael should have reversed a little bit more. But everyone survived. It's fine.
Yeah. I think
he asked me not to be too harsh.
Well, I mean, he didn't ask me, so I can be harsh on him. But overall, I think he couldn't really have done too much different there, except for, as you say, reverse more and just rejoin at a different angle. But of course, in that moment, you could see he was being very patient. Then, there was also another close one. But basically, he tried to stay patient there. But of course, at some point, you have to get going again. You can't just stand around there. At the same time, when you go through that NGK chicane or Vidal or final chicane, running gag,
we just call it all three, man.
Yes, let's just
NGK
keep calling
Vidal
it all
final.
Yes. But yeah, as you go through that, or as you're approaching that, you're coming over the crest of a hill, so you can't see absolutely nothing of what's coming behind that crest. So you're coming there, of course you have a yellow flag, of course you have already the warning, and I actually got another confirmation from one of the guys in the team that it was the pedal that acted up there, so very unfortunate for him there. But yeah, that is just, the unfortunate moments that happen in these situations, and you just can't really change all too much there, and of course you at least try to just stay clear there.
Absolutely. Jerne Simic, by the way, into the pit lane, definitely doing a couple of stops. This will be his penultimate stop. He's got one more. Won't be able to get to the checkered flag from this scenario. Not really the race that they would have wanted. First edge, they weren't particularly quick in qualifying, so that kind of dropped them down. Left them in the danger zone. They were clattered by the Butler Pal Motorsport car when it was being driven by Max Melamed in the first lap. Sent off into the gravel trap. Had to work his way back on the circuit and then work his way up, so obviously lost an awful lot of time from that. Did quite well to work his way back up, but naturally, still, even then, it's just not quite been that round that they would have wanted. Which, to be fair, knowing this lot, when it comes to their consistency, not the round you wanted, still battling for the podium. I mean, that's the type of Jerne Simic type team that you would really expect. So, oh no, I've had a terrible race. Where'd you finish? 5th? Oh, fair enough.
My condolences to your terrible race.
Yeah, right.
Tragic. Absolutely tragic.
That's me struggling to reach the checkered flag. Oh my goodness me. We've got a battle here for 6th place. Sim Racing for Holland trying to get by the Varga Sim Racing Porsche. Letting through the Wanaco DTR Senna hypercar. Throwing it up and over the curbs. Well, I've just received a message from Dennis Jordan as well. They'll probably tell me that all of my strategy calls have been completely wrong and they are going to the checkered flag because somehow they've found some magic fuel button or something.
Yeah, and they just solved it by filling the cockpit with fuel as well, so they can just shovel it through a secondary pump into the engine. But here we are with a move, or, well, looking for a move, not quite able to pull it off yet, Dennis Duna. So, yeah, once again, who that is, once again, is Senna going for the gap, or they no longer exist?
Absolutely. Well, that's our race leader going through, so kind of a bit of credit. They've got to be a little bit careful. I will say, by the way, the message from Dennis is saying that I get the feeling that they kind of don't feel that Varga are within any sort of reach, which kind of is what we expect as well. So they're not aiming for the win; they're aiming for basically second at the moment. Which again, not the worst day at the office, is it? Coming out of the first 2 rounds of the season, first and second. Not bad on their return to LMP2.
There's also the Zancha hypercar quickly in the pits again, though, so they drop down to last in class now.
I was harsh on them at Silverstone, and I'm going to be harsh on them again for Zancho. They have 3 cars, one in LMHC, one in LMP2, and one in GTE. And from Silverstone, to be quite honest, they all disappointed. And they were not the only team to have disappointed there. So, let's not just throw Zancho under the bus. Here today as well, the LMP2 like, fair enough, disconnection, bad luck. Didn't look particularly great prior to that anyway, but the LMP2 still some bad luck and then just some rubbish afterwards, but, you know, whatever. The LMHC, I don't know what issues they've had, but it's not run well. The GTE is in 8th place at the moment. Keep an eye on that on the run to the checkered flag, though, because they still might be in a good spot. We'll have to wait and see that one. But they've only got one car that's in a good spot, and this is a team that, you know, in my opinion, should be doing a lot better than that.
Well, overall, it seems that generally last season they did a lot better with all 3 cars focused into one class.
Yeah.
And honestly, it got a few, you know, weird looks because, of course, you know, 3-car effort into a series where it's normal for a 1-car effort into the same class, or maybe a 2-car, you know, like, honestly, I can't really think of too many other teams, other than DHR, of course, in Season 8, with the 3 Audi R18s, where there were, in the same division, 3 cars in the same class, you know?
Very uncommon, yes.
Yeah. So, of course, you get a bit of weird looks, but it's 3 times the amount of experience and 3 times the amount of car setup, you know, work you can do for the same race. And I think right now, of course, they wanted to switch it up, and overall, it makes sense to also represent yourself over a wider audience, over a wider field, that you can also just go for the overall win as a team, you know? If you have the manpower behind that, and Zancho is one of the teams that definitely does have the manpower behind that, they can focus on that, but overall, I think they still haven't quite adjusted to that.
Yeah, I kind of, if it was me, I would want to stay all 3 in one car or one category, because I think I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I'd almost like to see a little bit more of it, because you don't, like, I mean, it's one of the beauties, I guess, of sim racing, of the Virtual Endurance Championship, is that you can have teams like Zancho that have got a car in each, or Singularity last season with a car in each, and then Hydra Esport. And then you've got Speedy Mite, who had a cars in GTE and stuff like that. You don't typically see that in the real world, though. You see, you know, teams are more focused on specific categories. You know, they stick to their kind of category, and I kind of like that sort of element of, like, when they move up, it's sort of a little bit like, they're finally taking that on, or, you know, like that kind of stuff. I kind of like that side of it.
Yeah.
And then it allows the teams to focus on getting the absolute most out of a category, because, like you say, most entries in the Virtual Endurance Championship are effectively per class single car entries. There aren't many like this season. You've got like Waveframe and not many others that have multiple cars in one category. Thrillers.
Yeah,
I've got 2 in LMHC.
Actually, one team that is the definition of that case is actually Burst Esports with 3 LMP2 cars this season in Division 1. And in an 11 or I think normally 12 car field, I'm not quite sure. I think there was 12 before, wasn't there?
I think it's 11.
Oh, then fair enough. Even bigger percentage of the entire grid, you know, just topping up the top 10 there. And
yeah, but technically,
yeah, of course, everyone's fighting for themselves, but still,
well,
you know.
It's not even that, as we've got a yellow flag out in Sector 2. Not sure as to who that belongs to. No, the more that technically applies to is... oh, Michael Rowland's been off again, I think. It more applies to the idea that one of them's actually an Edge Esports entry. There's technically 2 bursts, and the other one's the Edge Esports entry from last season that's moved down to LMP2. So in a sort of... like, that's the Edge Esports entry that's moved down. So that's the one that belongs to Andreas Wouters and his team. As we look on a replay. Oh, Michael, is this the brake pedal again? Oh, it's a bit of a snap. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. He was too quick in. Whee! That was a better point at the end.
Yeah.
Arna's back in the Azira car, by the way, that's dropped down now to 7th place in LMHC. We've got a few other pitters as well, as one of the ACO cars comes into the pit lane, Jeffrey Fournier, to get out. I'm sure he's going to receive a fairly large slap on the wrist for not slowing down for a code 80 and taking out another car. So, you know, I'll wait and see on that one. Alan Terzic is in the pit lane as well. Going to be handing that one over to Yordi, who I saw loading up the game not too long ago. Hopefully this time he won't. This is what happened, apparently. when there was that incident with the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car and the One Echo in the pit lane, is that apparently Alan held the throttle, and then when Jordi took over at the end of the pit stop, it then took that input, and then Jordi shot forward. Whether you believe that or not, I'm not sure. I've not seen it, but it wasn't great. Let's go with that, regardless.
Well, you know, it can get quite cramped very quickly in these situations, and, well, out of all modern simulators, RF2 is, of course, the only one as well. How do you say this? Now that we have so many cars in pit lane there, you can also lose a lot of time in there just getting parked in by another car.
Yeah, because it was a physical pit lane. You know, it's not like it is elsewhere where you've got a pit lane where you can walk through people. It is a completely physical pit lane. You can have instances like that, and we've seen instances like that in quite a few places. It's why some people would prefer it to be a pit lane where you can roll through people. I don't agree. I think like the physical pit lane, I think that's fine. I don't understand what the issue is with the physical pit lane. You shouldn't be hitting cars in pit lane.
I'd actually support that even more, to be honest, if other simulators would go for the same approach, because that is just one of the many things that counts into pit stop strategy. You know, you note down, well, of course, like
it's a busy pit lane.
Yeah, like especially, for example, as we have the Nurburgring here, you know, if we had a comparison of, like, for example, if Assetto Corsa Competizione had the Nordschleife and they would do something like the NLS on there, or iRacing as well with their NLS, and then you have an NLS on here. In the real NLS, you just don't have people driving through each other, and you have 160 cars in that pit lane. In the digital one, you have people just driving through, people just driving straight through the entire slow lane. And to be honest, like, as one of the hardcore guys, you know, who wants to emulate stuff, you know, I always drive in the fast lane up to the point where my pit box is. So I absolutely just hate to see that, and that is something we love to see, absolute send, but it's a clean send. So yeah, nice battling there with an under, and that is a bit of contact actually. Woo.
There was a cheeky pinch there a little bit, maybe. No, I'm absolutely with you though. I remember going into Le Mans with, as we see, going around the outside there is not a smart move. Let's be real. That is Chris Shepherd behind the wheel now. I remember at Le Mans, because obviously you only do, like in LMP2, you only do like 8 laps before you pit for the first time. So like you're coming round, and you think 8 laps isn't really a long time for everyone to spread out. And with LMP2, the strategy's kind of pretty simple. Like everyone's going to pit around the same time. It's for Le Mans Virtual. Obviously, you had 30 LMP2s that were all going to pit at the same time, and so you had teams. And because the pit lane was busy, you were like, let's pit on lap 5. Right? Let's just pit really early to get out of the busy pit lane. And I love that kind of stuff. You're kind of forced to do something different or take the risk.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to think out of the box, because that's another factor that affects strategy. And honestly, if I can tell you now, I didn't count it and I couldn't count it over the 5 years where I drove VEC. But if I got like $5 for every single time I got parked in the pit lane by teammates or by completely different cars or by cars that were laps down, and then, you know, I cursed about it because we were just trying to fight for positions.
Yep.
I'd be a millionaire by now. I can say that with certainty.
You're not already.
That's just something, you know, that's just something that really comes into these strategy calls as well.
Well, we've got this close battle between Tim Neuendorf and CD Fire as well. As everything's tightening up, LMP2's also coming through, battling amongst themselves.
Yeah, that's a bunch of trends for that
Risi, yeah, it's tight no matter where you look. Even now, approaching the end of the race, we're into the final hour. But yeah, well, we saw it earlier in this race as well when it comes to boxing in. For those of you watching in the early parts of the race, when it came to the first LMHC pit stops, the Azura car had taken the lead and then came into its box to pit, did its service. Who came in front of it? Risto Capet. And he didn't come in it was close, and they weren't angled very well. And Arna had to basically sit there and wait for Risto to go because he could not get out of his box.
Yeah, that's just the thing, you know.
It
like,
happens.
To be honest, like when you've got someone parked in front of you, you can still reverse. Now imagine you're parked in with both sides. And it's like, yes, I will just angle all of my wheels 90 degrees and drive to the side like a forklift.
To be fair, if it was a realistic pit lane, you wouldn't be able to reverse in it. So there is that.
Yeah.
But they're not allowed, like in V8 supercars, I've seen it a few times where they're like, obviously, you know, teams and stuff, and then they pit, and then basically you've just got this massive train of people that can't leave their box. You're not allowed to reverse, you're not allowed to do anything. You basically just got to sit there and wait for them to go. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, but you know, that's, as we said, you know, that's just part of racing, and I think honestly, you know, of course, it's something that's infuriating at the time, but I think in the overall aspect, you know, of racing, of having to plan everything in realistically, it's just something very fun. As we now talk about racing, Margera now right behind Matthew Beavis in the Rookie Monsters Porsche, and looking for the outside for turn 1 here.
He's definitely going for it. Committed on the brakes as the Ferrari to the outside of the Porsche. We can see him in the top right from on board from the Wave 3 Mi Sports. That's nicely around the outside, lives in the inside, into the arena section, up into 8th place goes the Ferrari.
3 wide.
Oh, yes, as the LMP2's really going for a gap. It kind of is a little bit dodgy for it to do so, but, you know, fair enough. It's got to go somewhere. Did not wait. That is Yuri Toman. Yeah, Yuri Toman. So race leader. Bit risky, don't you think? With a 90-second lead, a minute and a half clear, nearly a lap clear of the field. Do you not feel that that's a touch risky, Nico?
I'd say that was a little bit risky, but then again, I can also understand him there, because even if it doesn't cost you as much, of course he's leading 91 seconds by now, but when you're just sitting behind GTE cars, and these cars are by no means slow, as we said before, but in comparison to the LMP2s in cornering speed, because the LMP2s weigh around 300 kilos less, you know, it feels just so slow. So you're just sitting there, you feel yourself aging into, you know, 40 years old, and just going, oh, get these damn kids off my lawn, and you just make that move down the inside.
This, by the way, this will go on until the checkered flag, because the thing is that Mr. Jene Sinicic, I've been told that I can say this, and I kind of feel like I'm not sure if I should, but I'm going to say it anyway, because apparently they can't react to it anymore anyway. That's kind of hard to say, actually. But that is doing a triple stint to the end, and Jene Sinicic is going to be struggling on tyres when it comes towards that checker flag. As you were saying earlier, Nico, who's going to take the risk? Of course, it's Burst Edge Esports that do. When it comes to looking after their tyres. Exactly, who else? And he said, wish us luck, we'll be defending from Arisi and Khan to the checker flag. So they already know that they are in for a long 55 minutes here.
Well, honestly, if you wanted, of course, you know, musical is always one of the best things to describe some actions, but if you had to describe Burst Edge Esports, there's a risky strategy, we'll take it, highway to the danger zone.
Yeah, very much so. But the thing is they're very smart with how they take it. They're never like, they do risky strategies without being risky themselves. They're very very clever. It's why right, respectfully, and I know Dennis is watching, so sorry, mate. Gonna rip into you a little bit. The only reason they were even close to contending for the LMHC title last year was because of strategy. It wasn't because of speed. Because realistically, they were victorious at this venue in LMHC. Realistically, pace-wise, they didn't have the edge on AAA or anything like that. The edge on AAA. They just didn't have the speed really on AAA or even Singularity. But they had the strategy and they had the consistency. So whilst pace was missing, they built it up elsewhere. I kind of feel it's less so in this category. In LMP2, they've got the speed, the strategy, the consistency, and the everything to sort of pull the stuff off. But still, it's worth noting anyway.
Yeah, just overall, as we said this again and again, also last round already, you know, you just need to have the stamina to make it work.
Yeah.
And these guys, while they sometimes may be lacking in pace, in that Senna it was more apparent than in this car. In this car, all of them are pretty bloody fast. They really just have the endurance, the stamina, and the concentration to just get it done to the end, to keep fighting for the top positions.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see on our screen, Jeroen Kwekel taking the lead in LMHC, courtesy of a visit to the pit lane for the final time for Hani Al-Sabti. He's just taking a stint of fuel before departing the pit lane, although it might have actually been a little bit longer than that. I can't see because the number was completely blown out by the sky there. Pretty sure it was 80 seconds, which actually is more of a full pit stop rather than anything else, and maybe taking tyres as well, which I don't think is correct at the moment. I think you only want to take fuel. Although, yeah, well, actually, no, I say that. Then you would do like nearly 2 hours on the tyres. So actually, no, I'll hold my tongue on that one. Tyres and fuel, I guess, kind of makes sense if you're pushing it for about 2 hours in this car. Tyres don't really last that long. But maybe E-Drive will take a risk. Maybe not take tyres, just take fuel and try and battle it out with one of rFactor 2's fastest and most aggressive drivers. You never know.
Yeah, it's well, how do you say this best? It's always, if you want to take that risk this late in the race, because you also have to just think of the overall championship. If you have a good position here, you never know what's going to happen in the next race. It's because the real big mamas of endurance races, they're still up ahead. This is only round 2 into the championship. So if you have good positions here, it's always, not maybe a wrong call to just settle for, like, instead of fighting for P2 or fighting for P3 or something, to just settle for a stable place which you can hold for sure,
Okay, yes, but I would also argue this is the same thing when it comes to risky strategies and stuff, and when it comes to taking gambles on whether to triple stint or whatever, or double stint, you have to weigh it up with the position that you're in now and what you could gain. So say, for example, with Burst Edge Esports, as we see the battle for 6th place between a couple of the Corvettes, is the Ferrari as well a part of that? I believe so. It is not. It is just between the Zamsho and the Butler Power Motorsport car. When it comes to so with Burst, Burst Edge Esports, you kind of have to weigh it up. Let's say, for example, they were running around in 4th. Now, if they triple stint, they could gain 2nd. They may still finish 4th, but they don't really have the risk of dropping down further than 4th. So if they double stint and then single stint, they know they're going to finish in 4th, right? Fair enough. But if they triple stint, they might finish in 2nd. And if they don't finish in 2nd, and say, for example, they get moved down the order because they get overtaken, then they finish in 4th anyway. So is it not worth the risk just to gain that little bit extra? And that's what I'd kind of say to G-Drive, is that maybe doing a double stint on these tyres, if it is remotely possible and you kind of weigh it up, maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's just crazy enough to just be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, generally, in endurance racing, it's always this question of, we have this one last-ditch effort to make something very, very risky. It could work. It also go completely the opposite way. But honestly, I think, generally taking risks like that in shorter races, I overall think it's not quite worth it. Like in longer races, like in the middle of it, or just, in the last couple hours, it's a long race. It's a very, very long race. It's more points than for these short races. So going with the complete risky business, I think that is more worth it than trying to pull...
We're about to find out, because Kwekel's in the pit lane.
Ooh.
We are about to find out if that risk is worth it. Are they going to take it? How are they feeling? What would you do? Would you take it? Would you try? Obviously, we're going for this with no information on how their tyres last over a 2-hour period, mind. But let's say, for example, they did last, but they lost grip. Would you take the risk?
In Kwekel's situation.
Yes. Bearing in mind that he's probably not going to drop behind Henry Sinnick, effectively his teammate.
Opposed to what I said, in this situation I would take it because it's the overall win.
I think they're taking time anyway because I think I just saw the Jacks go up. So
Yeah.
it's a completely redundant conversation. But never mind. It was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It's fun playing about with the hypotheticals.
all of the mind games.
Oh, absolutely.
People are just playing Chinese checkers for strategy, and all the people trying to analyze all the strategy of the opposing teams, they're playing 7-dimensional chess.
Absolutely. And I can barely play normal chess, so...
I can't. I lose against the Windows artificial intelligence all the time.
I only used to play chess with my dad, and I always get the feeling that he used to play it quite easy on me. So the race lead goes back the way of R8G Esports, you can see there after the pit stop. So it was fun, that conversation lasted, but completely irrelevant and a wasted 10 minutes. So sorry everyone watching. Our focus then remains on R8G Esports. The battle for 27th overall, a little bit higher up in GTE between Sido Vire and Tim Neuendorf. Still very, very close. 6th place at the moment for Sancho Simsport. Whether that holds out to the checkered flag, we'll have to wait and see. I'm pretty sure they've got to make another stop. I'll ask Dan. We'll get all the information. We'll just cheat. Speaking of the GTE category, I received a message from Nick Newcomb, who's just said that fairly recently, Mr. Adam Baldwin set the fastest lap of the entire GTE category at a 150.6, which is a very fast time, and he is the fastest GTE on circuit at the moment. So watch for his rise over the next 50 minutes.
Yeah, and he's only 5 seconds behind Matthew Beers right now, who's also, and this is the nice part, like at the moment, like in the last lap, he was 1.3 seconds faster than Beavers at the moment. Just at the very end of the top 10, but all of that in theoretical range, for the next 40 minutes. Baldwin could still, if he carries on with that sort of pace while the others are battling, he could still technically even catch up to Neuendorf, I think. If he was able to keep up that pace, of course. But just absolutely crazy with a 50.689.
Well, it all kind of depends on, because this is the thing, is that I've just asked Nick, because I'm not sure if they have to make another stop. I assume, based on when I'm pretty sure a lot of these came in with about an hour and 20 to go. I'm pretty sure most of these still have to make another stop. Now, this is the point, is that if the Juices Motorsports Club can get to the end of the race from their current position, as we see them on screen at the moment, currently in 10th place, I do not think that you are going to see them finishing this race in 10th place. But this is the point, though, is that this considers how close, still after 5 hours, 15 minutes, how close the GT category is, that he's come in, done a stop, he's in 10th place. It's still very, very close that he's dropped down to 10th. And, maybe they win, maybe they don't, maybe they get a podium, maybe they don't. At this point, there are a lot of questions, and we have absolutely no idea where this car is going to end up. I just highly doubt it's going to end up in 10th.
Yeah,
they've been good. They've been great all day.
Yeah, that's just the thing, the continuous performance of them, and then when it really matters, like in a sense, of course, the first 5 hours is basically just surviving, and then the last hour, it's when everyone just gets on their fast running boots, as opposed to their walking boots, their wandering boots where they can just keep on going for a couple hours at a consistent pace. Then they take those off, put them nicely to the side, and get their running shoes. Get the proper speedy boys in, and then just try to shoot as how far they can go. And especially with Adam Baldwin, having seen him for so long already in this, as we have another close battle here, Rookie Monsters against Wave Freeham for P3 right now. I think he can definitely put some magic into that car.
Well, it's important to note as well that Adam Baldwin, of course, they've raced a very long time. I remember every time I go through stats and stuff, and they're like, oh look, they raced back in season 4 or something. It's like, oh, okay, they've been in the game for a long time, and of course, season 11, LM GTE champions of the Virtual Endurance Championship, yellow flag out in Sector 3. Not sure who that applies to. But nevertheless, it's a strong team, a strong team with good backing as well. And of course, race strategy done by Nick Newcomb, who definitely knows what he's talking about when it comes to strategizing race cars and stuff in sim racing. It's a pretty handy scenario to be a part of in that team, and I'm gonna sort of suggest that they're in a good spot to move up. It's kind of that scenario that I highly doubt that they'll be pitting. It's you never know. Like, I don't know quite how close they are on fuel because I'm pretty sure it's tight, but well, we'll see, won't we?
Yeah, definitely. And that is one of these things where you just also have to look how the strategy played out so far. If something happened to them in the middle of the race, which overall I think nothing bigger did happen to them, but I could be wrong. But, how you adjust to that strategy as well. And speaking of strategy, we're at 43 minutes now. So we're about to get into the pit window, or we're already at the pit window for some of the LMP2 cars for the last pit stop there.
Indeed. We are in... Ooh, I thought he went.
Ibrahim Khan there. Just
Good hands.
taking it fully with... normally rallycross inputs, I'd say, trying to go for a left-hander and trying to fully countersteer there. But that was quite impressive car control, to say the least.
Indeed. I don't know. All I know is that I would not have caught that. That's all I know about looking at that. Impressive stuff. Good catch. Maybe a little bit of the cheeky 2-foot hack save, which for those of you that don't know, which is when you're sort of sideways. This works in any sim. Slam both pedals down and hope for the best. 9 times out of 10 works.
The stabilizing force of the nothing.
It's genuine. It's Oscar, obviously. Oscar Hardwick was the person that told me that. When I first got a wheel, he was like, if you ever start spinning, just slam both feet down. And I was like, that does not work. And he was like, it does. And I was like, no, it doesn't. And then one time I was sliding in mid-race, and it was just my natural reaction to try it, and it worked, and I was like, that is dumb. Like, that's unbelievably dumb. I don't know what it is, but it genuinely, any sim works.
Yeah, that's just...
Maybe it works in real life as well, the real sim.
How realistic can real life be if it doesn't work there? But formerly talked about the pit window, and we also had our first couple of people in Burst Esports Simplexity now, with Oldmenger and, well, actually Simplexity with Mrocek and Hungry DK with Tom Oldmenger in the pits now. Mrocek getting out, and that could potentially be still the area where he has to pit again.
Yeah, absolutely. See where everyone comes out in. All of the late pit stop kerfuffles. I think Ibrahim Khan and Lorenzo Arisi are separated by absolutely nothing, as we can see on screen right now. Half a second separating the two of them for the final spot on the podium. 40 minutes on the clock, a pit stop yet to do to reach them the checkered flag.
Actually, speaking of which, Khan made it through. Just realised that.
I was going to say, I thought they were the other way around. When we saw them slipping and sliding earlier, I was like, I'm pretty sure that Khan was behind, but it's been a long day.
Also, in the middle of that, Jani Simoncic has just built a 3.8 to 4 second gap, which is also quite handy for him because, of course, well, once again, try to focus on the front. Well, in his case, I kind of doubt, Jani is a very fast driver, but I doubt that he can catch up 1 minute and 22 seconds of a gap in 40 minutes, but either way, it puts him in a very comfy spot here right now.
It's why I think Dennis Jordan was saying earlier that they're aiming for second. Remember though that Jani Simoncic, as much as they've got to do another fuel stop, we're expecting them to take these tyres again. So everyone else effectively has fresh tyres, although the longer this goes on, because they're double stinting from this point, the longer this goes on, effectively, the more equalised they become. So potentially this will, like, Yone will be able to build out a gap as effectively that lovely edge grip of the two cars behind has faded. Adam Baldwin reaching his first driver to overtake and to make up a position on. Matthew Beavis, Rookie Monsters, P9 up for grabs. The Porsche looking pretty strong of Juicy's Motorsports Club. Again, who's got to splash, who's got to dash, and who's going straight to the checkered flag? You just do not know. At the moment, from what I can see, if no one else was to stop, if everyone else was to stop and they were not to, I'm pretty sure they're going to be running back they'll be on the podium, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so as well, actually.
Depends on how long the splash is.
That's how close this entire field is. It's quite honestly, you said it before, and this is just overall pretty maddening, to be honest. I mean, Dennis Doma is now a bit more comfortable, and Michel Rocon, of course, as well, with the Wave Freem Esports Ferrari in 4th now, and 27 seconds behind 3rd, behind Christian Michel, who's actually, Christian Michel, who's actually gone in and replaced Turk Akinen now. But besides that, it's still just, for 90% of the field, it's just still so close that a lot of positions can still change.
Absolutely. It's been a good drive from Nita Velix. I'm not sure if they've got to make... again, this is the whole thing with the GT category. I have no idea what's happening with the entire category as to who's got to make a pit stop. For Christian Nicolo, he's done, I would say, the NV today in GT, where they were arguably a little bit disappointing last round, have been good money this round. They've done, in my opinion, they've done very, very well to work their way up. Their qualifying was pretty pants, but they've done really well to work their way up the order, to be methodical about it, to maybe take a little bit of a risk on the strategy, opening with a double stint, etc., etc. It moved them up the order, it moved them out of the danger zone, it moved them into contention for a potential podium. It has been good. Kind of weighs on how much will they have to take, if any, and what's happening with this man on screen.
Yeah, and quite honestly, what else can you say other than, just everything they did so far brought them here. Of course, that can be said for basically every race in all the circumstances, but that they are in this position now, that they can push like they are doing right now, it shows that to a certain degree they just did the right choices, and especially with Baldwin's pace right now, last lap again over a second faster than... Actually, no, not over a second, sorry, I completely misread that there for a second. A tenth faster than Matthew Beavers, but of course now he has to get past him.
That's the key right now, is he needs to make that move. He needs to make it pretty sharpish. If he's going to make the best out of these tyres, there needs to be a move coming in. Porsche versus Porsche here at the back end of the top 10. Got a few people from LMP2 coming into the pit lane. Butterpal Motorsports entering the pit lane. I think a couple of others have also been in fairly recently. The battle between Sancho and Butterpal, that's a pretty contested battle. The team I'm part of, the team you're a part of, that's a pretty contested battle. 27th overall, Cedo versus Tim Neundorf.
Yeah.
Just ahead of this, not too far ahead.
Both quite good drivers. Quite good,
but
quite
only
consistent.
one good team.
Oh, well, thank you.
No? just let that hang there for a little.
Well, I know, I accept the praise that you're praising my team.
I see. He won the GT Championship last year, has finally, down the inside, Adam Baldwin's made it work and has gained the position. Up to 9th place he goes. And I think whilst our two teams battle it out over a position slightly down the road, I do get the feeling somehow that they are going to be caught by this man at some point in the near future. How easy that move will be is a completely different question, but we know the pace of Adam Baldwin right now is a little bit faster. There's the two Corvettes battling it out, 6th and 7th. I got a message back from Mr. Kell as to whether they need to pit or not, and it was the maybe we do, maybe we don't, which I'm going to take as a yeah, they got to stop again.
The box standards, perhaps. Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. If it's perhaps, normally take it as the worst answer for it. It depends how the perhaps is delivered, though.
Yeah. Actually, before Baldwin can make it to Neundorf and Via, though, he has to also get past Christian Malguera, for the wave 3 Ferrari, but that's only 3 seconds, which he already caught up, I think, half a second since the lap started. So, yeah, once again, Baldwin's pace right now being absolutely stellar.
Oh, by the way, I said that he was the Season 11 GTE champion, and was correct. He wasn't able to do the full season, but is also the LMP1 champion of Season 3.
Ooh, so
10 years ago.
The very old guard.
I said he's because normally when it comes to doing the track guides and stuff, I go and look for the fastest lap of all time around whatever circuit, and woo, that's close. See you, mate. You're going on. Musto GDE Sports trying to, I think, just outbrake. I don't think he was going for a move, but it slotted a gap that was not very large between a Ferrari and the white line.
Neundorf made it through.
He has made it through and up into 6th place. So Zancho down a spot.
I hope we can get a replay of that because, of course, they've been battling for quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. No, you only want a replay so that we can see the spicy action, so you can talk to Ed about how great Butler Motorsport is over Zancho, and rub it into my face as well.
I'm just trying to better my chances with Renee at the moment, you know.
Oh, I see. I see. That won't do you any favours of getting a replay.
Oh well, you know. But basically, a fight that's been going on for quite a bit, and now we have the big question if Neundorf can actually profit from it and just get that gap bigger.
Here we go.
But here, turn 1, and yeah, pretty much.
It was just a
standard move.
It was just a send. To be fair to Cedo, like, accepted that the position was done.
Yeah.
To be fair, right, this is one thing that I've noticed with some racing and stuff, is that, like, one of the biggest issues when it comes to overtaking is the driver that's sort of, like, almost not letting go of the position. That kind of sounds silly, because kind of like, why would you let go of the position? It's kind of like, yeah, but there's there comes a point where it's just kind of like, that move's done. Right? But a lot of people just kind of like, no, I'm still going to hold fast. I'm still going to hang it around the outside. Why are you doing this? What is the benefit?
2 millimeters of my front bodywork is still overlapping with your bodywork, so I will send it down this inside if it kills us both.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's really good fun.
Speaking of GTE, very interesting plot twist here. Mikhail Sedlacek for Varga, now P3 in the pit lane, so for his last splash and dash, if I'm correct. Now getting out right in front of Neuendorf and Vaya, right behind these two here on the screen, and there we have him.
Yes, and coming down the start-finish straight at the moment is Adam Baldwin. So, like I said, I think Adam Baldwin is going to the end. I think maybe there is a little bit of a question, but as far as I'm aware, because they were one of the last ones to pit of the last sequence, I'm pretty sure this one's going to the end and should be good to the checkered flag. I'm going to suggest, based on that, with Sedlacek coming in, that for the other drivers there is a bit more of a question mark on whether they're going to make it on fuel. But can Adam Baldwin close in on Sedlacek? Because realistically, like, he's fastest. Sedlacek is double stinting tyres at the moment. So this is the tyres that he's been on for the last hour or so. And I don't think Adam Baldwin's that case. He's like, basically these tyres are fresher by about half an hour. Is there potential? What do you think?
I think there is potential, but I think it also plays a lot into it how he's going to hit traffic from now on, because these subtle little changes, like, it's just maybe a 10th or 2 or 3, but these small changes, I think, will really make the difference now as Baldwin is on his chase here to get to Margera and then past Margera, of course. And then it's a 7-second gap. Right now it's around an even 2.5-second gap between Neundorf and Sedlacek. So if he's lucky, Neundorf and Sedlacek start fighting, and then Vaya would also get involved again, who's fallen back a little bit by now. But Baldwin needs to rely on a bit of luck now, on that other people will start having a little bojingle jangle here and there.
Jangle.
Besides, him just also driving consistently the pace that he's been driving, which I think overall shouldn't be a problem for him.
The yellow flag that came out in Sector 2, by the way, was that the way of the Ferrari, the ground effect Ferrari, going into the Schumacher S. I don't know if it was a spin of his own. It was, just spin by himself. And then just got it back around. So it's nothing major, nothing worth a replay, but he did just spin by himself. So continuing around in 10th in class at the moment. It's easy to spin around this circuit. It's one thing, because, like you said it before, it's a a circuit that requires high commitment. It's a circuit that you kind of push the limit, and it's a circuit where a lot of the corners you've got to throw it in at a lot more speed than you really want to. The final chicane, the Schumacher, is like you're so close to the limit through there that if you take the curb ever so slightly wrong, you're round.
Yeah, and that is just the issue as well, because they are not really low curbs. I think on most cars it's actually safer to just not take any curb whatsoever. And that is one thing that I actually mostly only see in sim racing as well, that on the entry they take the outside curb to get the car turned in better. Because most people in real life, I don't think they do that, because it just upsets the car a little bit too much.
I also think they value their backs a little bit too much, which is one thing in real life you kind of have to take into effect.
Yeah.
And I speaking to a few of the real drivers that were taking part in Le Mans Virtual, at the final chicane, obviously the Ford chicane, they were bombing it over the curbs, absolutely launching it. And most of the real drivers were looking at it being like, oh, but his back though. Like, it's a sim, isn't it? So carry on. It's like, yeah, but you would have broken the car by doing that. Ah, well. Bit of fun, isn't it?
Lose about half a meter in height just because the spine gets compressed.
Yeah,
permanently.
exactly. Oh. Maybe we need to do that. Anytime someone takes a curb too hard, we need someone behind them just like punch them in the back. Just be like, there you go. Right, next curb.
The new advancement of the butt kicker.
Yes, exactly. The back puncher. It's just a dude. His name's Terry.
I like it. Let's fund it on Kickstarter with $50 million.
Absolutely. I don't think. I wonder if Jimmy will be impressed by that. No.
Oh, I think Jimmy would be one of the first guys to order it.
I see. Oh, to be
He's
fair,
all
bear in mind, he'd
realism.
probably be one of the people that wants to be it.
Sounds like a perfect job for him. a bit of stress relief also, when you're directing one of the biggest sim racing leagues on the planet. So
yeah, but the thing is, he just punch him anyway, and they'd be like, "But I wasn't on the curb." I don't care. Oh dear, we're a bit mean with old big boss. By the way, Team Spirit Racing received a drive-through penalty, the latest one to pick one up with half an hour left on the clock, which isn't great for them. They should still be within the points, and obviously, whilst we're with half an hour to go, it is worth reminding that with it being round 2, every 2 rounds of the season is relegation round. Kind of an unknown. It can kind of be, it's kind of admin discretion. Effectively, that rule is intentionally sort of a touch vague. Is so like a team will drop down into Division 2 and a new team will come up for the next couple of races. The Team Spirit Racing squad, who didn't score a point in LMP2 last time, were very much at risk of that, of being a part of that. Although that said, considering how Zancho have been today, I don't think they're doing themselves too many favours in that department. All we know is that one driver or one team is definitely dropping its way down into Division 2 in LMP2. And a few from GTE are dropping down anyway, and obviously no one from Hypercar because there's no Hypercar, so it's fine. But we're expecting a few to drop down. So this is it's important. My point is important to deliver constantly, because if you're not delivering every couple of rounds, you could find yourself in Division 2.
Yeah, and that is the thing, it's not just just overall consistency in the race, it's also about consistency throughout the entire season, which is just an added difficulty because you have so many different circuits on this calendar. You have just generally, with the dynamic weather, you have all sorts of conditions, and with 45 cars on track, with an absolutely humongous GTE field, anything can happen to you, and that is just one of the big dangers that comes into this mix,
Absolutely. Speaking of the humongous GTE field and marching your way to the front of it, the entire tower dominated by our GTE field. You can see Adam Baldwin here on the march. Oh, Tom Bart's a penalty for him. So that's another one dished out. But we are racking them up coming into the final parts of this race. He's currently running in 4th place in LMP2, so that's not ideal to have picked up at this point in the race. So we've got this battle. We've also got one a little bit further up the road. You can see there in GT the battle for 5th place in GT continues to rage on, as we've got Musto GD Esports leading Waveframe, leading Varga, leading Butler Pal as well. And the Zancho. It's mighty tight. Look at that train. Considering we're approaching 6 hours done, and Adam Baldwin's committed to the outside, maybe going to go for the undercut. Oh, got a little bit muscled out of the way there. Consider that we're 6 hours. It's that was silly. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was silly. That was very,
he couldn't
very silly.
keep his nerve there. That was
that was not good from Adam Baldwin there. Unfortunately, diving it. Ooh. I think he was muscled out maybe a little bit unfairly at T1, but yeah, like you said, I don't think he can keep his nerve. We'll grab a replay of that, and we'll try and catch what happened. To my point though, look at how close it is above this. The 87, the 76, the 69, the 68, the 53, all amazingly close. Nearly 6 hours into the race.
So we have literally a fight for P3 with how many cars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
A 5-way fight for the last podium spot. That is just crazy, as we see once again the situation
Give
here.
me your opinion, Nico. Give me your opinion. That's the Ferrari's overdone that.
Yeah. But then in this situation here, he tries to send it and he just didn't really have an overlap into that corner.
No, let's have a look on board. We'll get the Jimmy to do the Ferrari's missing the apex, but you've got to he's going for a later apex. You can't just go for that door. That door's not really open. That's on Adam, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
He's the one that's paid the price for it, though. So yeah, I'd argue in that sense that it's more of a racing incident. That he's the one that's paid the price in that scenario. So I wouldn't penalise him for it because he's already effectively got his own comeuppance, in my opinion. That said, the T1 thing was definitely on the Ferrari. Our battle then, as we can see, for the podium rages on. Who in here needs to take fuel? This driver, this team, certainly not. Yellow flags out in sector 3. Not sure as to who's caused that one, as I do not have a track map anymore. It's back in anyway pretty soon. But yeah, Varga, we pretty sure going to the end. Anyone else though? Not a clue. It's the number 45, which is Team Spirit Racing, I believe. And it most certainly is backwards at the final corner. Got back going again. That final corner's caused issues, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you come from such high speed through the NGK Vidal final chicane.
Yes.
Yeah, you still come through so high speed. I think 4th or 3rd gear, depending on the conditions of the track and on what car you're driving. But either way, you just have so much speed and you go over curbs. The cars are just jumping around over curbs and bumps. And then you just have to slow down completely for a hairpin. And it has proven to become quite unbecoming for most of the cars. Let's say that.
It's the joy of having a difficult circuit on the calendar. This is what we need. We need to go back to VIR. Everyone would love that.
Oh boy! Oh, he actually hit the inside wall.
He did bonk that, didn't he?
Yeah. Little high five. Luckily, not a big impact.
I am joking, by the way. We really don't need to return. Lorenzo Arisi, by the way, into the pit lane from LMP2 second place. Whilst we watch the end of that replay, kind of important when you think of the grand scheme of things, because that's going to promote Yannis Simic. It's kind of what we were expecting. They see them need to come into the pit lane. Yannis Simic is going to go back up to second place with the penalty that went the way of Tom Lombards. It's relief pressure from rookie monsters trying to fire onto the back of Burst Edge Esports, so they're almost guaranteed a podium from their current position. Will it be second? Will it be third? Leaving the pit lane at the moment, Lorenzo Arisi. As Burst Edge Esports come down the pit lane, it's going to be very tight, but I think Lorenzo Arisi has this one. I think second place has gone the way of the Italian. Jerne Simoncic will have to settle for third in the Burst Edge Esports. And considering their triple stint in those tyres and the gap they've got, I think the undercut has worked there for Waveframe Esports, and I think that one is settled.
That should be settled, but then again, you also have that traffic here right now. Look at that, the hypercars, the GTs, all of that, quite a big group there. And I think it'll really depend on now on who can really manage these traffic situations just this little bit better.
Absolutely. Our focus now, 7th place in LMHC. A battle that's pretty tight between Blackhawk Pescara SRT and Wanako. The Wanako currently being driven by Nico Barkley. I believe that was the one that also has Borja Milan in it, that had a rear wing departed courtesy of Alan Terzic or Jordi Spears. I don't know which one it was. It was Jordi that was technically in the car at the time. It was Alan that says that it was kind of his fault. It doesn't really matter. It happened anyway. Lost his rear wing, now battled it out for 7th place. And then Chris Shepherd in the other one, which... these things, I don't remember which one. I think Jeffrey Fournier is in Chris Shepherd's,
Jeffrey
right?
Fournier is in the one with Chris Shepherd, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because those two are obviously very close. That one's, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to rip into it anymore. It was bad. If there was a Division 2 for LMHC, they'd be heading for it. I'll say that. I'll go that far. Nico, that was close.
Nicolini going very late on the brakes there, and a little bit of a power slide there now.
He's trying to create his own memes again.
Oh, but yeah, Wanako, our resident meme lord, so, you know.
Absolutely.
Nicolini and Borja also, always very close as well. I mean, as long as I can remember, those two have been on the same car and always with the same sort of meme mentality, but of course they're here to race, like they're proper racers at heart.
I think they must have teamed up around 2016 or so, because Nico used to be teammate with fellow Peruvian Louis-Philippe Capamajan, and I think it was after he left that team with Capamajan that he then joined up with Borja, and like that's where that kind of like settled. It was a long time ago though. Apparently Jimmy Allison doesn't like you calling him Nicolini. Sorry, I had to. I'm so sorry. We're battling out. We're trying to get by one of that drillers, by the way, is the one that's on the podium, is it not? They're trying to work their way through, so they're gaining themselves a lap back. Let me just double check that. That is Henry Sinnick. They're trying to gain a lap back on. Be careful, lads. He is on the podium. He is ahead of you. Oh my goodness me. I don't know if they'll be looked upon too happily with that from drillers. Either way, those two that are battling at the moment for 7th and 8th position have fought their way through, have got by, and I think we'll clear off. They are definitely fast at the moment, so fair enough. You can't argue that one at the moment. I'm pretty sure they're going to pull away.
At the same time, Henry Sinnick is not going to want to lose any time, because at the moment...
again, it's so close.
Again.
It's so close.
Oh, that is very close once again. But yeah, Henry Sinnick, he doesn't want to lose any time either, because now we have him here in the picture. That is on the Schulz lead.
Oh my god, Eros Masuli's just nearly half spun on the back of the Ferrari. It's opened the door. Oh my goodness me, this is costing Henry Sinnick an awful lot of time. Oh, and Henry Sinnick's nearly cleared it into a Ferrari. Oh my god. How is everyone alive? Holy wow, that was close. Into the sunset though, these two now. What they need to do is they need to not fight for a little bit and just get on with it. Because the moment they keep dropping back to Henry Sinnick is the moment where they go into the territory that we saw Jarl tying in last round, where he received 2 drive-through penalties for ignoring blue flags. If they're not impeding Henry Sinnick, it's fine, right? But they need to get on with it, build a gap, and then battle. Because if they do start impeding Henry Sinnick, they will get a drive-through penalty because it will involve him infringing on ignoring blue flags.
At the moment, both of them are getting blue flags, but the question is if they will keep getting them for an elongated time frame. But at the moment, it seems like they will be, because look at how close Sinnick is once again, right behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was Henry Sinnick, I'd be sat there like Michael. Like I say, if they get by and run away, I don't really care. If they get by and go, I don't care. But at the moment, you can see that he's sat right in front, and there's the flashing. Just seeing a little bit of flashing from Henry Sinnick, a little bit of flashing in return, as we're seeing a battle between Varga and oh my goodness me, that's Varga and Butler Pal Motorsport as well. Henry Sinnick is being absolutely just poor luck on his part as that battle rages on. Tim Neuendorf and Mikhail Sedlacek switching positions a little bit or holding off is Neuendorf, 5th place at the moment. Great drive at the moment from Neuendorf. And Sedlacek definitely cleared to go to the checkered flag. High drama always towards the end of the VEC race.
Yeah, really have to catch our breaths here because this is getting, close to say the least. Very many tight situations coming up here. And just especially right now with all this traffic going on, because we mentioned this before.
Just getting the call from race director that they need to remember blue flags, and with that call, Nico Barkley immediately departed the track to get out of the way of Henry Sinnick. That call was enough. It shouldn't have needed that call realistically. You kind of say, I mean, I know, like, yeah, he's focused on trying to catch Erdos Mashuli, and I get that. At the same time, you're getting blue flags. You know what they mean. When it's in class, a blue flag means the car behind is on the lead lap and you need to get out of the way, don't impede. I'd still say, even with that call, I'd still say if I'm Nico Hillebrand, if I'm Nico Hillebrand, I'm going to say that Nico Barkley, he's not safe from a penalty. Definitely not.
Yeah, but you know it's one of these like very exceptional situations because I don't think you really have many situations like this.
No.
Where it's because Sinnick for 1-2 laps he was considerably slower than both Mashuli and Barkley, but then he picked up the pace again. Of course, he also has to run away from Schönlied through all this traffic as well. Meanwhile, the traffic has to also just try to keep sorted itself and. Well, what are you going to do? Because, Barkley, of course, he's right on the tail of Mashuli. He just can't let him through, and because he wants to fight. It's just all the things happening at once, and this is the beauty of when we have close battles towards the end of a 6-hour race. It's the last 20 minutes when everything goes sideways and people just panic.
Absolutely. So, when it comes to victories and our battle for who's where and to keep up with what's going on and what we kind of know, as far as we're aware, based on where we are when it comes to the end of the race. GTE. We need to go to GTE because Dennis joined us into the pit lane. Sim Racing for Holland. This is literally where I was going to say, I don't know who's going to be winning in GTE. In the other two categories, we kind of know who's going to win. We know that Varga's looking very, very strong in LMP2. We know that RHG is looking very, very strong in LMHC. Now Nita Velix with Christian Mikel takes the lead in GTE in the circuit they were victorious in 12 months ago for Singularity. The thing is, though, can they get to the checkered flag? That is the question coming out of the pit lane. Oh my goodness me, in a fantastic second place. If Christian has to pit, Anita Velix have to come into the pit lane to come and get a little bit more fuel, then Sim Racing for Holland are going to go back to back in the Virtual Endurance Championship GT category. How ridiculous is this season? It's unpredictable to the extreme.
Basically, yes. One thing, not to downtalk that team, but overall, they're more of a midfield team. Like in the last couple of seasons, they were more of a midfield team. Also, partially maybe because the Corvette didn't have the greatest BOP, just overall. But they've been in the Corvette for as long as I can remember. For absolute ages, and to see them carry this car, now that there are even more Corvettes here now, of course, a bit nicer as well. But just overall, to see them carry that car now to this very, very nice position, like P2, or even if Michael has to pit again, to even P1, twice in a row, that would be absolutely phenomenal.
I will say, from someone running the numbers behind the scenes, we've got a yellow flag out in Sector 1. Not sure who that belongs to, but it has been cleared up pretty quickly. The reckoning is that the number 60 can make it to the checkered flag just. So there is that potential. We've got this battle as well, that returning to our screen, Waveframe Esports, Juice's Motorsports Club. We saw what happened last time, these two battles, and we'll see if patience, we're at the point where patience isn't an option. 10 minutes left on the clock in the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. And to be fair, all things considered, I think where things were earlier in the race, an hour ago, Juice's Motorsports Club would have been very, very happy. The last 30 minutes, it's all sort of fallen apart a little bit. It's just not worked. Yellow flag out in sector 1 again. That belongs to the number 4 car. That is that's one of the 1 Echo cars, isn't it?
Oh, that's
Nico
Barkley.
It's Nico Barkley with no rear wing.
Oh, second time I think then, isn't it?
Yep.
Or is it?
If it's the Borja Milan car, then yeah, it's the second time with that rear wing. And that might cause another code 80, by the way, because last time we did have a code 80 from this point. We'll hope.
We will hope that it doesn't cause
I kind of hope
80.
it doesn't, yeah, because like, the race is spicy.
It's 8 minutes to go, and we still have at least 3-way battle for
it's dangerous,
a 4-way
though.
battle actually. Yeah, that is quite
It
dangerous.
is dangerous.
But at the same time, quite honestly, you see that humongous rear wing on the Senna normally, and how Nico Barkley is going this pace without throwing it into the wall upside down. That is actually very, very impressive car control from him.
Of course, he's well experienced. We're coming.
Actually coming to a short one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the broadcast can hear. Can the broadcast hear, Jimmy? We'll find out, won't we?
I think it is.
Who knows? Who knows if the broadcast can hear the code 80 call? Code 80 out anyway. Apparently you could hear it, but I don't trust Jimmy Allison. That's the problem. It's
what
we
not
are
to
under,
say when you're in the same booth.
I know, yeah, but I can go with murder. It's fine. A short code 80. Who takes advantage of it in the GTE category? Let's have a look. Who's where when it comes to the GTE? So, Sim Racing for Holland are coming up to the final sector. Christian Mikel went round the final corner, even though it's under a code 80, which if he needed fuel could have gained there. So I reckon NV are good. Does anyone else, based on where Nico Barclay is? I don't think anyone else is close enough to the pit lane to gain from it.
Don't think anyone.
He's come around Ad Van Ark now.
I think everyone is basically settled where they are. If anyone wanted to gain from it, they would have done so already. Actually, we've got Satellite Racing with Liam Rance heading in, but I think that was also out of range for a P10 challenge. But either way, the clock's ticking.
Oh, Nico just having a little bit of fun there. I'm sure he'll get a little bit of slap on the wrist. And we are back underway then, here for hopefully the final time. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Repair going the way of Nico Barclay after losing the rear wing. The race back underway. The number 99 holding off the 74, really throwing things under the bus a little bit for the 74, but you kind of have to say that Adam Bulber did a little bit by himself. Michael Rowland, by the way, is shortcut at the final NGK Velo chicane, whatever it's called. He's shortcutted that one for yet another time. I think his brake pedals still playing up. Oh, and Jerne Simoncic has caught the back of Lorenzo Arisi for the podium in LMP2. Does he have the pace? Does he have the speed? Does he have the grip?
Not just that, and that is a very quickly answered question, actually.
That is not quickly. Yeah, never mind. Skip off of that one. Back to the battle for 27th overall. What we're looking at now, 6th and 7th.
And right in front of that, actually, we also have, a little bit further in front of that. Well, not that much, actually. We have Michael Sedlacek, who actually managed to get back past Neundorf, but both of them got past Margera, so... Actually, wait. No, actually, Margera was...
Oh, Margera! Oh, Baldwin again! Oh, my goodness me. I did not catch that one. That one's going to need a replay.
Oh, and that is dangerous!
Sorry! Oh, my God! That's like... Oh, live flashing. That is genuinely what happened to the DHR LMP1 in Season 8. Pretty much that. I'm going to go and have a look.
I'd very much like to see a recording of that moment.
I did just see a replay, and I'm going to ask for your opinion on it.
Oh, no, I'd just like to see...
I want you to rip
generally, like from that scene where the hypercar almost crashed, because I very much like the noise you were making.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's just the sound of incredible fear.
That is just unparalleled levels of fear.
Well, the thing is, what you have to think, because it's a very relatable scenario to have put in 5 hours and 55 minutes of work and then have it robbed from you, regardless of being in 4th, 8th, 1st, 7th, doesn't matter. Having it robbed in the final 5 minutes. it's heartbreaking. No
Yeah.
one wants that.
Basically, the elongated version of driving a very good quality lap and then throwing it away in the final corner.
Oh, so
but
relatable.
that for 6 hours.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's have a replay, and I want you to. Oh, this is the. If I can't really repeat this. Oh my god! So dangerous. Right, let's have a. If we can we rewind this a little bit further? Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. That is tight. That's decent reactions.
The man from Finland, very good reactions there, but I think he might have produced a little bit of yellow snow there.
Well, I thought it was a replay of the actual incident. From what I felt, Adam Baldwin did pretty much the same thing that he did earlier in the race. He left it down the inside in a place where realistically he wasn't far enough alongside, and there was contact between the two. At least from what I saw. So yeah, that is the case. Yuri Toman here, 60 odd seconds clear at the moment, running away with things, looking very, very good at the moment when it comes to a race victory in category, and I'm sure they'll be very, very happy with that. I certainly would be.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something to be ashamed of to obviously win your class.
Okay.
Right behind him on track, we also have the battle of Tom Lombard and David Mrocek. And of course, once again here in picture now, well, a car that basically just kept on running and running and running while everything around them fell apart, but not them.
Exactly. The number one doing justice to their number. 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock. It means we'll come round and we'll do a couple of laps before the checkered flag comes to greet us. 2 laps to go. Oh.
Also, just as we switched away, Neundorf got past Sedlacek again. So Neundorf moved Butler Pal Motorsport number 76 up into 4th place overall, and now only 2 seconds, well, less than 2 seconds are behind Tizio Brioni.
Oh.
While all of this field, all of the lapping is going on, and there we go, another like close move there of Sedlacek trying to make it, well, back up to P4.
It's tight. It is tight stuff. A few drivers have made it to the pit lane to drop it in for the final time. Cito Vaya, who was well inside the top lot. Also in that battle for the podium for the top 5. Obviously made a pit stop. I did kind of know they needed fuel, but keep that one on the radar. This driver though, like I say, as all the numbers that are running right now, this car is going to the checkered flag. Now I do still believe, based on where Hani Al Sabti is, they've also still got 2 laps to do. Because Hani Al Sabti's got 2 laps, so they won't, he's not going to get lapped. Hani Al Sabti's now at the hairpin. They're not going to get lapped in that time. So they've still got 2 laps. Hopefully they've got 2 laps of fuel. And for Nita Velix, that would be a great drive. That would be a really, really great drive.
Yeah, well, the LMP2 was hit with trouble of the technical sort, and then also, of course, the little lockup that McDuff had into turn 1. The GT really, really drove a fantastic race. Just complete consistency, and if they finish it like this, it would be, well, it would just be a very impressive drive. But if they actually if they have to go into pit, at the same time, I'd have to say, once again, Dennis Duna and, of course, his teammates, for Sim Racing for Holland, both of them also very good drive from them, as we see now. Battle for P4 and LMP2.
Battling it out, 4th and 5th. Tom Lombard will be a little bit disappointed not to be battling for the podium position, which they kind of feel maybe they should be. This is a little bit further down the order, 8th and 9th place. Waveframe Esports with Zancho battling it out a little bit further down. We've got battles going left, right and centre. It's still, even now, it's still pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, we've got these two within 2 tenths, and we also have Neundorf now within a second of Brioni. And I think Mrocek just tried to go a little bit too aggressive, and then now trying to go for an earlier way on the throttle. But the acceleration of Lombards is a little bit better. Now comes Slipstream once again, so it's really just a bit of pokering. Where can you make your move the best way? Can you just overwhelm the other driver in the best way possible?
Absolutely. Time has ticked down to 0. This will be the last lap for these two as well, because coming through, not too far behind, as long as he picks his lines right. Oh, actually, no, they'll get around to do another one. Because the LMP2 and LMHC aren't actually that different on pace. And Hani Al Sabti is only a corner behind. But if we were to stay there for a little bit, Hani Al Sabti would come through the shot. But I think they'll just about survive to continue this battle for another lap, which I'm not sure Tom Lombards actually wants. because he'll want that to wrap up pretty sharpish. Nevertheless, he's got to do some pretty harsh defending into the final couple of corners, if that was the case. We'll focus our way to our race leader, Hani Al-Sabti, though, who's just coming through the NGK / final / whatever you want to call it, chicane. And for RHG Esports, the #1 car is about to go back-to-back in the Virtual Endurance Championship. A fantastic drive from them, nearly mistake-free. The only one came the way of Risto Capet. And it's RHG Esports on top here in the Nurburgring. The LMP2's got a long way to go before it crosses the checkered flag, as it's only just started it. This is our leader in GTE, looking good for back-to-back victories at this venue for Nita Velux / Singularity, whatever. Still looking very, very strong for them, Nico. And from 14th on the grid to first, that is a mighty drive. Also, big shout out has to be said to Drillers, right, who last season weren't that great. They technically have 2 cars with a G-Drive car. They've just got 2 cars on the podium in the top category of VEC. How impressive is that?
Well, impressive doesn't really begin to describe it. Absolutely stellar performance. Absolutely just brilliant from them. You know, just both of them, both cars just did it perfectly. And as we have our nice little view there now on P1 on our lead driver, and meanwhile we have also the battle of Tom Lombard versus David Marocek. Now approaching the last couple corners. If Marocek wants to do a move, it's not that way that he's going to be able to do it, because, you know, Power Slide is as much fun as it is to drive. It loses you time, and I think that will be it, as long as Marocek doesn't just send it.
Well, here comes LMP2, Varga Sim Racing, pole to victory. This time it does work out for Varga Sim Racing. 2 poles so far in the season, and now a race victory here in the Nürburgring. 4th place goes the way of Rookie Monsters. 5th for Burst Esports Simplexity. There's your race winner. 2nd place, bravo to the 2 of them. 14th to 1st, 7th to 2nd for Sim Racing for Holland. Back-to-back podiums to open the season. Still our championship leaders after that victory in Silverstone. I'm pretty sure Marcel Offermans will be having a pint or 2 this evening to celebrate a fantastic opener to the season. Of course, a 9-round championship, which sees us go to many places around the Northern Hemisphere. And of course, now we've announced that Spa is going to be our penultimate round of the season. We're going to see some feisty racing there, I'm sure, to take us into Le Mans. Nico, what a round again. Here's our finishers. We'll roll through them very quickly. Hani Al-Sabti taking victory for RHG Esports, our podium. G-Drive on the podium with Pinsam Drillers Esports in 3rd. Then Agira and Jean Lace Esports. I don't think those 2 will be happy with 4th and 5th. Zancho might be okay with 6th, but not ideal. Blackhawk Racing, 1ACO, Armson Racing, and the other 1ACO car down in 10th place for LMHC. And LMP2, Vargas and Racing will be very happy with a victory. Wave, Cream Esports also very happy with 2nd place. Burst Edge Esports, maybe we're expecting a little bit more, only 3rd place for them. Then Rookie Monsters, Burst Esports Simplexity, the top 5. Then Team Spirit Racing, Nita Velux, big disappointment in my opinion for them, down in 17th place, 7th in class. Burst Esports, Hungry.dk. And then Butler Power Motorsport and DX Droids, the final one being the Zancho car in 11th place in class. Oh, that's rolled off screen. Never mind. Either way, it's Nita Velux who's been victorious anyway in GTE. So massive congratulations to them. Again, fantastic round of racing, Nico. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, once again, really thrilling stuff up to the last second of the race. Well, even beyond the last second, because, you know, we did get a little bit of extra material beyond 6 hours. But yeah, last 2 hours, I commented with you last time, this time as well, and I hope next time as well, because if all the last 2 hours are going to be like this, yeah, definitely keep it coming, please, guys.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Another 6-hour race greets us to be the final race of 2020. On the 12th of December, we head to Imola for the 6 hours of Imola at the Autodromo Internazionale. Enzo Edino Ferrari, fantastic race it was, pretty thrilling. Only 3 hours, it ended up being last season. How that one unfolds this year to end the decade, we'll have to wait and see. Either way, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in the 12th of December, and until then, goodbye.